Hello everyone. Welcome to the Team JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me as always is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
As well as the guttural Kaiser Shonen.
The fucking guttural, what the hell?
I don't know how that adjective applies to you, but it does now.
Yeah, am I some fucking, like, I don't know, some horror monster? I think we should save that for the Halloween episode, man.
I have some of my chalice if you need it. Some in your chalice? I'm looking up through your notes here. What do you have in your chalice?
Chalice.
Also look, Teddy Bear Paladin's back with Gathering Tinders 21.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
Flame Mage Morgan. I found the scepter rather amusing, though the princess was decidedly less charmed with the admittedly lackluster prophecy telling.
Awesome.
I'm so imagining that scepter as a magic 8-ball and just like, magic scepter, should I eat a sandwich? Maybe. Mystech Master. Hi there, did you miss my money? We missed you. And your money.
Exactly.
We can miss both. We're very multi-talented that way.
I was about to say,
At least Raymond is.
YouTubers can miss 2 things.
Yeah, I can, but 3 things, don't push your luck. 2 things, yeah. 3 things, no. I'm sorry, not enough processing power.
Absolutely.
You'll have to ask Kaiser for that.
That's also a Raymond problem.
I hate you're right. It is the most frustrating thing when people make digs, and I'm like, you're right. I hate it. I hate my brain. Someone please fix my brain. But like, keep all the other stuff that's in. Like, you got to fix it the right way. There's like, if you fix it too much, yeah. I might become like a boring office worker.
Yeah, I was about to say. You gotta treat a brain like how you treat a woman.
Oh.
Continue.
No, I think I've made a mistake of some kind.
Yeah, probably the smart move.
That was a reference.
I have some mixed feelings about Alien Force, but that was one of the best lines.
I don't know if this is the place to be talking about it, but the situation with the VA community and the ProZD is crazy. What do you guys think about it? I am outside of it, and I was one of the people that was convinced that he had said some pretty stupid things, but I saw some exchanges between Pete and Codeplay's Fate, and apparently that's not true.
Yeah, that seems to not be as true as originally thought. I would like to actually sit down to get the timeline of that whole situation.
I wonder if maybe we should cover that in the future and have Code on to basically run us through what happened.
Yeah, he seems way more inclined to these sorts of topics, so I wouldn't really mind.
Alien Force Kevin was the GOAT. Alien Force Kevin was a different character than the one from the original Ben 10. Don't get me started on Alien Force. I dropped it for a reason. But I found out that guys in K-pop Demon Hunters. Wait.
Oh, ProZD?
ProZD, isn't it? I mean, I'm not too surprised.
What? Yeah. No, like, ProZD was also in Rune Factory 5. He played, like, one of the villains in that game.
Oh,
he's actually fairly okay as a voice actor.
Yeah, he's decent.
Who started fixing RWBY? What's the main reason? Yeah, well, you could just go watch the videos that are there, the very start of them. I set it all out back in Volume 1.
Yeah, look at this guy trying to cheat you out of views. Mods, ban him, not really. I'm joking.
Mods, microwave that man's hard drive.
Yeah.
The donuts have been summoned. Donuts!
Billy Donuts!
People are saying some, like, kind of weird things in the chat today. Someone's saying, like, what? ProZD literally never said any of the stuff he's being accused of saying, it seems. I don't know anything about that. Who else said something kind of that I wanted to
Didn't
mention?
ProZD also voice the squirrel in God of War Ragnarok? He technically did, but there were also like multiple. Like he was the main Ratatosker. But Ratatosker also had multiple different versions. Like I think there's like a rabid version of him that's voiced by Troy Baker.
Okay.
Yeah, so he has like different aspects that he unleashes on the world to tend to Yggdrasil. Let's see. Personally, I like Omniverse before before what got bad. Hey, out there, I wanted to watch RWBY. What would be the stopping point before it got bad? Well, let me tell you, good sir, there was never a point where RWBY was good. And that is the hot take for a lot of people in the fandom, because everyone says, oh, it was good up until Volume 3 or up until X, up until then. RWBY was never good, and you do not watch RWBY because it is good. That is the thing you have to accept. You are watching RWBY because it is it is three friends who got together and decided to play with their action figures, and somehow it developed into an overwritten, underwritten, incredibly overlong story.
The real question is which part of RWBY was the least bad for you to hop off? In which case, probably.
Well, I was gonna say you should hop off before Volume 5. Volume 5 is bad unless, I mean, to be fair, friend of the channel, Smaller Soul, who's worked with me on a couple of things, has done and still has it up a magnificent re-edit of Volume 5 that does a lot of good for it. It's not perfect. It still doesn't fix a lot of the overarching issues, but in terms of like pacing and such, it fixes a lot of issues.
I forgot about that. I haven't had a chance.
Okay, so Fies is actually getting very angry at us, apparently.
Wait, what?
Saying we're scraping the bottom of the barrel because we're doing a tier list reaction, apparently, and that people who are calling us just haters might have a point. Like, dude, you don't even know why we're reacting to this video.
Yeah, we'll get to that. First, I want to
chill out.
Reply to the Epic Q. All right, RWBY question. If you could remove one relevant character, who would it be and why? It has to be a relevant character, so that's a very minimal amount of characters.
Well, that's very tricky because fucking who's relevant and not relevant in RWBY just kind of changes each volume.
I mean, I could be cheap and say Vernal.
I mean, yeah.
Technically, she's relevant as the red herring.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I would remove almost the entirety of the White Fang. Probably.
Actually, yeah.
That might genuinely be the smartest move to make, yeah.
In turn, oh, go ahead, Twi. I'm sorry.
I was just agreeing with you. Like, if you removed the entirety of the White Fang, you wouldn't really lose all that much because they don't really do anything with it. So, yeah, like it's completely irrelevant, and you can just get rid of it, and the show would effectively kind of still be the same.
Yeah, literally all you would need to change is that, like, have a different explanation for how Salem gets, more grunt forces for operations, and basically you would have to remake Blake's characterization or like her motivations and stuff. But other than those two things, you would practically change very little about the overarching story, because the whole faunus racism subplot is practically meaningless.
You would lose Bumblebee without the White Fang? You basically, because you already have to rework Blake from the ground up without the White Fang, so you could easily angle into any way to achieve Bumblebee. You don't strictly lose it.
It would also be very easy to rework Blake because there isn't really much to Blake outside of the White Fang. So you could just have her be a lone fighter for faunus rights. Doesn't have to be assigned to a group.
Have her be like the faunus have like, general rights across the board. Everyone respects them on even but like she's a protester against like microtransgressions. She's like, she is that kind of annoying. Like, I can't believe you hissed at me. That's so racist. And it's like, you burned my hand.
I mean,
Dog,
that
it's
would actually give
2016
her a
all over again.
personality. So,
But I mean, granted, obviously, the better option would be to make it better. But if you put a gun in my hand and told me to remove something, that would be it.
See, the problem is a lot of the ones that I would remove aren't really relevant. Like Vine, delete him. He doesn't do jack shit except, well, he stops a nuclear bomb. But like, I don't know. Let the bomb go off. The city's been evacuated. I'm pretty sure by that point everyone was gone.
Yes.
Like, the city gets destroyed anyway. What was the point of that?
it adds a bit of an ironic tragedy, I suppose, that he basically sacrificed himself for no reason.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say that he sacrificed himself at least to let the others get away.
Yeah.
But like, they were away from
yeah,
the
I guess I would
anyway.
also remove the entirety of the Aesops as well, because they don't really do all that much.
And you could see what that looks like by watching Fixing RWBY Volume 7, airing now.
Oh shit.
Although
Okay,
I
need
should
to catch up.
highlight, if you notice that any of the videos disappear, I've been fighting copyright claims from Square Enix over the Shinra Creed song that I used in it. And one of them is quickly approaching a strike. So yeah, I've been arguing with them in emails, and it's really not gone well. They're still going to strike me, and I'm going to have to appeal that, which is not going to be fun. Spoiler warning for
That sucks.
who?
Who are you talking with?
A next. Oh, what was it called? Next something. They're representing Square Enix in terms of the music that I use from. It's just weird because like you're only their content guidelines are like only in video game footage can you use this music, and it's like, but I used fair use. It's transformative.
Yeah.
It's something completely divorced from the original context and the original song. It's changed, so it's frustrating. I saw another.
Oh yeah,
too
random
much
fandom for $2 says define good for RWBY.
Either wacky action hijinks, or conceptually you see what they were trying to do with characters and you just let your imagination fill in the gaps.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah. Like that's where I am, because I can't say that there is anything good about RWBY outside of the actual concept.
I mean, there are some good. I think there are some good parts of it, and you know, decent moments that are at least okay in isolation, but nothing really all that spectacular, you know.
Harmonic
But
Vector.
Yeah, like there's
I was gonna say Harmonic Vector says you
Okay.
burned my hands to the ground, Blake Plebs.
there's like little scenes and little moments where RWBY is good, but that's basically what they are, is they're moments. So like if you're eating a meal and like 90% of that meal is burnt or it tastes kind of funky because maybe they use off ingredients, but like once in a while you get like this very delicious fruit or something. Maybe it's like a salad that you're eating. Like the ingredients are all off. Even the sauce that you're using, the vinaigrette, is expired. But every once in a while you have like this very delicious and very flavorful
Bite.
dried fruit that is in the salad. And it's very delicious, but you have to eat everything else
Yup.
as well. And it sucks.
Unknown XL Celtic, if you're curious about ProZD drama, essentially what happened is he believed in the authentic voice acting, meaning that the voice actor's race should match the character's race. That has been called into question whether or not he said that and what he was actually talking about. I've seen a lot of people trying to correct the record on that, and I am curious to see the receipts. That is because I've clowned on him too for that, but I have to admit, I don't actually remember seeing the clip in question, so now I gotta go back and double check on all of that.
I thought it came from a tweet that he made.
That too.
that
There were
said
some
something to
tweets
that
also.
effect.
So it's like that's
Yeah.
There was a like him being disgusted at unprofessionalism with a different actress. Like that's sort of a thing. Sky Slasher says Mort.
Just Mort.
Mort.
Fies is asking, what's my Digimon of the day? That is Plesiomon.
E.
E.
So, let's see. And now because he's playing a white guy in that new glitch series, he's jumped off Twitter. I don't know. Again, I need to look into that situation. I would, if we do it, it would probably be next. We might have to shift around the schedule we just made. Have that next week and get Code Blaze Fate on here to talk about that situation, because that might be worth covering.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't really care who says it. Like, people,
I mean, yeah,
people
the
are going to
sentiment
have
is
bad
really
takes. People are going to have good takes. Like, you don't hate on somebody just for a singular bad take. Like, we probably have bad takes as well. But
I mean, I like RWBY.
yeah, that's a bad take.
Yeah, that's your first mistake, dog.
Yeah. Except for me and Kaiser, we're perfect.
Absolutely.
Oh, Daigato has some art.
Except for that one. Oh,
Daigato, you gotta tag us when you put the art down in the art channel. You gotta make sure we know.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some art for.
Oh yeah,
on.
there was that one X-Man take that you had. Yeah, that one. Never forget.
Wait, what? Which
And
X-Men take?
then there was I forgot what take of yours that that was kind of iffy that we talked about. I forgot which one it was.
I
need
don't
to-
remember.
Also, the Orange Man sent Celtic Phoenix 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that.
Yeah.
Enjoy your new emotes. And Orange Man, you'll be happy to know we recorded something this past Saturday.
We did.
And it's currently in editing. So sometime in the near future, you'll hopefully see a reaction to a certain CW show. At least the first 3 episodes. Whether or not we do more, that's really up to you guys.
Oh my god! But seeing this art from Daigato, dang old Shao dog, man, see it there, weird looking thing, kind of Shao eating something, fried bullet. I tell you what, dang old.
What am I looking at here?
Yeah, and why is freaking Kamen Rider
coming in
Kuga-
for a freaking missile
Yeah.
kick?
Why is Kuga coming in from the background, which y'all should totally watch. It's great. But yeah, I don't know.
Redo 495. What is a common writer? Oh, son. So we don't have the
Well,
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, no. Magician of D says, yeah, like Twilight with Chobits or Kaiser with Weathering with You, no exemptions from bad takes, for real, for real. I mean, to be fair with Chobits, I just got squicked out by the theme of it, so I stopped watching it. So
I was gonna say, Chobits doesn't have an unclean reputation. It's been, whenever I hear it talked about, I hear it both positively and derisively in about equal measure. So,
yeah, like who? Hang on, just give me 1 sec. This is yeah, it's Clamp. Clamp has really iffy shit. All of their works are really fucking iffy.
which, you know, they're allowed to be, but you gotta at least acknowledge what you're going into. All right, like you are allowed to like this stuff. You just got to acknowledge it is outside of the norm, and people will clown on you for that.
Well, not only that, but like it's just very consistent that Clamp has like really iffy shit in everything that they do. Even Card Captors. Card Captors is extremely popular and to this day is still incredibly beloved. Still had like an 8-year-old
But betrothed to like a
engaged to her teacher.
yeah.
Yeah, there was that.
Teddy Bear Paladin, Gathering Tinder, Part 22. Princess Ari the Fourth. I asked the scepter if it was capable of being useful. It replied, I knocked out the captain, did I not? I prayed none of my line ever suffered its service again. I love just the bitter hatred between Ari and this scepter. It's great.
Yeah, that's
It is
fantastic.
Nameless, Grim Mook, after seeing Kuga, make peace with whatever god you worship, Boomhauer. We're going to die.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of in lore because Kuga is pretty damn powerful.
Teddy Bear already? Slow down, man. Slow down. Rising Flame Interlude. Flaming Witch Agatha. In the midst of a verbal sparring match with the dumb stick, I felt the need to sneeze. The stick said, a mother's prayer has failed you. It sounded glib.
God
That's
damn.
kind of ominous.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're halfway to redo of Healer.
Oh my god.
Well, on that lovely note,
Well-
let us get into the actual subject of today's analysis. So,
Yes.
we have this gentleman by the name of Tobi the Guy. He is a guy.
Oh, I think I heard of this guy.
He certainly is a guy.
And he has decided to rank the problems with RWBY, which, as I am to understand it, is him taking all of the common criticisms of the show and ranking whether or not they're any good. Which I found interesting.
Yeah, it's a very interesting concept. I can't say that I've ever personally seen somebody do that before.
Yeah, definitely.
I find it always really interesting that it happens to be the RWBY fandom that comes up with some interesting stuff. Whether interesting means good or bad, yes.
Yeah, yes.
We'll have to
But
see.
we'll have to see if it's good or bad in a second, though.
Well,
But yeah, this is a very unique idea.
yeah, I've never really watched, like, I've seen a couple of tier maker videos, people talk, doing that kind of stuff, but it's rare that I ever really get much out of them. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I've already seen the end, and I was not impressed. I'll say that.
Oh.
Damn.
Well, I mean, I saw.
Why?
Well, no, I was skimming through it to make sure that we could cover it.
Okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
I saw the layout. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear any of his arguments.
Okay. So we need to. Oh my God! Is that fucking? Wait,
Well,
I recognize a couple of things on the
let's
bottom
try
of the
and
list
decipher
there.
what is on here and try and figure out what the criticisms are before we even start. So
No plot? No plot with the megamind at the bottom
yeah,
left.
no plot. We've got RWBY eating cookies. Maybe that's like jank
Oh.
animation.
Yeah, probably jank animation.
Probably.
Jaune in a dress. Gender stereotypes.
Maybe.
I guess.
Miles
Pyrrha
and
might like that
Carrie are
criticism.
bad writers.
Something like that. The gravestone, it's something about summer, more than likely.
Possible. Oh, maybe Monty.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe. Oh, right. Monty's vision. Fuck me,
Yeah,
man. If Monty's
Yeah.
vision isn't in F tier, I'm gonna lose it because that is such a worthless criticism to make. Just bringing up the dead man for your sake. I don't know.
Going back
That's
after
gross.
the Vengeance concert. How are y'all? Oh, you went to a Vengeance concert? Oh, I hope you had a good time.
What is that?
He's a YouTube like a dubstep remixer guy. I don't like all of
Okay.
his stuff, but he takes like weird innocuous sounds and then remixes them into like he'll take a cat's meow and he'll remix it into a really cool song. That's really fun.
Oh.
Awesome.
Like he'll do that with like there's a meme of a guy spinning their tires on a motorbike and he'll turn that into a whole song. He has some pretty good bops. Some of them I didn't really like, but you know what? Otherwise, the man's very creative and has a lot of fun with it.
Right.
I actually have I have a couple of his videos in mind or a couple of his songs in mind for books I want to produce in the future to use them as theme songs for like the trailer.
Oh. I
Nice.
love it to like add music to your books and stuff. I know that there's like playlists that people have for a lot of their books that they have. I also have a playlist for mine, but I have to rework my playlist for my novel because it's a series playlist, not an individual book playlist. So, oops, I can't release that.
So, let's see what else we got. We got some text on a white background. I don't know what that
Maybe
would...
it's Shane's letter?
Shane's letter, yeah. Then we've got
A
probably...
graph.
Well, no, the next one is Mr. Krabs and digging up,
Oh.
basically exploiting the dead.
Oh, right. Okay, that's the Monty's Vision one.
Yeah.
Alright.
The graph, I don't know.
How RWBY fell off, because that looks
Oh, yeah.
at the bottom to be volume 9, and I think probably
Yeah,
the
that's
top
volume
there,
3 at the
volume 3.
top. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then there's not a quill.
pen,
It's
an ink pen?
that's right, fountain pen. There's a fountain pen.
Yeah,
and
fountain
some
pen.
paper. I guess general
Guess.
writing.
I guess.
Maybe?
Then there's the white fang, obviously.
The white thing, yeah.
The potential man meme. Is this now? Quick question: does this apply to Jaune, Oscar, or the show as a whole?
That's a good question.
We
I don't
don't
know.
know. That is a good question.
Yeah.
I think this is shipping. Like in general,
Perhaps.
because it's like
I
Weiss
get
surrounded by a bunch of girls, so it's like those are like common characters that she gets shipped with. I mean, I know she gets shipped with.
I
everyone,
guess.
But,
Yeah.
Static.
No, that's a crowd of people. That's Castbloat.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mm.
That was my first guess because I was expanding or like zooming in, and that's that. Okay, it seems like a crowd.
RWBY and her tea, so themes of
Yeah.
unaliving probably. Bumblebee, obvious.
Yeah.
DVD sales?
I guess maybe. I that looks familiar. I don't know if that's like from Fat Man's video or something else.
I don't think so. Ironwood, and that's
Yeah.
a pretty common one. The
And then with the HBomberguy video,
yeah.
I don't know if like I don't know if these are like general criticisms from critics of the show or criticisms that the fandom have towards other aspects of like
I don't know
outside
where this
the
is going to
show.
go. Maybe he's just going to be like God help if his entire thing is just nothing in this video is worth any of your time. Like if that's his opinion,
Yeah.
we'll have to see.
And then
RWBY's community is toxic.
right.
No plot we already touched on. Yang's PTSD gets completely forgotten, I think.
Yeah. What's this one?
Is that
What the fuck?
Jaune overbearing?
Oh,
no, sorry, that's
wait.
like down on the right.
Yeah, I think I recognize the scene. I zoomed in. I think that's the scene where, Jaune was like, "Hey, don't worry. If RWBY is mad at you, you still love each other." And Yang's are like, "Yeah, RWBY." I think this is like a comic that's like a riff on that.
Oh, but that ties in with Bumblebee, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Maybe it's zooming out, and that's just Yang is a bad sister. RWBY writing a letter?
I guess monologues?
Maybe? Exposition?
Or maybe their endings being bad each volume?
And then we get superhero Jaune, which, that's...
Jaune is the main character.
Rooster Teeth as a whole.
Mhm.
The Silver Eyes? Something to do with that? Or RWBY being creepy?
I guess, yeah. And then...
Or maybe
I
that
don't
is
know
just
what
a whole thing about summer. I don't know.
Maybe it could be summer. And then the scene from Courage the Cowardly Dog of I want this, but I don't want it.
Yeah.
That's Muriel constantly, baby Muriel asking for mac and cheese, and he keeps making it differently for her. And finally, when he gets it right, she's like, I hate mac and cheese, and throws it away.
Yeah.
So
I
that's
guess it's how the show uses its plot points. Where
it's
it's like,
either that or it's the
fandom.
fandom.
But-
I can kind of understand that kind of criticism because like I do have that kind of frustration with a lot of the critics side of the RWBY fandom where
Right.
it's like they're constantly just bitching and just going after everybody else's criticism and being
Oh,
like,
yeah.
well, yeah, that's kind of in the ballpark of what I wanted, but you didn't do it in the way that I wanted it. So therefore I hate you and your work. And it's just like, can
Sure.
you shut up, please?
Yeah,
I
that's
agree,
pretty
Titan. He should have had Return the Slab on here just because of the memes.
wild.
Return the slab,
The slab.
or suffer my curse.
Yes.
Nameless, correction, Muriel throws it in Courage's face.
Ah, yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
Poor
that's just a really I never liked that episode. It just I felt like especially bad for Courage in that one.
Yeah.
Are the
Yeah.
jail
Even
movies
more
on
than
there?
usual.
No, they aren't.
Which is surprising, but you know.
All right. Well, let's see what he has to say.
All right. Hello, people of the
Hello.
internet.
Oh gosh,
It is
I'm
I,
so
once again,
quiet.
the greatest YouTuber to ever grace you.
Get some
Um,
funnies in there. Yeah.
Shoot, I don't even know how to start this. So, basically, I like RWBY. Unfortunately, the internet does not.
Why did you
But
cut that
today,
out?
Sucks to suck.
me and my two friends,
Yeah.
we will be going through all the, I guess, normal complaints
Okay.
that RWBY gets.
Right.
And maybe even some, I think, about the actual fandom. So,
Alright.
Okay, so we have our setup here. It's these are criticisms against the show and some against the fandom. So we got
Yeah.
our target focus. We'll see where you go with this, buddy.
All right,
Yeah.
let's get started.
oh yeah, it's interesting.
Hope this music
And
isn't
right
copyrighted.
now, I think we're gonna start off with what is probably the one I should have divided into two pieces, but I didn't because I don't know. And that is RWBY having bad animation. And here's the
Alright.
thing: if it's only the first 3 volumes, this is kind of an S tier, right? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like saying that RWBY in Volume 1 having bad animation is not like a contentious thing. But people
Yeah,
still,
it is.
Oh, it's horribly contentious.
No, it's very. Are you kidding me? Like
It
even
is
people-
weird because Ruby's animation quality is like across the board bad, but every single volume has different things
Yeah,
bad
different
about it. It's like the
problems, yeah.
writing. It's like the most uneven show. And it's impressive. It's
Well,
like
not only that-
Quagmire and carrying every single disease known to man.
Well, not only that, like fucking. Okay, let's say that people even agree. On one end, you say that the first 3 volumes animation is bad, and then people call you either a hater or say that look at these fight scenes, they're cool, instead of just looking at the regular animation of the show. Or they say, why are you criticizing it? These are these guys in their heyday, so it's fine.
JJ has factually wronged the show less dynamic and bland in post volume 3. Well, that's part
There's
of the
also
problem
that.
is that like the direction, which I think Monty did a lot of the direction for the shots in the early 3 volumes, had such a sense of like style and like even with some of the flat backgrounds and some of the ugly shots, you could tell that he was
Yeah.
at least trying, whereas in later volumes, they got really lazy with composition.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if this guy is going to say that RWBY's animation gets better in the later volumes afterwards, I would just say, okay, so how did volume 5 happen?
Yeah, okay.
Like that.
So
Yeah, I'll let Twi
When-
take this
like,
because she's
this
an
is-
animator.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll get my drink.
So this is a very complex and very in-depth kind of problem, especially with RWBY, and it's very fascinating to me because yes, objectively, the first 3 volumes of RWBY are objectively bad when it comes to its animations. You can see the boxes that they use in order to like I'm forgetting. I keep forgetting which one is which, but like the IKFK handles, the boxes for those, you can see them periodically throughout the episodes. It's so unprofessional. It just makes my skin crawl. The characters are constantly like jittering and they're janky and they don't move properly, or they move a little bit too much in weird ways that are very uncanny valley. They don't express they don't express very well, they don't emote very well, and that is due to the limitations of using a program for animation that was not meant to animate in the first place. But they are correct when they say that, like, there are things that are still likable about, like, not necessarily the animation itself, but shot composition, which is all about camera placement, which is not necessarily indicative of animation, because animation is very specific to the movement. Or it can be something where it's about the shading or the lighting or the textures, which have nothing to do with the animation itself, but are part of the animation and make up. But they are not necessarily strictly animation problems. So like Raymond has talked about how he prefers the textures of the original 3 volumes of RWBY because they are baked into the models. They're baked into the textures. Whereas in later volumes, when they go to Maya, they have the option of doing that, but they chose not to. And that leads into a lot of misconceptions about, like, what you can do with Maya, which just frustrates the hell out of me. But when you... like, there's so many like moments in the show in volume 3 where they could have, like, cut this thing out, like the characters all stopping, and then they're just they just stopped being animated, so they're just like frozen statues. But you also have something like that in volume 5 too, like the second episode of volume 5, where you have Blake just standing there for a very long time holding her fist up really awkwardly.
It didn't even stop at volume 5. You go all the way to volume 9 and you get the worst scene in the show, where everyone rushes forward into the room where Ruby's about to drink the tea, and we cut away. We cut away, then we cut back to them running into the room even deeper, and then stopping again. It's like there was no, like, it's not just because animation can be ranked on a number of different things, and that's why it's so complicated. You know, we talked about shot composition as a part of animation. We talk about just the natural, like, the nature of the rigs can be part of the animation. The blocking of the characters, the actual movements themselves, and how smoothly they animate. That, you know,
what I've been saying.
Yeah. I'm just, like, kind of, like, bringing it all together, that, like, RWBY falls apart on nearly every level across the board, but it does it in random spurts all over the place because there's no one person really overseeing it. Even Monty was really bad at this.
Yeah. And, like, I was going to get into some of the problems with later RWBY. Like, the animation itself in the Maya era has gotten better. It's not perfect. There are still really weird things that they do with the characters. I especially hate their walk cycles. Their walk cycles are not natural. It's just something that they have never gotten correct. That when it comes to character movement and stuff, you should strive for a level where nobody notices what the character is doing. Not on a way that is, like, jarring. And RWBY's walk animation, like, I keep looking at, like, Cinder, and maybe this is partially because these characters wear heels. But whenever they walk, there's just nothing that screams an actual person is walking, despite the fact that apparently most of their walk cycles are mocap. Yeah.
I mean, it was, well, that's the thing is, like, that's one reason why the early volumes generally gets a pass from me, is that you have a lot of people doing the mocap and they're having fun. It just seems like everyone having a good time building this thing that they all want to be a part of. Like, if all the guys talking about how they all had to take turns doing the walk in heels, like, they're all talking about that and having a good laugh over it and how bad they all were. It's like, and in later volumes, we get almost no behind the scenes knowledge of what they're doing.
Yeah, and it's
Mhm.
even less excusable because, you know, they're a semi-professional company now, at least on paper, so...
Scott
Yeah.
says Volume 5 happened because of Genlock.
I
Yes.
thought Genluck's production was, like, during Volume 6.
No, it was Volume 5. Volume 6 is when they got their
Okay.
budget back. Yes,
Got it.
but at the same time, they should have better budgeted themselves. Like, the money
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
they did have, they should have been much smarter with. There's a lot of wasted time in Volume 5.
Or, God forbid, maybe wait another year to make RWBY Volume
That too.
5,
You
guys.
could they had the option. At least I
Yep.
think they would have. Also, there was someone that said, I wonder
JJ
why they moved from Poser to Maya, because Maya is industry standard.
Yes, it is.
Poser's awful.
Like, I'm sorry. Yeah, Poser is awful. I'm sorry, but Maya is industry standard. It is the default kind of animation program. Even a lot of the in-house animation programs that a lot of studios use are based in some way off of Maya. Even other competitive programs have the option to change the layout to look like Maya because they know that all of the animation schools I don't know why I blanked on that. All the animation schools and stuff, they teach Maya as the basis for you if you want to become an animator so that you can go out there and no matter what studio you go into, you'll at least have a basic understanding of what program that they're using.
Right.
So Jay said good is subjective, which I agree. Like you didn't see me using finger quotes, but yeah, like when I said better, it's just like a general thing.
Yeah, like
it improved on a technical level, but on an artistic level, it took a massive backstep.
Yes.
That's probably the best way to phrase it, even though that is grossly generalizing the complexities. We have Teddy Bear Paladin, Gathering Tinder, Part 23. Flame Mage Morgan. Our flight from the capital took us to Stuffington, the cosmopolitan center of the Teddy province, and as I would soon learn, the heart of Balinor's cruelty. Ooh. Cruelty. Murder. Ugok says, the show was insane as usual. Second time for me. He played on a saucepan and pretty sure Lovins. I got headbutted by a girl. What the soppy music for? I don't know what the soppy music is for. I don't know why I guess just to have something in the background for them. You got headbutted by a girl. Please tell me this is the beginning of your shoujo romance. I got headbutted. Obviously, the name is I got headbutted by a girl at a musical concert and got sent to another world.
My tab for the stream just crashed.
Oh, wow.
Actually, YouTube does that for me sometimes too. It's weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I would honestly, if I could ever get in a collab with Vengeance, I would in a heartbeat. That man is awesome. That's more of an isekai title. No, look, in order to make it sell, we have to make it isekai. It's just the rules of the industry right now.
Yeah, honestly. But, you know, I mean, imagining some sort of, like, punk rock lover or some kind of dubstep person getting sent to an isekai sounds funny. At least. That's a different gimmick.
Let's see. But yeah, I just kind of wrap it up. Like, the Blender is currently kind of, like, rising in massive popularity for animation, but Twilight was right. It, as a competitor, also has a setting to basically make it a version of Maya. Because that's just, the controls are so ubiquitous, they recognize, hey, it would be way more accessible for Blender to be used as an animation tool if people had a Maya input system. Let's see. Nameless. Gonna ask a question I didn't see answered last week. Homer Simpson with access to gags versus all of Remnant. Who would win?
Obviously Homer, then. Like, Toon Force always wins.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Pretty
Toon
much.
Force is too hard to. I don't think they would win. Though, I mean, Simpsons can get serious. I feel like it'd be 60-40. He would win over Remnant. That's what I'd probably put it on there.
Yeah.
You would have to get Chibi Ruby to fight him.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's for y'all to scale it.
we've covered a lot on the animation front, but let's see what these guys
Yes.
actually say more than a minute in.
I'll say
Let's
that
go.
about like everything. Like I've heard people
What?
say that Volume 9 looks bad, which is like
Oopsies.
no, you
How
know?
can you just
What?
be objectively wrong?
Yeah.
Volume
What?
9, the smoke they used in Volume 9 was butt ugly. It was
Yeah,
so...
it looks so freaking bad.
I wish it looked better, because you could make a lot of cool surreal visuals, but there were only a handful of shots that I felt didn't look like ugly Play-Doh in Volume 9.
And then there's the way the characters move during certain scenes. Like, you remember that scene where Blake and Weiss were trying to get I think either Weiss's or Blake's weapon out of the vines and shit, and they looked like, I know part of the intention was kind of goofy, but it just seemed it didn't seem
It doesn't
right
help that
to
the
me.
girls regularly can jump like 3 stories in the air, and you're like, why are you doing this?
Yeah.
It's a very consistent thing. Like, sorry to talk more about the animation and all the stuff that makes up RWBY, but like it's one of the consistent things that I've noticed about RWBY, that the textures themselves are very subpar. They don't focus at all on textures other than like base colors.
It's really impressive when I can go back to like really old Resident Evil games that are on the PS1, and they have such detailed texture work on their really blocky models. And I can like, I know this is not a real thing in front of me, but it looks good. It's like I like it puts you in the mood between the blocky models and the rendered backgrounds. And then there's RWBY, where everything looks like just a blob.
Well, it's because they don't really have a vision for what this thing is supposed to look like. So for one of my environmental modeling classes, my teacher took us out on a field trip. That field trip was to the back alleys of Vancouver so that we could take pictures of the scum on the walls.
Yep.
Because cities are not pristine. They're not perfect. They have grime. They have like gross things on them. And you have to know what that looks like if you're going to be a texture modeler. And when I look at like some of the backgrounds and some of the textures in like say volume 7 and 8, I just see random scribbles that are meant to represent grime, but they don't do anything. They're just there, like splotched in random places, and I'm like, what are you doing? If that's supposed to be a grime spot, then I think that that's like the wrong place to put it. Or they don't have grime spots where they should have grime spots, and it's just like you can tell that they just put it in Photoshop, like took a black ink marker pen tool and just like scribbled on it, put it on like 20% opacity and layered it over and called it a day.
Yep.
All right.
Skyslasher says RWBY gonna dominate the death battle with Maka. See
No,
that?
That's funny. That's funny.
That's bait.
Yeah, that's bait.
Moving
Moving
and
on.
the thing is, people, it works for half of the show, right? But it doesn't work for the truth is, since it got to Maya, it does look pretty solid. And I would
I mean,
say,
number
while
one,
not
that's
looking
more
the
than
best,
half.
saying that it looks bad is just kind of But
I mean,
Yeah.
you're mostly
Yeah,
saying that
especially
because you don't
since
pay attention to
I would say
animation.
probably after, once the switch to Maya, it doesn't really have its engine problems anymore. And then with Maya, it's just getting better with fluidity and stuff like that, which, to be fair, Volume 4 and 5 are not great, but Volume 6 and onward, it genuinely is just good. And
It's really weird to me because the best thing they ever animated in Maya was the RWBY trailer for Volume 4.
Yeah?
It's not perfect, but it looks really fucking cool. It has a lot of
Yeah, it's
interesting
better
like
than-
little lighting effects. There's some texture
Yeah.
to a lot of the different things that are in the scene.
There's
And
some decent directing
Volume
there,
4
yeah.
looked nothing like it.
No.
So it's like I don't know how they got worse at it. Maybe they turned off some of the basic effects in Maya that they had turned on, but they should have kept those turned on.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, especially like the first fight in Volume 4 with the team Team Ranger fighting the fucking Golem, or sorry, the Geist.
God, that looked so bad.
That looks so bad. Like that part where RWBY was flying backwards and the Geist came in. That looks so terrible.
Very solid animation, you know?
Yeah.
Also, Icequeendom. I've heard certain people say that Icequeendom looks bad, and
They're right.
They're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Especially the pre-Blu-ray
like
version,
some parts
but
of it
even
look
then.
rough, but at the same time, that's an anime. Oh, what do you
Yeah.
mean? Episode 5 at minute 50 at minute 15 doesn't look as great as the first 3 and last 3 episodes. That's so weird. It's like, no, like,
Well, that's an indication of poor budgeting and distribution
Yes.
of the animation effort. Also, do I need to raise the fact that the fucking fight sequences are over animated? Like you can you can animate in the wrong direction too. Like you can also
Like-
overdo it and they look ugly as shit.
Yeah, like one thing we gotta make it clear here, when we're talking about whether the animation is good, we're not just talking about during the fight scenes. We're talking about the moment-to-moment happenings of like the characters moving and talking and the way scenes are shot and directed just outside of those moments. In terms of Icequeendom, there's barely any of it is animated at all. The backgrounds look like shit, especially in the dream world.
It's not
and
very
just-
inventive to begin with. Like that's already a
No.
problem.
And and despite this being made by Studio Shaft, which granted it's not being directed by their A-list animator Akiyuki Shimbo, who directed the Monogatari series and other things. But at the very least, they could have shot things way better than they did. Like the only parts of the show that were well directed were some of the dream sequences and the parts where Shadow Weiss is talking with like the shadow versions of her family. That's about it.
Edgardo didn't hate. Oh, sorry. Was it who was it? No, Crimson Shadow said, "I didn't hate Icequeendom. At least not all of it. There are things to like in Icequeendom, but it's largely I just kind of see it as a waste of time. It's not like if you're gonna watch it or Volume 1, it's sort of a pick your poison type deal. Neither are particularly great.
you know why. But yeah, solid. All right.
Okay, so
next
he's
one.
ranked that animation being low quality as a B tier. What do we think about that?
I mean, like, if you say it only applies the animation, I guess it's because he is making the concession that the first 3 seasons and volumes 4 and 5 animations are subpar. But like,
Well, he
I
said
don't know, man.
basically
He
he started at an S with that. Like he said, oh, if you're only talking about the first 3, then it's an S, but everything else brings it down to a B, which actually surprises me considering he says, oh, the rest of it is solid, but wouldn't that bring it down to like a C or a D?
That's what I was about to say. Like, why wouldn't it be a D in your eyes then?
Especially because like you can easily excuse the first 3 volumes for being much more indie in terms of how it was developed.
Exactly.
So
I would say that his B ranking for that is actually pretty good. Like it's fairly decent. Like you can say we can disagree on like whether the animation gets like really good or whatever after volume 3 or technically what he said after volume 6. But like I think that his criticism of animation, putting it in B tier is fairly okay. Yeah.
I would still put it in A tier because the show sells itself so much on its animation. It's such an important
That is fair.
element. So I think
And its
generally I
action
would agree that
sequences.
putting it there is fine, but because of how big the reputation of its animation is, I think it needs to be a little bit higher.
I would say high B, low A.
That sounds about
sounds
right.
about right, yeah. Nameless, what if people enjoyed something like RWBY as a guilty pleasure and accepted the fact that there are way better stuff out there? That's fine.
I mean, we no.
I
we're
enjoy
gonna hunt
RWBY.
we're gonna, no, guys, no. We're gonna hunt those people down, and we're gonna steal their TVs, and then we're gonna replace them with ones that only show Cowboy Bebop. That's what we're gonna do. No, we obviously don't have issues with those.
Salazar,
They're
isn't it
obviously
unfair to say Volume 9 has bad animation? You guys are more aware of the small details. Well, if he's going to rank the problems that people have with the show, he should actually engage the problems that people have in the show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
shouldn't he be the one who understands the finer details as well? He's making the tier list about it.
Yeah, this is us commenting on his lack of knowledge and his lack of observation. There's a lot about, because how a lot of people engage with most content is that they remember the emotional highs, and then everything else kind of gets filtered off into a blur, as opposed to kind of really analyzing and watching things that all go into each other. And it's why a lot of people completely forget that in order to reach those emotional highs, you need things building up to it. Things will not have the same amount of impact if you don't. So that's, I guess, to put it into an equivalence, is there are shows, for just off the top of my head, Evangelion, which build to certain payoffs where it's like a nice, in our minds, it's kind of a blurry mess, but it's more like a pile of sand that very nicely has been compacted and built into a ramp leading up to the top of a spire. Meanwhile, with RWBY, it's like a very thick, murky swamp that sometimes changes in elevation, and when you get to the spire, you have to pull yourself up to the top of it. Like,
it's so murky, Shrek doesn't want it.
Yeah. So you definitely remember the spire, but how well are you going to remember the swamp on the way there? Like, that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Miles and Carrie are bad people.
Wait, what?
I don't know why. But yeah, solid. All right. Next one.
What? We don't even know what that is. Wait, okay. Is there something in the description about that? Or not in the description, in the comments about that? Does he have a pinned comment?
Let's see. He doesn't have a lot of views on this video. Only
I mean, probably not.
Do I remember just having a little
dog? That is a choppy ass mistake.
No.
Holy shit, dog.
Okay, is that like splitting the animation one? He just
maybe?
I don't know. I would have to continue without it, but we'll forever not know what this Jaune image was about. Maybe he'll double back on it.
I kind of have to imagine that, like, it's something about I don't know, like, because the only thing that I'm thinking of is like that one video that Critter made about that whole scene.
That's all I can think about. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I remember.
Miles are bad people.
Whoa!
I don't think you can tell that from a show.
bad people.
Also, yeah.
I mean,
And we'll be getting into something else a little later down the line. But yeah. So, trying to judge people's morality and whether or not they are horrible human beings based off of the TV show they write is
a little weird.
I mean, I agree. That's a little weird. I just
a
don't
little,
know who's
although
doing that.
I will push back a little bit on him, because sometimes people write moral messaging that is questionable.
Yeah.
Like, you can, I'm trying to think of a good example off the top of my head of, like, that's not a message I don't think you want to send. Batwoman. Batwoman is filled with this shit.
Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. That show is
terrible. Because Kate Kane is insufferable, but she's always colored as though she's in the right.
Yes.
Yep.
And, like, it does make you question, what is the morality of the people writing this show?
Yeah.
I would partially agree with it. I will also disagree on the idea that you should judge an author based off of their like the morality of the things that they write, because unless if you have an understanding of who the author is as a person, either by
It's hard to determine.
Yeah, because how do you know necessarily whether or not they are writing their politics into the work, or if they just have an interesting concept that they're choosing to write through this level of this direction of politics, and maybe they don't understand necessarily in a way that like maybe you would, or maybe an expert or whoever, because it's just a story that they want to write, and it's just an interesting concept that they want to write, and they don't really want to have to get into the politics too much of the book.
I'm generally right there with you, because like I'm about to say, like, there are questionable things, but at the end of the day, I don't know these guys and they seem pretty chill. It could just be they were being stupid. That's really it.
Yeah, well that's basically it, especially since, you know, let's be honest, most people, even writers at times, have not really like thoroughly interrogated their own worldviews or certain aspects of it, or how they want to like actually project it or express it through their art. So like, yeah, making those judgments makes it even harder to make those judgments, because it implies they went through that internal like thought process.
Yeah. Like I was speaking just generally, not specifically like Miles and Carrie,
Right.
but
Yeah. No.
I have heard a lot of criticism about these two men over the years. Some of them more valid than others. Like their writing is questionable for the most part, and yada yada yada. But to make moral proclamations about them as people, I think, is when people do step too far into this territory of gosh, what's the word? Why am I forgetting all of the words today?
Moral fuck. I think I know.
No. Like when you parasocialism.
Yeah. Look up the first movie played at the U.S. White House. I know about. Oh, what is it? That Song of the South. I know about that.
Not Song of the South.
That's not.
Sorry, not Song of the South. Sorry. Founding of a Nation. Birth of a Nation. That's it. Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation. Yeah.
Which, for the record, isn't just the first movie shown at the White House. I believe it's the first feature-length film ever. So, that's that. Why? Because like that's also more a reflection of the time. Like that's another issue that you got to take into consideration is judging people by modern day standards compared to their past selves, compared to past standards. We all want to pretend like everyone is somehow morally virtuous and anyone that thinks differently than us is bad. But back then there was a lot of common thought process. I don't encourage those thought processes, but I recognize that was common at the time. It wasn't. Yes. It's not something. It's something to observe and recognize. And were those people here today, I would do my damnedest to convince them otherwise. But it's not something that I can control, and I can't condemn them for the culture that they were raised in. Strictly speaking, I can condemn the culture, but the individuals I must have some sort of lenience for.
Sure.
Yeah. I did not expect to have a thought about Birth of a Nation today.
But yeah, the point is, the judging Miles and Carrie based on as people based on the show is, for the most part, kind of cringe.
I'm not doing this group watch anymore because we are shifting Bad Fanfiction Night an hour earlier.
Potentially,
and I just don't think
I actually think I can't do that now that I'll talk about it later, but anyway, you go.
Okay. But like there was a lot of discussion about Miles and Carrie and about the whole White Fang subplot and how both of them are white men, so both of them are racist or have racist tendencies.
Talked about that a lot.
And I had to correct them, and I'm like, no, Miles is Hispanic.
Yeah,
because they didn't know that. Like, you can't just say that somebody that you don't know much about their personal lives is this, that, or the other, because you don't know. They don't. You can't know those things just based off of appearances. So like, he looks white, but his father was Mexican. Not just Hispanic, but he was actually from Mexico.
He was Mexican. He converted to Asian later in life. Sorry, the operative word was. I'm just like I couldn't resist. Did his father pass away? Am I making a joke about it?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, I didn't know.
I never heard of that.
I was using the past tense because I'm assuming that he's living in America now. So it's like he was from Mexico.
Right.
Past tense.
Yeah. But also someone was bringing up how they talked about Ironwood losing his arm, meaning that he's losing parts of his humanity. I take an issue with this because everyone's like, oh, it's ableist. People getting debilitating injuries and being representative of them losing parts of themselves has been like at the heart of so much storytelling for ages. We're talking like prehistoric times.
Yeah, and I never really heard about that using that ever really resulting in any negative impacts on amputees in real life or people who use prosthetics.
Well, no, there is a lot of stuff. Like just because you don't necessarily see it, doesn't mean that it's not.
I'm not
present.
saying I'm not saying that it doesn't happen or that it's not present. I'm just not sure how widespread that is. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's also the thing too, is like the more that these become kind of stereotypical things to do without really diving into these themes and stuff. If you're just going to be lazy with them and say like every time that you have a character who is an amputee, part of their humanity has been lost. And the whole idea of like, how much. Well, it's a thing with Land of the Lustrous too. How much do you have to lose in order to become not human anymore? Ironwood sort of explores that, and they're basically saying like you have to lose this much until you're no longer human and you're just like this weird robotic monster of a person, and that can stick in your brain, and you can kind of have these biases of where you kind of look at somebody with an amputation and be like, that person is kind of lesser than me because they're not whole.
Yeah. So
and, as someone who has a cousin who was born without her leg, can take exceptions to that.
No, absolutely. Like the art about what I think is they just fumbled Ironwood's descent to begin with. Like, I'm actually all for the symbology of him willingly sacrificing his arm. Like, it shows what he is willing to sacrifice in his single-minded goal of protecting Atlas. Like, thematically, that ties together quite nicely. I just think they fumbled Ironwood in general, and that ended up poisoning that moment in retrospect.
I guess in a way you could say that it's sort of counterbalanced by how they treated Yang, because they don't treat her as if she lost her humanity as a result of.
Well, they kind of bring that up though. They do, especially in Volume 9.
But like the point to be made is that like they aren't. I just treat that as them being like unobservant about their own work. They're not really analyzing what they're talking about. They had one theme in mind and didn't realize that it had backfired on them. They hadn't like they did this really cool moment that actually like ties really nicely into an overall theme, and then basically as a result of their future writing they didn't support it. Ironically, they cut the legs out from under themselves.
Yeah. Well, like that's kind of what I was saying. Like it's not that you can't talk about these themes or use these themes. It's lazy theming. It's irresponsible theming. If you're going to not really think about how you want to portray this thing or use this kind of character and you just slap them in there and you only do it half-assed, it can come off as very offensive, and it can give unintentional messaging that you did not intend to have in there.
Yeah.
And we see that with so many characters in RWBY, not just Ironwood, but also Yang, Blake, and Adam, and even RWBY.
Suicide thing with the RWBY in Volume 9.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
mentioned Ruby as you were speaking because I just thought of her. But like, yeah, it's just lazy theming just all around, and it's
Mhm.
people do mostly talk about Ironwood and Adam for that, but it is just a problem across the board with their writing.
Because
Right.
and there's plenty of good examples. Like for all the problems that Land of the Lustrous has, its idea and the execution in the anime was pretty cool because these things aren't human. Their personality is diffused across their physical form. So them losing.
Well, no, they are.
Well, again,
They are human.
They are human, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like they don't work on the
Yeah.
same bodily principle as us. Their personality is diffused through their physical form, so losing a part of themselves is literally losing a part of themselves. Like it's a literal interpretation. That's pretty neat.
Yes.
It comes to a lot of cool developments.
Yep.
Then you get like Deus Ex and Cyberpunk, which all would both tackle the nature of transhumanism, and they talk about like, you know, when you're willingly cutting off parts of yourself to replace it with like hardware that's superior to your former bodily form, you're possibly losing parts of yourself, and characters question what they're doing and why. Adam Jensen, famous "I didn't ask for this" line. You know, he's morose over the fact that like his entire body gets shredded, and he's now had it replaced with like 80% technology, like the RoboCop dilemma.
And then you have a bit more of like, not entirely positive, but an explorative range of that with Ghost in the Shell. With specifically the main character, whose 90% of her body is cybernetic, except for her brain and neurons.
And then at the very end, where she's all robot, technically speaking, she's just like neurons. It's like you can tackle this kind of concept about the nature of what it means to lose a part of your physical self in tandem thematically with losing a part of your personality or a part of your like mental self. You can do that really well, and I got really annoyed by people saying you can't, specifically because Ironwood and how they handled him dropped the ball.
Yeah.
But I think that is like the main problem with the criticisms is that they don't acknowledge anything outside of RWBY. They just horse blinders zero in on Ironwood and talk about him like he is in a vacuum, like he is the only representation of this.
Yeah, that's probably like the one thing I disagree with in regards to Twin Zink's video about Ironwood. I understand the sentiment behind it, and I do, ultimately we agree that they mishandled this theme, but yeah, there's that.
All right, well, let's see how they. I don't know how they're getting like, oh, Miles and Carrie are awful people as a criticism. That's been so bottom of tier, like trash in terms of criticisms for so long.
Yeah,
it's a little weird. Yeah.
Fair enough, I guess.
Sure.
Well,
all right.
Kind of the disappointing thing about this is that they don't really discuss anything all that much. Like they mostly just talked about the animation. Well, like half of the video so far has been introduction. And then like most of whatever was left has been the animation, and then skipping over Jaune and address.
Yeah,
they're saying, oh, Miles and Carrie are bad people due to their writing. That's weird. That's gross. Moving on.
Yeah, like maybe elaborate why people would think that. What are the incidents? Because he's like, oh, Jay's like saying the Tifa stripper incident, maybe, where he called Tifa from Final Fantasy VII a stripper friend. And it's like, I don't know if that really that's just him trying to be funny, I think.
Yeah.
Really poor taste, but I think it's him trying to be funny.
Not really landing with the joke, but it's like I wouldn't call him a bad person because of that.
Yeah. It just
if he had like a lot of jokes like that, I would maybe start to think,
Yeah, that's another thing, I suppose, where it's like, in regards to judging authors is that you have to look at the patterns of their behaviors and the way they do certain things in their writing. If it's not really consistently like that, then more than likely it's just stupidity.
Yeah,
Because-
that's what I was trying to say earlier before Raymond interrupted me. Was the patterns. You have to notice the patterns. You can't just look at one book and then judge them for it.
How can we
Well,
notice the
we-
patterns? They're terrible at doing texture work in this show.
Yeah. Yeah, we can say that they're if we want to have a moral compunction about texture work,
Yeah.
then we can say that they're bad people.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, now we're on the gravestone, so let's see what this is about.
This one,
Yeah.
the show's dead.
Yes!
I mean,
The show is
no
currently
content
dead,
for
and
2 years.
and
I
it-
mean,
they're struggling to revive it in some way, shape, or form in a different company after basically being handed an eviction notice.
Yeah.
It is dead. They are currently trying to dig its grave back up.
yeah. That's not even
Like-
a criticism. That's just a statement of fact. What?
Well, I mean, I guess to be fair, people have been saying that the show's been dead for a long time, and they just keep pooping out different volumes. They're kind of like keeping this coma patient alive,
I mean,
despite the fact that they have a
Yeah.
And like, honestly, I think this might be our one and only like S tier criticism, because like
Yeah, it kind of
It's
is.
kind of true right now.
it is
Yeah.
kind of true.
Okay.
Like, there's no volume
least
10. There's
we're
no more
agreement
beyond
there.
content. There's no spin-off. There's no nothing. Like,
Yep.
there's nothing to
No
the show.
Icequeendom season 2.
Yeah. So like,
Thank
this
God.
is like the show being dead actually there.
You're accurate.
Like, for, it's actually something that the RWBY fandom is like, hey, this sucks, and everyone's like, or like the show's dead, and everyone's like, yeah, the show's dead. Correct.
Yep.
Why are you
And,
talking
it-
more about this than
It's
Miles
our-
and
it's our
Carrie
prob-
being bad
It
people?
might be our only S tier. We
Or
will see.
or freaking
Yeah,
Jaune
maybe.
in a dress.
Maybe we'll get some
Maybe.
others. All right. Next is the meme
This
is
is-
can I copy your homework? That's what this is based on.
Oh.
Of course.
Oh.
oh, interesting.
Oh, is it like the anime homework thing? That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. What?
Yeah, let's see.
No.
Huh?
Or yeah.
This is just the text for can I copy your homework? Sure, but don't make it too obvious. So basically saying RWBY is unoriginal. Now, a lot of people
mean,
like
it
to bring
is.
up Avatar and Cowboy Bebop. Both of those points are really stupid because I'm just gonna
Yeah.
be
Last
frank.
time I checked, Avatar did not invent the number 4.
They did not.
Pretty much.
I mean,
And-
no,
but
but
they
they
still
did so in
chose
a
it.
highly specific way. Like, I'm sorry, 4 maidens that are able to use 4 elements spread across the entire
okay,
planet.
okay.
which the gang has
Hold-
to travel around.
In fairness, the maidens aren't like aligned to a specific element.
I mean, no, I meant like each of them control 4 different elements. Or
No, they just have straight
all
up
the-
magic. That's literally it.
yeah, they just
Yeah.
they just have magic, and then they reincarnate. Well, they don't reincarnate. Their power gets passed down to a different person.
You Gox, they're doing Weekend at Ruby's.
Weekend at RWBY. Yeah, it sounds like a Discord call if I ever heard it.
But no,
yeah.
okay. So like, you guys are immediately going to Avatar and
Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop,
as like the,
Final Fantasy VIII. Like that's
Yes.
it baffles me that no one talks about this. RWBY is just a worse Final Fantasy VIII, which is baffling to me because Final
which is
Fantasy
impressive,
VIII is
because
bad.
that game's story is definitely not up to snuff.
But it's
Well-
one of Monty's favorites, and you can see things like the flaming dog cannon was
Yeah.
straight up ripped from it. The 4 schools, the 4 major
The
combat
concepts of
schools,
freaking gun blades and shit, transforming weapons.
all ripped straight
Uh,
from Final Fantasy VIII, which we all know that Monty adored.
Yeah. And not to mention all the other like anime homework that he specifically gave to Miles and Carrie as
He
you know,
always
tips
says
for
that
understanding
Aura
anime.
should have been Nen. That Aura is just shitty Nen from Hunter x Hunter.
Yes.
Which I've never seen,
is.
so I can't speak to, but I know that reference.
Yeah.
So it's like,
And
yeah,
then-
and
can't ignore it.
I can't say anything about Final Fantasy VIII because I've never played that. But like, yeah, the thing is that when you talk about your inspirations, people are going to start comparing your inspirations to your work. And if your inspirations, what you put into the work based off of that, if it's not needed into the work properly, like you're shaping dough and you're kneading it, if you're not
Right.
kneading it into the work and you just have like these big patches of flour in your dough,
Then it's gonna be
then-
derivative.
yeah, it's going to be derivative. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just how that works. And a lot of people see that there is a lot of flour in your dough. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but that's just how RWBY kind of is.
Yep.
Cowboy
And it-
Bebop did not invent the scene of someone getting robbed in a store. So
Yeah.
also Gurren Lagann did not
I
invent drills, nor drills being attached on giant robots.
No,
Oh my
it
God.
didn't. But
Okay.
it was massively popular at the time, and
Yes.
obviously got borrowed. Like yes, it
Here's-
didn't invent it, but they're also being derivative of all those other works as well.
Yes.
Here's the thing that I find that people don't really understand is that just because something has existed before doesn't mean that you necessarily have gotten inspiration from this thing. Sure.
Yes.
However, just because you know that the thing exists doesn't mean that they also haven't gotten this
I-
thing from that. And if
Mhm.
you know for a fact, which we do, that they got anime homework and thus were meant to take from those properties and put them into the show, you can safely assume that maybe they have some flour in their dough and that they didn't properly need those scenes or those moments or those themes or those whatever into RWBY properly, which is
Yeah.
why HBomberguy talked about the whole thing about Cowboy Bebop and the robbing the store thing.
So
Because
Yeah.
there's a reason why Spike did the things that he did in the way that he did them. But RWBY was just there for no reason. She was just it was coincidence. And there was no reason why the guy had to involve her in it. Because
Yeah.
she wasn't they were there specifically for dust. They didn't know
Yeah.
whether or not she had dust on her. She was just reading a magazine.
Yep.
Why did they have to go up to her?
they got flour all
You
over
involve
the
her in the
place. It's just like-
story.
it's in all the cracks and crannies where the sun don't shine, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Uh,
there's a scene. Fuck, I'm trying to remember.
Gathering
but-
Tinder, part 25. Plushy the scribe. For some gods, the decree seems little more than an excuse to indulge in sadistic desires. Others proclaimed righteous zeal as families met their end on their command. Oh, damn.
Nice.
Mhm.
Also, Epic Keo for $2 says, I thought I was the only one that saw the comparison. Nope.
Yeah, I've been calling Final Fantasy VIII since Volume 2.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, freaking actually a show that I've recently watched, well, rewatched because I was showing Pete, is Giant Robo, the animation, which is a seven episode OVA, done by a very, very great animator and director. It's pretty much derivative of what we know in the West as Gigantor, but in the West it's Tessugen 28 and similar like super robot stories at the time, as well as tokusatsu and other things that were relevant like during those times of animation, right? But it's filled with so much love and personality and original in the way it orders these things and utilizes them in its narrative, that it becomes a celebration of those things as well as its own thing. That's what RWBY was trying to do with all the anime and games and stuff that it was inspired from, but didn't achieve.
Yeah, I mean, good. I was gonna say because like I'm just inspired by Twi's video covering all the things leading up to Digimon. If you were inspired by Digimon, you were inspired by Godzilla, which was inspired by the creature from 20,000 Leagues.
Yeah, which was inspired by Godzilla again, which was inspired by Japanese yokai.
Yep. It all you can find the derivative nature of things all the way back. It's whether how honest you were about it. And like In the early volumes, I can forgive a lot because, again, I always viewed it as this indie thing that people were just having fun with. They're throwing in references they like. That sort of stuff is goofy fun. The more serious it got, the more you have to hold its feet to the fire. So when the half point of volume 3 rolls around and they're starting to rip shit off, that's where it starts to get a little bit more iffy, especially when they get dicey around whether or not they were inspired by something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like there's other shows that have little inspirations and little references as well. Like Steven Universe has a lot of anime inspiration and references in the show. You can probably point out all of the different references from Captain Harlock to
just
Sailor
magical
Moon to
Sailor
Akira.
What's Utena?
Utena, yeah.
Like there
But, like,
were
when
a lot
you-
of things that inspired that, but like Steven Universe is very distinctly its own thing still.
Yeah.
Like you can look
And-
at a single shot from that show and you can absolutely say, okay, this is Steven Universe.
And one of the things that is kind of an important distinction between RWBY's references and Steven Universe's references is, for the most part, Steven Universe's references are just little jokes that have nothing really to do with the overall plot. And the one time where one of their references actually was quite significant, they did something rather unique with the concept. Instead of just ripping it off wholesale, but also enough that you knew for a fact that they knew what they were talking about when making the reference with Captain Harlock.
Yeah.
So like it's a combination of knowing when to place your references, and also if you are going to make a significant reference that is going to have impact on your story, you should show how much you are inspired by and love the thing that you are referencing, but also enough to also have the respect for it to make it its own thing in your work.
Yeah, Teddy Bear
'Cause that
Paladin
is
actually puts it pretty well. My issue with the derivative elements is that they are taking the surface of those elements and with the original substance removed and little given of their own to replace it or put a spin on it.
Pretty much.
That's a perfect way to word it. It's a hollow husk of the idea. It doesn't actually have any of
And
the
no other volume says that better, in my opinion, than Volume 9.
I mean, here's a good question. What is the thematic weight of Aura? Like, there is nothing deeper to Aura other than it's an energy shield from the soul. It's like, what does that mean? We're not going to answer that question.
Yeah, like, if I were to pull something out of my ass, I would probably say it's a demonstration of, like, people's inner willpower and their individuality. Something like that. But,
no, that's semblance.
Oh, right, yeah, that's semblance. So I guess Aura is just willpower then? Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of in the void.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what else they have to say about this RWBY totally not being derivative.
Yeah, people have complained about that too.
People have
Oh,
complained
jeez.
about that? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Your string is influenced.
Huh?
You can take influence
Yeah.
and inspiration from things that you see.
Well,
and
the
it's
thing is,
not plagiarism.
the thing is too, I always like kind of ask this question if someone's talking about that. Okay, so if someone takes a little bit from everything around it and then merges it all together into one story, does that not create something new then?
No, not really.
Not necessarily. It depends on the execution.
Not if it's like you're
Look.
combining multiple different types of oil that don't actually merge
Yeah,
together.
yo.
They're all just
Like,
kind of sitting on the surface of a bottle.
If you
of
put in
water.
ketchup and mustard and hot sauce and soy sauce and all the different sauces in
Okay,
one freaking
okay, I was gonna
bottle.
say, you joke, but like I've seen combination of like special sauces that are made with a lot of love and care that combine up like mayonnaise and mustard and relish and
Yeah.
and you mix it all together you have to measure it all properly, but when you mix it together, it creates a great sauce. But with them, it's just like a bunch of shit that's been like thrown next to each other without any real mind for how they interact.
Yeah,
And
it's
like
bootleg.
Yeah.
Bootleg.
they have to tie it together with strings at the very end because they haven't really thought it through.
Like there is a difference between an anime music video and a clip show, my guys.
Yeah.
With an AMV, yes, a lot of it is derivative stuff because you are taking it from either one anime or maybe different anime, and you are putting them together. But if you are a good AMV maker, you have a vision for the story. You aren't just putting random clips to music and making the images flash on screen to the beat, because that is really terrible AMV making. You need to have a story that you are making when you are making the AMV in order to have the viewer flow through the music and flow through the scenes, to have it establish something meaningful when you're watching it. But if you're just throwing random clips together and just putting them to the beat, you are going to have a visual mess that might give somebody like not only like visual whiplash, but you might even like send them to the hospital or something like that.
Yeah.
You sound as far away for a second.
Oregon.
Yeah, I go back and forth. My mic isn't like planted to my face, so I have to lean forward to talk into it. My apologies.
Yeah. But like
Like,
that's the
yeah.
difference between something that is derivative and something that is not. Are you just planting random things and barely doing anything significant with them and just having them as they are, or are you actually doing something with it? And what RWBY is, and this the frustrating thing, is that they're putting the smudge tool on these clips, but they aren't changing them into anything specific. They don't have a vision for it.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, we have the proof of Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah. Like, Smash
Okay, but
Bros, you
Super
literally
Smash Brothers is good. It's a genuinely technically awesome game.
They
That is
took a
well-balanced.
lot of care and time to take all the disparate elements and make them merge into a game where you can see Captain Falcon standing next to Toon Link, and it doesn't look weird. Do you know how much skill that takes? It is an incredible amount of work, and just to throw it out there as if it's easy, fucking Sakurai almost died on like making every single one of those games from the stress.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that
Not only
man
that-
deserves a rest.
Not only that, but most of the Smash games, at least the later ones, have a basic story to them that makes sense for what it is. Like, yeah, you can say that Marvel vs. Capcom or Smash Bros. Or Dissidia are these very derivative things, but there's a reason why they exist outside of just we want to put these characters together and have them fight. You have something that's more than that makes it so that you're interested in playing these games, because otherwise, sure, the first Smash game could have been a novelty where you have these characters fighting each other, but they looked out of place. The gameplay was kind of weird. There was nothing really there outside of just these characters are fighting. Cool. It is a novelty. Now everyone is going to forget it, and nobody would really want to do anything more with it.
Right.
Because that's just what it is. But that is the difference.
You remember
Right?
PlayStation All-Stars.
Oh yeah, that too.
That happened.
But barely anyone talks about it.
No one talks about it. The freaking WB multiverses, which RWBY was slated to be in, ironically. That's dead. You wonder why these don't succeed, is that they don't have the same skill. And maybe not for lack of trying, but some of these people just aren't cut out to do things. Like, it can be true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
every single fighter.
Yeah,
or
that's why I
every
said sucks
all
to
these
suck.
video game characters, smash them into one game, and then you get a brand new video game out of it.
Yeah.
And like,
Okay, but is
Yeah.
the video game good?
Put
maybe
them
not.
together and compete.
Yeah,
So.
Yeah.
You gotta be yeah.
Ah.
Ugox, it's like salad dressing. Bunch of different things: oil, vinegar, herb, and seasonings. If you don't blend them together, they just lay on top of each other. Yep.
Yeah, essentially.
Yep. Like
Maybe not the great.
I have actually a ketchup blend that is in my fridge right now. It's pickled flavored ketchup, which is
Ah.
very weird. And I was very scared to try it, but it's actually very delicious. And
Yeah.
you can use it as a substitute without if you don't have pickles or if you don't have relish. You can just put like the pickle flavored ketchup on your hot dog or your burger or whatever, and it can be like you have the
Burger.
pickles and relish on it. Yeah.
Raichi, to answer your question, RWBY is not in Multiverses. She was slated to be in there. We know she was data mined. I'm pretty sure her model was in
Yes.
the game files.
Yeah.
Or no, her voice lines. I think was it voice lines or something along those lines.
Yeah, they somebody day mined like that there were some like voice lines that were going to be in the game, but that didn't end up happening.
Yeah, game died before that.
This example, but the idea of saying,
Yeah.
and like to be fair, there is some bits like,
And that's more literal than this is implying, anyways.
yeah,
You guys like me
So,
being
yeah.
right up against my
I don't know,
microphone?
It's pretty bad.
I like delicious microphone.
What the fuck? Why?
Anyway,
The ASMR is crazy, guys.
they
It really is.
Raymond eats a microphone ASMR. So how do we feel about putting the "you copied my homework" in F tier?
That is absolutely dog shit.
It should be C or B. Like I
at
think
least
that's
C
fair.
or B at least.
Raymond, save
Yeah.
that for bad fan fiction
Like
night.
even if
I'll save that for the sticky bread. Yeah.
like here's the thing,
Yeah.
even if you disagree with the criticism applying to RWBY, I feel like these guys don't understand what the specific criticism even is. And
Yeah,
that's
no,
the
they don't.
problem.
Yeah.
Like it's not that we're mad that it's inspired by something. It's the way it uses those elements.
For the record, guys, I
Yeah.
was doing that because I was mocking one of the other commentators on this. Their mic. He was eating his mic.
Oh
Oh.
yeah. Which
But
is really
okay.
weird because simultaneously he's also so fucking far away.
Well,
Like I didn't even know that there
why.
was a second guy at
there are
first.
three. There are three guys.
Yeah, there are
Oh,
three
there are
different
three of them.
guys.
Yeah, there's the main guy, and then there's two others who are
evolving.
all like at different ranges from the micro. I'm not sure how they have it set up. I like to imagine
Oh.
they're all sitting on each other's laps.
No, they can't be. It's just three guys on a table and they have a single microphone.
It's three guys sitting on each other's laps, 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
I was just thinking that. God damn it!
You guys, about time you tapped into the ASMR market. I know, I gotta tap into it more.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Cake, I'd say.
Solid
Yeah.
F tier moment.
Yeah.
Oh
But it is
my God.
probably better than trying to judge Miles and Carrie's personalities based off of how they write a TV show.
Well, that's because it's psychotic
Yeah, that's a
behavior to
little
do
crazy.
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Next is them but basically them ruining Monty's image or Monty's plan or
Monty's
Monty's
vision,
whatever. Basically, after he died and doing whatever they wanted after, right? And once again, this is another F tier.
Okay, so I
Why,
really
though?
hate how inaccurate he is with his language here. This is them defiling Monty's legacy or disregarding Monty's legacy, like Monty's plans. Like there are different categories going on into this one image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A ninja bot says, currently writing a fic about 4 Grims who, by stealing your rule of old Grim equals smart Grim, gain sentience and now have to deal with it. Advice. God, that's a hard one.
Here's the thing. Okay, gain sentience, sure. What about sapience? What
I
about
think that's what he means.
morality?
People use that interchangeably. I think sapience is the word.
Yeah, but like but here that's what I was getting at. Like, you can have sapience and sentience without human morality. So what about if they gained human morality?
There's that. I would also recommend look at Freerun, Beyond
Yes.
Journey's End. The demons in that would probably be right up your alley for that kind of thing.
Absolutely. I think, because I think that's a very unique. That's a show that tackles the subject of when these beings have some kind of sentience or sapience in a very unique way that you could use as inspiration for your work. Because just because these different beings might attain some sort of sentience or sapience doesn't mean it would have to coincide with our human morality.
Dederex, sapiens is the new sentience.
Oh my god.
Well, if you don't know the difference between sentience and sapience, then that would be.
You
very
might not be
confusing, wouldn't
sapient.
it?
All right, so defiling Monty's legacy. Let's tackle that facet first. Do we think that they are defiling Monty's legacy, or I guess ruining his plans?
I mean, we'll never know. So
Yeah, we won't know.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think Saito is correct in that, and like there wasn't really a plan. Like, he just had a concept, and then he threw spaghetti at the wall.
Yep.
And then sometimes he smeared it around, and then sometimes he took some of the spaghetti away and then put like
Yes.
some broccoli on there.
Yeah.
To say that, I look at this as
Yeah, there's some new art by Daigatsu.
when did this happen?
I think it's when we mentioned the no bitches is in this list. Well, in this case, no plot.
Oh,
But earlier in this.
I love the
Holy
stare.
fuck.
It's so good.
Yeah.
That might be my new profile picture.
No, put as your wallpaper on Twitter.
I don't think it's wide enough for Twitter wallpaper.
You probably.
I guess I could comedically stretch it.
Daigato, make it wider.
No, don't say that.
Boy.
But okay, so Saito is right. Monty, there's weirdly a weird divergence people get off, and I think I might agree with it being an F or D tier.
Yeah.
I would maybe put it in D tier because I do think occasionally they try to hide behind. I mean, God, I am so sick of hearing keep moving forward.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They keep trying to refresh themselves on his legacy and trying to be reverent of him, but in doing so, they overcorrect and they just make it kind of sickening.
Yeah.
Like
It
if I had
becomes
my
kind of
way,
obnoxious and preachy.
it would have been the
love that.
the sunrise or sunset in volume 3 with the birds forming his signature. It would have stayed there and ended there with that, and then continued on. I think that's all you needed to do to address it. But they I don't know though. I don't think they've used Monty as a shield. I think it's a lot of the fandom debating back and forth whether or not Monty had an image.
The only time they really say anything about it is when other people bring it up, at least from my knowledge anyways, because we have no reason to believe at present that they would diverge to a large extent away from what Monty would even want, assuming that he even had a plan, just for some malicious agenda or something like that. That's deranged.
It's just it always goes back to me. It's like, guys, Monty was not a good writer. That's always,
that too.
Whenever anyone tries to
But,
bring up this argument, I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care if they deviate
it
from
doesn't
Monty's
matter.
plan. Monty's plan probably was shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Number one, it doesn't matter. And number two, even if it did, they wouldn't do that.
I mean, we've talked about how frustrating it must have been to work with Monty, not just as an animator, but kind of as a storyteller, where he doesn't he didn't understand the concept of collaborative work. He is just
Mhm.
a 3-year-old child in his sandbox, and then another child comes into the sandbox and wants to build a castle with him, but then he just doesn't know how to interact with the other child. That is Monty with RWBY and with working with other people on the project. Like, he just doesn't know how to. He didn't know how to do that, really.
And it goes back to Monty was the one to make Poser their main animation thing in the
Specifically
There's
because
also
that's what he used, and he didn't want to learn other programs, even if it meant that everyone else would be more comfortable.
I would
Yeah.
be fascinated to see what RWBY looked like if he had still been alive during, like, if Volume 4 would have still been on Poser, or if they have a strong arm.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Because pretty sure, wasn't it proved by Monty's brother that the shit was already planned by Monty?
honestly,
No?
Remember
not
correctly?
getting into that, just getting into, hey, why are we using a dead guy's, like,
We're using a dead guy to push our fucking our agenda.
yeah,
I mean,
Like,
yeah,
it's-
that's gross.
it's
I
not
agree.
great. It's very bad, and it makes it makes certain people look really dumb. And on top of that, trying to determine what a dead person would like, or whether or not the dead person would be happy with this show currently, is just kind of like a mute point, because they're
The word
Kinda.
is moot. I get so frustrated that everyone thinks it's mute point. It is moot. MOOT. Moot.
God fucking damn it.
I mean, I've already covered everything I want to say about Monty, so all I'm left is with
No,
this
that is
persnickety
true.
shit.
Let's get pedantic up in here. Oh god.
I
Alright.
get like that all the time. Like, whenever somebody mispronounces a word, and like, it's like the first time it's like, okay, so maybe they just misspoke. But if they keep doing it, it's like, can you please say it correctly? Ah.
Don't be moody, Celtic. Mods, fire that man into orbit.
But
dead. And like,
Yeah.
yes, they're the original creator, but the original creator entrusted it to other people.
I mean, yeah.
So, like,
Yeah, and there's no
you know,
reason to
don't get me
believe
wrong,
that
I'm
people did
sad that
badly.
he's gone, but like, we can't be like, oh, you know, it's just weird. And
Yeah,
it's
because
just-
them
Yeah.
saying that is almost like them saying that Monty had no idea what he was doing by giving it to the.
Silver-haired freak, you pushed the moot button. You shouldn't have did that. It makes me wonder what Celtic thinks of who versus whom. That one's a little more, like, complicated.
Whom is starting to get slowly phased out of the English language.
Hmm.
It like, there is so many exceptions in which who and whom overlaps that it makes one almost like it's very rare that you can only use one and not the other. In like using whom instead of who,
Hmm.
because it's slowly being phased out.
It's vestigial at this point.
Yeah.
Also,
That's a good word.
did
for it.
I miss a teddy bear paladin? I did, it looks like. Gathering Tinder, part 26. Captain Sunhoof. I was certain I'd lose my rank once my subordinates reported my evening the field. Instead, the queen sent me in pursuit of the flame boy. I was just fine with that.
Oh damn.
The writers that took over.
yeah,
Very
Yeah.
mild.
it's also like he didn't do everything. Like he
Sure.
He did the fight.
did the
Yeah,
well,
but,
he was a big part of it, but he wasn't the only part of it. It's a TV show, right? So
like it is a team effort.
it's just weird.
Right.
It's just a
Yeah,
weird
everybody
criticism,
fucked up.
and it's probably going to be our worst criticism of the list.
Yeah,
Probably.
maybe.
Maybe it will be. Yeah,
My
Um,
last point on that one is, this is used by everyone, critics and
Yes.
fans. It's a shield
Yes.
that it's like
Oh my god, the fans use this so goddamn
it's Monty's
much.
plan,
Yeah,
and
they
like because Monty is dead, you can't say anything bad about his plan, even though if
Yep.
it was his plan, it's a bad plan. If it wasn't his plan, okay, they're the ones that are shepherding this now, so they're in charge of it. That's how it ultimately
Yep.
winds down anyway.
Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Next one is that it peaked at volume 3, and that is completely subjective. I
Yeah.
can see it because after volume 3, the show did definitely change. And
Yeah,
I feel
it
like
definitely changed its tone and everything.
it changed
Yeah,
the
it depends
tone.
on what you're looking for.
I was gonna say, like, I don't know
Well-
if that's really subjective in terms, like, it lost a lot of its heart after volume 3. And
Right.
while that is a very hard metric to prove, most people would agree that volumes 1 through 3 have a distinct feel to them versus 4 through 9. 9 gets a little bit back, like, into a different, like, it finds a different vibe, but a lot of people were attracted to the initial vibe, and so that's why I think a lot of people say it fell off.
Mhm.
Even though, like, ultimately the net zero of it is that everything is about as shit as it was before, just in different ways.
Yeah.
Animation, all that. So I do understand, especially if I trying to put myself in the boots of someone in the past where you watched RWBY and then you started watching it in like 2013, you watched it until like 2015, 2016 when that hit, and then it switches into volume 4. It
And
would
the
be
entire animation style has changed.
yeah, and story beats are different. It's a little slower. It's not monster of the week or episodic. It's more, yeah, it's
But volumes 2 and 3 weren't episodic. It wasn't Monster of the Week. Only volume 1
No.
had that, and volume 1 struggled because it pretended it wasn't.
Yeah.
Like it, I wouldn't even say that it's necessarily monster of the week, because you have like episodes that go off of one another. You have the whole Jaune arc thing going on. That's not really an episode of the week sort of thing. That's more of a mini arc. Like episode of the week stuff is like things don't really progress from one episode to another until you need to get to the plot relevant stuff.
Well, I mean,
So-
I think that that is the kind of the argument to make, is that there
Yeah.
was no plot progression in volume 1. It was all these mini arcs that kind of did their own thing. You get obviously the White Rose arc, then you get the Jaune arc, then you get
Right.
the Black and White arc.
Yeah.
Like after initiation, all forward progression to the plot just stalls out until Roman makes his move on the
On the
until
pier.
Roman makes his move on the pier and Blake decides to run away. Like
Yeah.
literally, like there is no overarching plot in volume 1. It just kind of stops and starts with different little things. That's kind of how I'm trying to word it, is as opposed to volume 2 and volume 3, which had more of a backbone to it, to each of them.
Sorry, I'm getting a little bit distracted by the chat.
Robbie says to check the art channel.
Yes.
Oh. Hold up. Hold up. What are you seeing right now? Hold on.
I'm sending it.
Yeah, they made it wider. There we go.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, I will consider making that my my Twitter.
Your wall. Yeah, there we go. Your Twitter banner. MP. See, chat. We love you guys.
I always love chat. Okay, sorry. You guys were talking about a thing. I was going to say something about it. I have forgotten what it is though, so let's just move on.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
More story arc driven. I can see it. It's
Yeah, because it's a different thing.
yeah, it's not a terrible critique. It's just all right.
Considering how critical I think that damaged RWBY, the loss of Monty's passion, I would probably put that a B, if not A tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Well, I guess
Next.
like what I was going to kind of talk about was like the fact of the how everything was so short and clipped, I guess, in the first volume, like really hurt it. And I can understand like why they
Mhm.
did it that way, but at the same time, they should have probably just kept that going for a longer period of time. Like have
Yeah.
those smaller episodes be sort of do the Steven Universe thing where they have like a lot
Yeah.
of episodes where they're just like these little half things and whatever
Yeah.
I've
before
been
going
saying that
on to
for
the big
years.
plots.
Yep.
Really establish the school, the characters, their dynamics. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of the episodic versus the mini arc stuff is that we
Mhm.
because they're trying to do both of them at once, we don't really get either satisfactorily. And then when it comes to, well, I guess like talking about like the characters falling off and stuff like, or the volumes falling off and stuff like that. I'm actually one of the few people that say that that volume 9 is actually fairly decent. Like not mid, like it's if you're saying that it's like a 5 out of 10, then I would probably say that it's like a low 5 out of 10. But it's not terrible. I would say that it's better than most of the other volumes in RWBY, mainly for the fact that it tried to actually give the characters consequences for their actions, and there was a mostly logical progression for these characters to have arguments in this blowout, and to have RWBY, like RWBY having this dilemma that she struggles with, and these characters struggling with the fact that they're in a place that they barely understand, that they know about technically, but they don't actually. And then trying to find their identities and who they truly are meant to be throughout this. And then it all coming to a head when one of their friends has been found, and then he's having a mental breakdown. And all of this stuff. Like it's great stuff technically. It's just that there are these little niggling things that
Hold it back.
hold it back from being
hold-
really
yeah,
great.
Severely.
They gave RWBY a character arc that's better than 90%
I mean,
of the show.
yeah, essentially, they gave
Yeah.
them character arcs in an actual conflict, which, you know, if you're judging it by that, then yeah, it's marginally better.
Yeah.
Is
RWBY's
The-
writing.
writing, and honestly,
Alright, here we
I
go.
think this might be maybe a B or an A tier.
Oh,
Oh!
that's
Interesting.
surprising.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we can sit back and just listen to this one. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I guess it depends on what you mean, because like saying the writing is objectively bad would be kind of disingenuous.
No, it wouldn't.
No,
No.
it wouldn't. Also,
It
like,
has regular
okay,
plot holes that are not intended to be there.
unless you're like one of those people where like, oh well, there's no such thing as being objectively bad. You know what people mean when they say that. It is from a
Yeah.
normative, critical level. The show is not well written.
Yes.
Okay, so
Simple
like
as.
somebody had mentioned this in the chat before, and that's why I kind of said yes to them. But like,
Okay.
yes, there is like somebody who was talking about like subjectivity versus objectivity and criticism and all that, and like art and quality and all that.
Right.
I'm like, yes, but also no, but also yes, because you have a foundation for quality. And that foundation is objective. You cannot deviate from that. Everything that is on top of that foundation can be subjective. And maybe that maybe everything on top of that can be squishy, or it can be a little bit more solid, but the foundation that you have needs to be solid, or else there is no way that you can even talk about that thing. So when it comes to animation, you have to actually make the characters move, or else it's not animation. That is objective. You have fluidity in your criticism. You can maybe talk about whether or not the fluidity is as good as you would like it to be, but there is also a difference between something that is fluid and you can see the arc of the motion, and something that was on the floor 2 seconds ago and is now up in the air 20 feet off the ground a second later, and there is no progression to get from one to the other.
Yeah, it's you need to ask what is the perceptive intent?
Yeah,
like what is it that they are attempting to do? With RWBY, they are attempting to tell a narrative that is relatively straightforward. So when you have plot points crop up that contradict prior plot points, and there is nothing there to smooth the bumps between the two, it creates what's known as a plot hole or a contrivance. It's that kind of, that is an objective observable fact because you have set a standard that you are measuring it against.
That's what I was going to actually say. It's all about creating a standard and having having a consistency with that standard. Right? Like even though from, I guess, a true objective sense, like if we ask God if RWBY is good, then it's like, okay, well, that's not gonna really matter. But like from our perspective as humans that are just, making a lot of this stuff up, there's something that we can determine there, obviously.
Izanagi says, what's interesting is that I watch Kamen Rider, which generally does 2 episodes per monster, but they still drop small bits of plot progression and have big moments that progress the plot. No, that's typically how it's handled. That's perfectly normal. And RWBY fumbles that somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another Teddy Bear Paladin, Gathering Tinder Part 27. Princess Ari IV. I had never been outside the capital before. The road to Stuffington was cold. What I found there made my blood run colder. I had much to learn about our kingdom.
But
so
I was gonna say, like, you can't wiggle out of this one. Its writing is awful.
No.
Yeah.
And even if you,
sorry, I keep interrupting. You go.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, even if you disagree that the writing is overall is bad or needs work or whatever the hell, like, you can at least understand that's the ball game that we are all playing. If you don't even agree that we can even have those discussions, it's what we call an axiom. If you don't agree with the axiom, then obviously you're not gonna vibe check with the rest of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
Which beats the whole point of narrative discussions in general, and it beats the whole point of media anyway, so fuck it.
Teddy Bear Paladin, the first thing I'm asking God is, why spiders? Just why? Why did me eat bug? They eat bug.
Like,
eat bug.
Spider is actually very good artist, so don't say why spider. But no, seriously, like, spiders are really helpful little critters, and jumping spiders are fucking adorable. The question that I would ask would be not why spider, but why mosquito.
Yes,
why
mosquito?
Well, okay, no, mosquito, because it saves us from the alien race that would otherwise wipe our planet.
I understood that reference.
My question is, why centipede? That's my question.
Oh my god.
That too, yeah. Why roach?
I guess it depends on what you mean. Because, like, saying the writing is objectively bad would be kind of disingenuous, but saying that the writing is not great is kind of fair, you know?
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
fair.
There are plot holes and stuff.
Okay, I need
Wait,
you
wait,
because this
so
goes
what
back to
is
the
the
whole. Yeah,
difference?
what's the difference?
What's the fucking difference?
Like, it's not objectively bad, but it's also not great. And it's like, okay, well, wait. What
Yeah,
stand
wait, can you
is that
elaborate?
not an
What do you
objective
mean by that?
statement? Is saying the writing is not great also an objective statement? What is it that you're taking issue with? That it's bad, or that it's not? Like
Yeah, like
Can
do
you
mean that-
elaborate, sir?
Yeah, like, do you mean that, like, oh, people overstate how bad it is instead of being like, oh, in all actuality, when you evaluate everything, it's not as bad as what people make it out to be.
Stuff
Is
that
Yeah,
that-
there are plot
can happen
holes.
with anything.
Yeah.
Like Lord of the Rings has some fairly infamous ones.
Yeah. And then...
I mean, people are wrong
so
about
yeah, I
those,
think-
but okay.
I think B's good.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, I'm happy you put it at least higher than C, but A or S really have to be where it sits. High A, low S at
Well,
minimum.
Well, it's not even that, but like, you're not even going into why you believe it's at that level. Like,
Hmm.
you agree that there are some like plot holes and mistakes that in the writing, but then you say, oh well, Lord of the Rings has some plot holes. It probably has like fucking 5 of them. Get over it. RWBY in all of it has like at least 20 each and every single volume that I can remember off the top of my head. Like, it's that bad, dog. Even if you
Yeah.
don't agree, like, fact of the matter is you have to understand that there's a difference.
There are
here.
fundamental principles in RWBY that we should better understand that are constantly just shoved off to the side. I will never, ever let them go when they had Ren say, Aura is one thing. Aura
Oh my
is a
God,
different
yeah.
thing. And sometimes people think that it's a third different thing altogether. It's like,
Yes.
what the fuck? You're not giving us any answers.
It's so ridiculous. And like to
Worthless
say that,
statements.
yeah, and to say that, like, oh, you know, well, other things have flaws, so fuck you.
Yeah, it's a
such
whataboutism.
a-
Okay, so
it's a-
what?
Yeah, it is the most limp dick response you could absolutely make. Are there probably a couple of fucking... It's like, I think I even said the same thing on Twitter because there was like a RWBY confessional thing about it. Like, I literally said Cowboy Bebop has like probably maybe 3 plot holes you can find. I don't even know what they are, but they probably exist. RWBY has a ton of them. There's no competition. You guys do the freaking math.
Sky Slasher says RWBY doesn't have plot holes; they're chasms, and people are mimicking
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that's
It's also not just in the what was it? The quantity of plot holes, but the quality of them is fucking abysmal.
Yeah.
Ugox. Pyrrha got introduced in episode 3, volume 1. Nothing to her till volume 3. Added a little meat to her because Barebone's character killed her off. Pure amateur hour. I disagree with that. Because she got some self-retrospective in volume 2, and of course she was critical in the Jaune arc. Now that was in service of a different character, but it still expressed parts of her personality. Like to ignore that, I think is a shame. You're right that they didn't really progress her too much, but it's one of the better written arcs of the show, if I'm being completely honest.
Well, the
Debatable.
problem that I mainly have with Pyrrha is that she mostly existed for Jaune's sake.
Yep.
And the only thing that she really got for herself led to her death. So, and then of course, her death is just used for Jaune's progression.
Yep, that's
So
another
she
big
is-
thing.
Yeah.
She is just there for Jaune's sake. She is not really a character in and of herself because she never got to be one before she died.
we don't even get to explore the feelings that, you know, Ren and Nora have about their friend fucking dying.
People
Yeah,
we know
no.
were her friends. Like, we see them interacting as friends multiple times, especially in volume 3. They are friends. Why the
Yeah.
fuck don't they have an opinion on Pyrrha? Why does it take until they see the statue of... Wait, do they see the statue of her in Volume 6?
Yes, they do. They do.
What do they fucking say? I can't remember a goddamn thing about that. Did they
I
have a
don't
conversation
know,
at all?
and that's the problem. The fact that we don't even remember is
Like,
a problem.
I think they were just trying to comfort Jaune. And I'm sitting here, I'm like,
Yes.
you motherfuckers
Yeah.
lost a friend too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't
like
want to
it's
explore that at all?
I know that we're probably going to talk about it when we get to the Jaune is the main character picture down there, but
Oh, God.
like it's one of the things that so frustrates me about people who try to say that Jaune isn't the main character or they're all the main characters. No, they fucking aren't.
No, the fuck
Pyrrha,
they're not.
Ren and Nora are not fucking main characters. They get one thing.
They are
In Volume
barely
4.
characters.
Yeah, they get one singular thing in Volume 4. Meanwhile, Jaune, he gets like 5 or 6 throughout the whole series. Please tell me how Ren and Nora are on equal character footing to Jaune.
Or better idea, go watch the 2-part videos about Ren and Nora the Shonen made. It's in the description.
Well, it's not in the description, but it is in his... Well, actually, you can put it in the link. You can put the link.
Yeah, I could probably put that in there. But yeah, that's exactly my problem. Like, that's part of why, and don't even get me started with their development in volume 7 and 8, which a majority of people praised. And I made my double feature because I was like, what the fuck are y'all smoking? This shit is terrible.
No, it's because they got something. It's literally, it was just, it was literally the fact that we got anything for them in volume 7 and 8 that made people be like, oh, it's amazing. No, I'm sitting here, I'm just like, well, thanks for getting us something. I'm too bad. It's awful.
It's funny. I think I'm the only one still who has ever made a video talking about this. That's funny.
To be fair, there's a lot of other big bugs to kill.
Yeah, there are bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
There are
I'll
other
put the
big
link
spiders.
Yeah, there are other mosquitoes to freaking genocide. What?
But yeah, like it's I honestly did forget about what little morsels they got in volume 7 and 8, but like it's the same thing though of like Jaune gets so much more than them, and they are meant to be his teammates. They are meant to be Team RWBY's friends. They don't really get a whole lot. They just get that one scene for the most part, and a little bit of their relationship in 7 and 8 once they got together. But nothing really comes of whatever they do. They're just there to fill out space. If they aren't doing anything significant, why are they still here? And if you want them to be here, why aren't you allowing them to do anything? Yeah, give them something to do.
Verdant range. Pyrrha makes me think of leftovers. She got roasted and stuffed into a fridge. Jesus.
Whoa.
And then the Orange Man says, side note, Literature Devil got a total of $5,000 to watch RWBY Volume 1 through 10 last week, including side content. He might do a video on RWBY if pursued.
Oh, wow.
That is big.
Yeah.
Has he already finished volume 1? I know. Has he continued beyond that point at all, or am I gonna be able to catch him in volume 2 again? Because I would try to get onto those, try to get on some of those streams potentially. Because I've interacted, I think, with his buddy that is helping him. He's on volume 5.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Somebody check on him. Somebody call
Someone
in.
do a wellness check on Literature Devil.
Yeah,
after
wellness
that.
check on Literature Devil right freaking now. He might be in trouble.
But yeah, I look forward to that. I would need to. I need to reach out and say like,
that's
man,
fucking hype.
That would be great to have you on and talk about your thoughts on RWBY. Yeah.
Yes.
So next on our list looks like the White Fang. That's going to be exciting.
Let's do it.
Okay. And next one is that the White Fang are I guess not really the White Fang, but that like the show is pushing a racist message. And this one is
what?
What?
I mean, I can understand where people are
Oh, I've-
coming from.
Wait. Let's let him finish his thought because I'm fucking confused. I want to.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think I know what he's going to say, because I have seen this mostly on Tumblr.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's
Interesting.
see.
Because I think the White Fang subplot, actually tying into our writing, was not handled the best, and I feel like they could have made it better.
That's
Right?
an understatement.
But
Yeah.
trying to say that the show supports racism,
Is a little far fetched.
it's really dumb. Like, it's really, really
No,
dumb.
I would agree.
I'm just gonna.
It's probably
Yeah,
worse than it copying other shows.
You think so? Actually,
Probably.
yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
No,
Um,
whoa, wait, the cocksucker.
Well, no.
Okay,
It is actively like it is. Fuck. Actually, wait.
like it is.
No, they said
What?
it's worse than copying your homework as an argument, and he said yes, so he put it behind.
I guess I'm
Okay.
saying here because like this was not the fucking angle I thought they were going to talk about the White Fang on.
Yeah, me neither. Which is
Yeah, okay.
interesting, but
And then next is
Okay, I guess we'll talk about the White Fang now.
So,
What?
so yeah,
Okay, go for it, Twi.
I know what they're talking about. So effectively, there are a bunch of people on Tumblr who say that everything involving the White Fang is racist down to the messages of what the White Fang is trying to say. By effectively saying that the White Fang represent these effectively black people who are trying to capitulate to the white man and say that it's wrong of them to
the
like,
protest and
fight
want something
for-
better.
yeah to protest and that it's a good messaging that they need to be toothless little animals that are domesticated and that they need to just capitulate to their oppressors and all of that. By saying that it's better for the White Fang to do peaceful protests rather than violent displays of power, that you are effectively a racist saying that black people shouldn't fight for their rights to be people, like in the 60s and all of that. Or even now with the Black Lives Matter movement.
Sure.
I- This is such a complicated like swamp of an issue.
Yeah, basically,
But-
because you have to like parse through the fact that yes, the plot line wasn't done well, and like yes, it poorly handles these themes, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's racist because of it.
Has nobody ever heard of Martin Luther King Jr.? They have. It's just like
Yeah,
everyone remembers the peaceful elements of his marches and stuff, but people also forget that you also had is it Muhammad Ali at the same time? Oh, sorry, what am I thinking?
Malcolm X.
Malcolm X, who Muhammad Ali subscribed to. Sorry, that's why. Because Muhammad Ali was also big into the movement. But Malcolm X, who was much more along the lines of active opposition. And like you had these two elements, and while I advocate, and I strongly advocate in all contexts, peaceful protests as the main method that you make social change, it cannot be denied that there was progress made through less than peaceful movements and organizations. And it's interestingly a thing that the White Fang had an opportunity to be an interesting commentary of, because that's what
Yes.
Blake says, is that not only were the White Fang the White Fang was getting more effective at making changes in society by being more violent. It's an uncomfortable truth about change in society that sometimes violent action gets more immediate results. The problem is it doesn't go forward enough showing. I mean, this also goes down to like they're terrible at showing the racial oppression of the Faunists in the first place.
Yes.
But like
Yes.
it also showing the ramifications of that violence where, hey, I am scared that Faunists are going to firebomb my shop. I'm not going to have a shop anywhere within range of most Faunist shoppers. I'm going to kick them out of my shops. Now, like, you're not seeing, like, there was no give and take, no social reaction to the White Fang because there was no, like, social situation that we saw that the White Fang was spouted from. They just, They
Yeah.
wanted to just have in isolation this racial messaging that was like ripping the surface. It's like what they did with all the anime stuff. They ripped the surface
Yeah.
level from the 1960s American racial conflicts, and they put it over their stuff without any of the depth or the intricacies
they
that go
gave it-
into it.
Yeah, they gave it
Yeah.
cat girl ears and anime particle effects, you know?
And it really makes you wonder like why Blake left in the first place, because she did not like the fact that the White Fang was getting more violent, but even she said they were getting results. So like why is she upset about that? But also, wouldn't it have been interesting if we saw two different moments in the story where the White Fang had done violent action against humans in order to settle things down. And in one city, it worked. And in the other city, the humans violently retaliated back, and it failed horribly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can show differing results. I think if I remember, it's been a while since I've watched Brotherhood, but Ishval is a great example.
Yeah,
of this.
Ishval is great. Yeah.
Yeah.
And most importantly, here's a crazy fucking idea. Actually have the other main characters react to the fucking racism.
Yep.
Like that's another thing that the show was just very, very bad at doing.
The irony of this, and this is how I've treated it with a lot of fixing RWBY stuff, is that RWBY and Yang are kind of country bumpkins. Like they're from outside most, like they live in a very rural place. So they're actually perfect like audience surrogates to the entire conflict. Like RWBY could have just not paid attention to the news, which I don't think she's really prone to do, to pay attention to anyway. And you could have her asking a lot of the questions of Blake, of Yang, who goes into the city and probably sees this more often, has more of an opinion on it.
What's racism?
Hey Blake, when that man yelled that you should go into heat and have a Blake, RWBY, stop talking. RWBY, stop talking. like you could have moments like that and have characters address these kinds of things, but no one ever does. It's only about Blake having the ending of Volume 1 where Weiss is like, we're just not gonna fucking talk about it. I'm going to accept you onto my team. Is so baffling to me. She just goes from I am mad at the White Fang, I am mad at the Faunus, and I am racist because I have been wronged, to I am whatever, you're on my team now. It pisses me off.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to concluding that arc, and it will always be a black mark of that show.
Yugox is right that even My Hero did it better, and
yes,
they didn't even focus on it. Well, here's the thing though, like. The thing that I have actually thought about very recently when thinking about the whole thing with the heteromorphs is that it is a very Japanese problem that he is focusing on, because this directly is how foreigners and people who are different are treated in Japan. In the cities, which most of My Hero takes place in, heteromorphs for the most part are treated very well, just like foreigners. But if you get into the rural areas where Spinner was from and where Shoji was from, you get a lot more violent opposition, because that is how Japanese people are treating people who are different in real life. So, like, of course, people who are expecting to have the American version of racism, they're going to be disappointed, because that's not how it is.
Yeah.
But if you look at it from a Japanese perspective, it makes perfect sense.
Yep.
And chat. Racism is like onions. It has layers to it.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it frustrates me because they didn't bother to think from the ground up why racism existed. Basically, on the face of it, Faunus are just straight up better. Like, they're just straight up better than humans. It's one of my biggest issues. Like, why are they the subservient class? Like, what happened there?
Yeah.
Like, wait, was there slavery for we're told, I guess, that Faunus got enslaved, but how? They're literally stronger, faster, and have better senses.
Did they have a smaller population? And if that's the case, how?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just produces a whole bunch of fucking questions that the show
Is
clearly
not
was not
equipped.
able to handle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gathering Tinder, Part 28 from Teddy Bear Paladin. Flame Mage Morgan. Elder Lori had always cautioned the pitfalls of the Flame Pact. It gives manifest to our passion, our rage, that we must remember we alone start these flames. Is it becoming Dark Souls? Excalibur.
Yeah,
Blake, what's redlining? RWBY, maybe.
Someone is asking you, Raymond, why are mutants oppressed in the X-Men?
Oh my god.
I don't know enough about X-Men. I don't know enough.
I mean,
I can say that, like, X-Men, to my knowledge, they're oppressed out of fear. Like,
yes.
Faunus aren't treated that way. There is a distinct difference in the way that they're treated, at least from the movies that I've watched, versus Faunus. In the X-Men films, they are treated as an existential threat to humanity. That they are going to overpower everyone else and every other human on the planet and become like a master race. Like, that is the fear. And honestly, as like a Whiplash, Magneto kind of becomes that fear. Like, he ends up like, he's like, you want that monster? I'll be that monster. Fine. Like, there's a lot of different
the dramatic irony of his character.
Also, like, from what I understand about the X-Men, all of the characters that are the main characters of X-Men, where they have like these cool powers and all that kind of stuff, those are the exception, not the rule of mutants. Like, most mutants have like really stupid, really ineffectual powers. Like, oh, my teeth grow back if I get them knocked out in a game of hockey. Like, that's their power.
There is a guy whose power is literally that everyone forgets him the minute they look away. And like, he's like unbearably tragic, and that he like saves hundreds of people's lives using his abilities and skill sets, and no one remembers that he did it.
Yep. Like, holy shit.
It's like, but the fear of the super powerful mutants causes the discrimination, which then in turn causes more mutants to rebel, which then causes more fear. It's a pretty good commentary on a self-fulfilling cycle, and it's not really a good one-for-one when it comes down to racism as an allegory. It's just much more discrimination as a whole. As opposed to,
that's all that it ever was meant to be. It wasn't meant to be specifically about gay people or specifically about racism. It was just meant to be discrimination as a whole.
Yeah.
And the White Fang, meanwhile, is much more, we're just going to supplant the supremacy movements, the white supremacy mindset, but just make it about people with fuzzy ears. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, but why?
Why?
Like, you need more than that. Like, we can go into
Like,
why
that's the
racism
thing,
was
right?
prevalent with, the white versus the black population in America for such a long period of time. There is a lot that goes into it.
But the context in RWBY's world is entirely different. And also, this is where the trouble with the writing comes in on a much more fundamental level, because I'm not saying that this can't work, but you're trying to mesh this sort of like, dumb fun, cool action vibe while also merging together this very, very hyper specific and very volatile issue. And you're just not you're not facing the music on it, really.
Yep.
So.
Okay.
Potential.
Racism,
And
man.
this,
wait.
actually, yeah.
So, okay, basically, with their argument of the White Fang is telling a difference, like, their issue with it, I don't know if it deserves to be F tier, because I do think the interpretation is maybe not completely incorrect. I think it's probably a D tier, but the White Fang as a whole is up in S tier when it comes down to complaints for RWBY.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is quite possibly the absolute worst plot line in the entire show.
Yeah. It's easily also probably the reason why there's like 50% of the toxicity in the fandom.
Yeah. Honest to God, probably. Which is also why we'd say if there's any part of it that part of this show that we would cut, it would be this 110%.
Dedorax asks,
Oh.
how did the faunas come to exist on Remnant? We don't know.
According to the fairy tale lore,
my fucking
it
God.
was a
Oh,
third
right.
unnamed god of the animals that just fused animals. No, wait, sorry. There were two conflicting stories, weren't there? The animals and the humans
Yeah.
went to war and they got fused as punishment.
Yeah.
But then also the humans were on a boat and then they jumped in the water and became animals. But then the god said anyone that didn't jump in is also an animal now.
Yeah.
It's really like fundamentally on several levels, it's stupid. I don't ascribe to any of that.
Like, I can understand if there's two conflicting stories because there's two different cultures that have an origin story, but I don't think that they really I don't think that they really established that very well.
Like, they don't do it in the
completely-
show. They do in like the freaking one of them side shows.
It was the fairy tales one that
Yeah,
show.
so
Yeah.
it was portrayed as
I
like, oh, this is a
completely-
theory.
Yeah, I completely forgot that thing existed. to
A
be honest.
furry theory.
Thanks for watching.
Ugh.
So in periodic peak. So in short, we don't fucking know. Correct.
Yeah.
Also,
correct.
someone said here there can also be racism because of cultural differences. I
There's
just
that.
discrimination. Racism is specifically about the very minute biological differences between certain peoples in the world. Cultural differences are more xenophobia. Or just general discrimination, cultural discrimination, like just correcting terminology there. It's not really racism.
I think that I think that it does on some level kind of get lumped in with racism.
It can
though,
bleed together.
'cause, like,
admittedly, they can
Yeah.
bleed a little bit together because obviously,
like,
West Africans are going to have a much different culture than someone that lives in
in Nigeria
England.
or Sudan or something like that. Or if
Yeah.
you want to go much further than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Because like I have a friend who lives in Egypt, and he talked about how racism is very different in Egypt, in comparison to like in America, for instance, where he has visited before. And he mostly talked about how it partially has to do with like religious differences. So there is a bit of like religious tainting of that, but it is mostly on a cultural and a racial level of we don't like these specific countries specifically because they have a different flavor of our religion and we do not agree with them on a fundamental level and we find them
Right.
disgusting.
Right.
Oh, we're still on the racist talk. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty big topic, and they went in a weird direction.
We're still on racism, chat.
Yeah, okay. And then next is potential. And this one
Oh,
this
right,
one is just
potential.
an actual mute point. I'm putting it
No, it's
down
not.
here. Probably our second worst criticism. Just because
What?
if you try to judge something based on its potential, you're never actually judging something, you know?
You're just
It
ju-
depends.
No. That's the barometer. That's the starting
Yeah.
barometer of how you judge something's quality
Yeah.
is what are you intending? Well, I intended this. I intended
Yeah.
to build a rocket ship. Well, you built an IKEA lawn chair.
Yeah,
I think you failed.
But like, yeah, like the thing is that
Also, I'll be right
it's
back.
not okay. It's not based on the potential that we project onto the show because some people do that. We are trying to evaluate the show in terms of the potential that it itself has established. If RWBY wasn't trying to do 10%, even 20% at what it tried to do in the beginning, much less what it has been trying to achieve in the later volumes, we would not give a single fuck. We wouldn't be here right now, chat. We would never have Team Jacked, and you wouldn't hear our lovely, lovely voices. The problem is we don't live in that timeline, dog. We live in the timeline when by your admission, the White Fang subplot fucking sucks because the potential of that plot line outstripped their ability to fucking write it.
Yeah, like why are you able to have these tier lists where you can say that some of these things that you agree with, like the writing or the animation or anything like that, or saying that the White Fang is a really bad part of RWBY, you need to have something outside of it in order
Yes.
to establish a basis.
To
And
make that determination, yeah.
and for a lot of people, a lot of their baseline are other shows or things in
Yes.
real life that you can compare it to. And if it doesn't hold up, then it's going to be bad. So by saying like RWBY as a character has potential, you can go in a lot of different directions with that. And a lot of people have had discussions about that, about how they're disappointed that she didn't get her faith or her idealism shattered, or her or even lean into it and have
Yep.
her be an actual beacon of hope. And the show
Yeah.
does, to be fair, at least in the animatic that we saw, does kind of go into that and does lean into that, but they also don't do it in a very good way. So even
Also, that's
then,
9
you can say that,
years in.
yeah, you can say that the potential there wasn't enough because we're judging it based off of different tiers and different levels of potential, and
Yeah.
and how they measure up.
Like,
Scott,
I'm sorry. Like, if when I can freaking establish what the show is trying to do and trying to say better than most fans, I feel like you have a fucking problem.
Sky Sucher says Sophonis exists because the brothers wanted to be jerks to the people. Big surprise. No, that was a third unrelated god.
Yeah.
And
We
for the
which we
record,
don't even
there-
know exist.
well, I was gonna say there are 4 confirmed gods in the world of RWBY. 2 are the brothers.
Yeah.
One is the animal god, and one is like just this magical person that grants power to that D&D character. That's apparent.
Yeah.
That's canon.
I forgot
That's
a thing.
That's a
I
thing.
forgot that's canon. Fuck.
Does this
hate
guy not know
this.
what wasted potential is? No, he doesn't, because people
Apparently
don't want
not.
to acknowledge that potential exists. I was
Yeah, of
baffled because
course
like
not,
I thought like
because
potential really isn't an argument. It's a starting point for an argument. It's like, okay, the potential of this plot point is X. They did not deliver on X. They got all the way to B and then fell on their face. But he didn't even get there. He's just like, potential doesn't matter. And it's like, it does matter.
yeah, of
Yeah, it
course
does
it
matter.
matters.
Like if potential didn't matter, then why are you saying that anything
Why should- the-
with the writing is bad, or anything with the White
whether or
Fang
not it
is,
be-
is bad?
Oh, sorry. Oh,
You
I'm
were
sorry.
breaking
I
up
think
real
the-
bad.
I was
Holy
gonna play
crap.
Discord for that.
Yeah, I think that was Discord. My bad. But it goes into the reason why, not even just why we criticize shows, but why we watch media in general, because we see the certain potential in, like, certain plot lines or plot points that we think are interesting, or can, get us into some really interesting, like, writing ideas. We see that potential, and then we measure how well the show actualizes it.
Yeah.
Because fundamentally, we want these shows to succeed.
Yeah. Like there's an example of like where Raymond and I are watching Yu Yu Hakusho right now.
Oh,
for
yeah,
our weekly
God.
anime.
The potential for Yu Yu Hakusho is through the roof, and it's just shonen slop. Oh. Like,
Yeah.
I should mention, like, I'm still enjoying it. It's still okay. It's just, man.
Yeah. The quality of Yu Yu Hakusho is separate from the potential that it has. Like Yu Yu Hakusho would be a much better, much more beloved shonen than it already is. Although it is kind of more obscure these days because it is more than 30 years old at this point.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I'm aging in real time.
no, I think the anime is about the same age as Raymond, actually.
Probably.
Yeah. To be fair, the English version aired when I was like 7, so no, it was like I was 12.
Yeah.
It's like perfect. Oh, sorry, wait, mathing.
No, I was 12.
I was 9. Yes, it was
Hold
2002.
on. Let me actually look up when it released.
It released in English in
released in-
2002, and in Japanese it was 1993. I want to say.
1992, 1993, 2001, 2002. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was like 8
So-
or 9.
Yeah. So like the thing with Yu Yu Hakusho and its potential is that you can have so many creative scenarios about Yusuke doing detective work, but to modify it to be spiritual. And the only thing that he does is he gets everything handed to him on a silver platter, and then he gets told to go to a thing and beat some people up, and then that's the end. So the potential is there to be a really interesting
Mystery
detective
show. Yeah, but it's really just you're the spirit hitman. That's what you really are.
Yeah, the spirit hitman. So like it's not really, he's not really a spirit detective. And then of course, it does become a tournament show. It was always meant to be a tournament show. It was just like when it was going to get there was the thing that changed. The editors wanted it to be earlier than what he had originally wanted it to go down.
Yeah,
But-
which is unfortunate.
Yeah. Like the potential for Yu Yu Hakusho is also there in the characters. There's a lot of really interesting characters in Yu Yu Hakusho, but the show also, the manga also doesn't really explore them all that much, and it's kind of a bit of a disappointing thing.
Sora Heart says, I think the potential of what RWBY had is what kept me watching until volume 9. It's how a lot of people
I mean,
treat it.
essentially, like every other day, I get messages on my videos talking about like, oh, I used to love this show, or I stuck around for the show for this long, and most of these people say pretty much the same thing. I used to love the style that the show exhibited before. I saw a lot of potential in it, and it did not achieve it. And again, these people are not trying to judge the show based on like their own preconceptions on what it should be necessarily. It's just we're looking at what the show itself says it wants to do, and we judge it on that basis, and it just doesn't happen.
NinjaBot, gonna go to bed. Have a good time for the next 4 hours of stream suffering. God, I hope it's not that 4 hours. P.S. When I finally start to post the fanfic, I'll I think on AO3, I'll tell you. All right, good luck with it, NinjaBot.
Awesome.
I
Yeah, good luck,
I
dude.
hope you get plenty of views. Teddy Bear Paladin.
Have a good night.
Gathering Tinder, Part 29. Flame Mage Morgan. The Flame Mage must understand that this flame will always be a part of them. On that day, looking upon the square, that flame burned brighter than ever before.
Ooh.
All right, well, let us continue, because where else can he take this? Also, if fans can hear, I got my order of socks today, so I'm opening my packages of socks. You guys might know that
No stock unboxing.
my socks have been wearing down, so I'm actually really excited to get my new socks.
That reminds me.
All
Maybe I
right.
should get some new ones.
Yeah, socks are awesome. Remember when you're a kid and you get socks and you're like, oh man, for like Christmas or something, and then you're an
Yeah.
adult and you're like, oh fuck yes, socks.
Finally. Yeah, it's like I really need new socks.
I am still like, oh, socks. Well, like, I like socks, but I almost never wear them except for when I'm going outside for a long period of time. I don't like wearing socks in the house because it's so hot.
It depends
All the
how,
time.
yeah, it depends like the temperature. If it's like the AC's on like max 'cause it's hot out and it's
Also
like
on if you
freezing
have,
inside.
it also depends on like if you have like hard floors or carpet or soft floors.
Yeah.
Yeah,
on what
you
you-
don't really want to wear socks with hard floors. Get slippery, gets very dangerous.
Yep.
Well, depends on what socks you have.
Some of them have like
Well-
rubber bottoms.
Yeah, but those aren't the most common. Also, I have a burning hatred of toe socks.
I never had toe socks.
Were you like when I was dressed as Kenshin at any Revo? Were you just seething the entire time? That I
No,
was
those
wearing-
aren't those aren't really toe socks, and I'm fine with those. But like toe socks where you have like each
Each
slit.
individual. Okay, yeah. All right, I got
Yeah.
you. I got you. Like a toe, like a foot glove, basically.
Yeah,
Right.
and like the reason why I have a burning hatred for them is because I can't wear them because I have webbed toes.
Mm.
So
I forgot
whenever
about
I
that.
tried to put them on, it's very uncomfortable for me because it's just digging in.
Yeah. You hear that? You hear that, chat? $2,000 to her Patreon, and you'll to her OnlyFans, and you'll unlock the feed.
What the
pics.
No, never.
Webbed toe pics. There you go.
Oh, I don't know if anyone would want to see that. Oh, not even
Oh.
like feet people would want to see that.
Oh,
probably.
I assure you.
I
What is
think-
that feet ranking website?
What?
It was
sorry,
mentioned on
what?
Game Grumps mentioned it. There's a website that
Oh
ranks
my
celebrity
fucking
feet.
God. Freaking
Oh.
course there is.
It's hilarious. Everyone's just like, bruh, how? See, Twilight's duck feet. Twi is the official Donald Duck of this crew.
It's not webbed like that, guys. It's
Wiki
like
feet.
you
That's
have-
it. Wiki feet. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to this really silly point.
Get more criticism.
Yeah.
Just because if you try to judge something based on its potential, you're never actually judging something, you know?
You're just
Okay, but
judging
what
it
if a
on
show
what you
does
think
live
it
up
should
to
do
its
rather than-
potential?
How do you judge it then?
Yeah, how you judge it?
Yeah.
And what if there is a
Like-
show
like-
that does actually achieve
Like you
it?
need something to judge it against. Like you don't just judge something in a vacuum. You have a set of rules that you judge something against. That's how the law works for certain. Judges use
Yeah.
the law, and if you have committed an action that violates the law, you get sentenced.
I
Stop!
think I
You
kind of
violated the law.
I think I kind of know the argument that they're trying to make. It's the same thing that I think like Eruption Fang had used or somebody like that. Where they're saying
Name I
like
haven't heard in
your-
years.
I know. I just remember watching one of like these RWBY criticism videos where one of the guys was talking about judging it based off of their potential and whatever, and how that's not actually judging the show for what it is. You're only trying to judge it for what you want it to be, and it's like that's not what we mean by that.
Yeah. We
that is the
agree
thing.
that that's cringe, but you're misunderstanding that we're not saying the cringe thing.
You think
Yeah.
about judging it for what it is rather than what it could be / what you wished it could have been. Yes, but at the same time, that could give you also a barometer. Like we've talked about this. We're just continuing on.
Yeah,
what it has done.
Yeah. Well, like, okay, let's say.
Then you end up with all your biases
Yeah.
to the show.
Well, let's say, right. Okay, I'm good. This is going to be a weird example, but One Piece. So let's say
Okay.
we grab someone from an alternate universe, and in their alternate
Don't tell I know
universe,
nothing.
Oda only rode up to the Alabasta arc, and then he like got hit by a bus or something. You know, God forbid. And
I
he
mean,
died.
to be fair,
So
he
One
originally
Piece was
wanted
never
to
finished.
end it
All
there,
that was Alabasta. And then he
Okay.
reads it and he says, "Oh, there's so much potential. There's so much this. There's so much that." And then we
Yeah.
bring him over here and he watches the show, and he hates
Mhm.
it. And he says, "Oh,
I mean,
the potential that I saw, it didn't live up to that. You know, it didn't live up to the images that I built in my head for all this time. You know,
See, I told you.
it didn't
I mean,
live
that's a
up to
different
the
argument.
picture
Yeah, but it's a
show
different
I built up in
argument.
my head with
Yeah,
infinite
which
budget,
is
infinite
fair.
time.
Like what we discuss when it comes down to potential is you've presented with us this scenario. There are many
Yes.
ways you could deliver upon the scenario, and somehow you've chosen one that not only isn't good, but one that no one saw coming in the worst possible way.
yeah.
Like you've somehow tripped over your own fingers, and we don't know how that happened.
Yeah, like there is a very specific reason why I don't like why I usually like really I think there are a lot of issues with many of people in different forums like Twitter and shit where they do make that exact mistake that these people are making. But like most people, especially like, you know, most critic videos, you know, especially from what I've seen, don't have this problem. You know, they don't make this mistake. Like, they usually judge the show on its merits. That's why a lot of the times, whenever I say or I compare the show directly to something else, I usually say at the very end of within my videos, and chat, you can correct me if I'm wrong, RWBY doesn't have to do exactly that, but at least if they did like 20% of it, like get the basics down correctly and do something to actually have it succeed at what it's trying to do, it would soar through the fucking sky, dog.
Okay, I go back to Aura. Like, you guys, they could at any point explain what Aura is. They could be explicit about it, or at the very least, they could introduce that not even people within the setting understand it. But what they did is, like, they first said, "Oh, Aura is produced by your soul." Then they had Ren say, some people say that it's your soul. Some people say it's not your soul. And some people say it's something completely different. And it's like, wow, I'm glad that we know absolutely less about it somehow. Like, it is actively subtracting information about this concept from us. And it's not even going into the depths of, like, the weird philosophical arguments about it. So what do we know about it, Ren? Maybe start answering some fucking questions instead of just, like, giving us some weird pseudo-philosophical talk.
Yeah.
It's
ridiculous.
Yes, Mega Man. It's wild that we have people here that don't remember that she used to be our co-host. You may notice that there is someone in the background at all times, right behind me at the table.
We have the little shaking critter to represent the fact that she used to be our co-host.
Yes, and she is very much still with us in spirit.
Hell yeah.
Yes.
She's just incredibly fucking busy.
Yeah.
Yep. And she's also with us every other Saturday.
Yep.
Now.
On the Hunger of Mahar Voln, the tabletop podcast. Join us this Saturday for it. It's going to be really exciting.
Will we have another epic chess game?
Yeah, will we have another epic chess game where you just blow my guy out of the water completely by luck? Jesus. Gotta love how chess is not a luck-based game, and yet luck was the reason you won. Oh.
But it's also a terrible criticism of a show.
Well, you can't judge something based on potential. You have to judge what's actually there. So saying that, oh, the show doesn't live up to its own potential makes no sense. Because
wait, like, what?
What
do you mean?
Let's hear that again.
Potential. You have to judge what's actually there. So saying that, oh, the show doesn't live up to its own potential makes no sense. Because, like,
that's what we do, though. Like, I'm sorry, my guy. You put RWBY's animation in B tier because you said that the animation didn't live up to its potential.
Yeah, it's literally what you did.
It baffles me because this is true. Like, if anything, people can not live up to their own potential, and the works they create cannot live up to. People can get lazy with it. I fully recognize that the Artificer probably isn't living up to my potential, but that's because I just need to get something back on my feet. Like, I go over. It's just a simple story. It's not something super complicated. Not like the Hunger of Mahar Voln, where I've completely statted an entire island full of monsters, and I'm insane now.
And you also developed an entire class of people just for me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I'm classist, not racist. No.
There we go.
Hey, Celtic fans, what are you smoking when you put a Faunus heat cycle in RWBY? I was literally talking about this stuff. It's just... So, first of all, I want to make a note. This was only 7 seconds of the original video and has only been relevant once in the background of a character's backstory. I want to make that absolutely clear. The reason I put that in there, as I
Officer.
explicitly stated in the video, was because Faunus needed drawbacks. Faunus had no drawbacks compared to the regular human, and it made no sense how the racial dispute between humans and Faunus even really became a thing that was anyway meaningful. And one of the common elements that you see throughout nature that can leave creatures at a disadvantage is heat, is an estrus cycle, which can make them more vulnerable to predators, which humans, we evolved out of the traditional estrus cycle into the what's the term for it now?
Custom one.
Yeah.
The period cycle.
Yeah, the period cycle, I guess. We evolved that because it was more efficient for the way that we survived as a species. We became, in many ways, superior hunters because we weren't ever waylaid by that. We can choose when we want to have our offspring. This was a distinction. Yeah. I explained this very briefly in like 7 seconds of the video, and people are like, "Oh, you're a pervert." And like,
I never got that argument because there are a lot of discussions out there, mostly in writing circles. So maybe the people who are bitching and complaining about this just don't have the creative mindset that a lot of us do. But a lot of people talk about like fictional characters or alien races or magical races, and they talk about these characters having heat cycles, but they're like, well, how do I incorporate that into the world building that I have? How do I incorporate that into the political system? What are the drawbacks do you think that I should add in to make this compatible with my plot? Or how do the laws how should I add the laws in order to function around this kind of system? What about the growth system for populations? Would the population growth be better or worse than ours in real life for having this kind of system? Like, there are a lot of things that you can do with a heat cycle that has nothing to do with porn or being a pervert, but people don't think about that.
People are
for
still,
some reason.
People are still roasting me on Reddit for it. That's because Reddit is full of a bunch of prudes. Like, that's surprisingly,
which is kind of weird. Like, at the same time, they're some of the most gooner.
No, absolutely, there is a contradiction because they cannot in any way think of sexuality in a platonic sense. Like, if that makes any weird sense to you, but what I mean is they can't think about sexuality clinically. Either you are not having sex, either you are doing nothing involving sex whatsoever, or you are absolutely gooning it 24/7. There is no
like them.
There's no gray area because that's how they view the world. It's really twisted. And I even admitted, like, I'm not unawares of things like Omegaverse. I'm not unawares of those elements. And I even said in a stream that, like, yeah, no, if people want to take that and run with it, the idea of Faunus having heat cycles in their fanfics, if they want to base it on fixing RWBY, go for it. I'm fine with it because ultimately I can't control what you people do. Have fun. Take the ideas and run with it. Fine. But like, I'm sitting here and like, I will only integrate it into the story if I can do it in a tasteful and effective way. And I think I found that balance with one specific plot point. Omegaverse. I don't have time to go into that.
With that, yeah.
Don't
that's
ask.
A whole other thing.
Unless you are looking to gain a new kink, don't ask.
Yeah, no.
Like,
I had
This is not the stream
Omegaverse.
for you.
I had Omegaverse described to me for 4 hours one time.
What? Honestly, I don't think I ever had like a full explanation as to what it is, but
I could explain
I
it much more
still-
simply, but I'm not going to right now.
I
Yeah.
still barely know what it is after having that person explain it to me for 4 fucking hours. And this was like to
oh,
be
that's
fair,
like me with Homestuck.
to be fair, this was like many years ago, back when Google like the streams that we had on Google were still a thing. So like there was a YouTuber that would have like hangouts with his viewers and stuff. And after a while there was just like 2 of us left, and then this person just went on this long explanation, and I just
got into this fandom. What the fudge is this dark side? No, it's all Redditors. All Redditors are gooners, extreme gooners. Or are you talking about like
yes, Robbie, thank you. Google Hangouts.
Go ahead. Like, are you talking about like Omegaverse in general? Because that goes well beyond RWBY as a fandom. That's like, that's a whole subsect of like fan fiction and fan art. Is that the werewolf thing? It started in werewolf circles, I'm pretty sure, but it has quickly spiraled well beyond that.
Oh, really? Okay, that I don't know about.
You know what? It would be hilarious. We might do a sex ed on Omegaverse. That would be hilarious.
Oh my god! Yeah, just to torture me specifically for not knowing.
Oh god, no! I don't want it.
It'll be educational, I promise.
Officer.
Oh, that actually reminds me. I got the list of the anime from the hilarity and hentai panel from Annie Revo.
Oh,
I need to go through that and find the best clips because God, some of those were hilarious. The fact that I just tapped back into welcome to the Team Jacked podcast, talking about racial struggles 1 minute and talking about Omegaverse heat cycles the next.
The best show on the internet.
All right. Let us continue because I'm curious what this next picture is.
Okay.
What, like the potential, and even its own potential is still you imagining how the show is going to be, and then being disappointed when that exactly doesn't happen, which we will probably get into a little bit later. And then
imagining that RWBY is a better character than she is and has multiple character arcs that are dedicated to her because she is the title character of all of the main characters. She is the main character. Wishing that she had more and thinking that is wasted potential. Yeah, that is just totally just something that is only for me.
I guess that's too much to ask.
Yeah, it's too much to ask.
Like what? Like what standard do you guys have then? How do you operate? We asked this question before.
Yeah.
Fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah.
I think it's probably the worst. I don't know. Does it make sense what I'm saying though? At the very least.
Yeah. It does.
No.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Next is that the shipping community kind of sucks, and you know what?
I was right on that prediction. Not good.
There we go.
Guy, shipping communities suck everywhere you go. Like there is not a single fandom where the shipping community doesn't suck in some way.
I was about to say, chat, name one that's good.
I was gonna say the yaoi community
I don't care what
is really
your
good
answer
at
is
sucking.
No.
wrong.
Oh my god, I streamed out Kaiser with that joke. Oh. The shippers got Kaiser.
What the fuck? God damn it.
Gathering Tinder, Part 30 from Teddy Bear Paladin. Princess Ari the Fourth. I watched Morgan approach the square, the ground thawing with his every step. The falling snow dare not touch him. Be ready to fight, the scepter cautioned. I listened. They'd be like, be ready to fight, and I would just be like, no shit, scepter.
Yeah.
See, Fairy Tale, no. K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, to be fair, that's fresh. Look, it's like a snowfall, all right, shipping. Once he'll really start treading on it, it ain't gonna look so pretty, so give it some time.
Yeah.
MHA, yeah, it can be pretty volatile in there, between, especially the Bakudeku shippers.
No, 100%. No, I'm... Let's not mince words with that shit. That freaking shipping, that fandom shipping is incredibly fucking toxic.
I still find it fucking hilarious that Guts told me that he got gaslit by the Bakudeku shippers on Twitter.
That is so funny. That is so funny.
Like they literally started to think that Bakudeku was going to be Endgame, and then they like had like all of this evidence and like pages and pages and like Google Docs on like why it was going to be canon. They had all this evidence, and he started to believe it because he was in that kind of echo chamber. And then they crashed out so hard.
Atla is the only shipping community I can think of that isn't overly toxic. I'm sorry, the Zuko Katara shippers and the Aang Katara shippers would like to have a word with you, good sir.
I was about to say
Yeah.
Katara, Zutara, and Katang. You were not there during the war.
What about
Well, you were
Freerun?
not.
I actually don't know about the Freerun shipping community.
Yeah, that might be.
It
something,
might be
because-
pretty chill. I know I get hate
Yeah.
for shipping Freerun and Aura, but you know, I'm just twisted like that.
Like, I am old enough that I remember shipping wars for the Gundam Wing Sailor Moon crossover fix.
Oh yeah, that's.
Oh man.
I was gonna say I think the Sailor Moon shipping fandom is pretty chill, but it's also like ancient at this point. You will
Yes.
find that after like 10 years, the shipping fandoms usually kind of die down. In terms of
Right.
like volatile, it's usually 10 years after the series ends.
Yes.
What about Metal
Yep.
Gear Rising Revengeance? There's a shipping fandom for Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? What between like
if you want my guess, it's probably mostly yaoi shit.
I was gonna say it's probably Raiden and Sam, but like I don't know. I don't
Well,
particularly care.
don't just like give us a random game or show. Like if they don't have like any kind of romantic anything, or if there isn't really a shipping community, then like why bother saying anything?
Armstrong,
Like, I was
Raiden,
actually
and
gonna
Mistral?
say-
What the hell kind of ship is that? Jesus Christ.
I was actually gonna say the Story of Seasons shipping community used to be fairly chill until I saw
Fire
some
Mission
people
attack.
complaining about. Well, yeah. Well, mainly it's like the Tumblrites attacked of like the whole oh, I don't like shipping our player character with this guy because he looks like a toddler. It's like that's just the fucking art style. It's semi-chibi. Can you not?
I don't know if that's really like I don't know if I would call that the shipping community. I think that's like the
it's a shipping community because you do have
I guess
there
you're
actually used to be legitimate arguments about why like Claire from More Friends of Mineral Town should get with Gray, or if Gray should get with his rival for Claire, Mary. Like I used to kind of get into those arguments. back in the
Undertale
day.
and Deltarune. I'm pretty sure I've seen some
I-
pretty volatile shit there before.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I encounter shipping only in fanfics. Conversation with new people induces anxiety under the best circumstances. I didn't seek out. That's the thing is like I don't typically talk shipping all that frequently unless it's with people that I already know, like on a deep level. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
like the one person that I talk about like that I don't know quite as well is probably Schnee Dottie, who's one of the sketchy huntsmen, and she does her own Twitter thing where she ships White Rose, and we've bonded over shipping White Rose. So she's very particular with how she ships White Rose, and that's been a thing to maneuver. But like at the same time, I'm not gonna tell her how to ship it. I just can tell her how I ship things, and that's we both generally respect each other's opinions. It's like that's generally how that
Does
works.
she?
Oh, she probably thinks lesser of me, but she respects that I have an opinion.
Everything that you've told me is like, oh.
But remember the person who baked needles into cookies to kill someone over a ship? That probably happened. Sora Heart, the Bleach shipping was really bad when the manga
Oh, no,
ended.
no, don't spoilers.
Oh, I mean, I will take my headphones off so you can read the rest of this. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
People were mad that Ichigo ended up with Orihime and not Rukia. They called the writer a bad writer and even burned volumes
chat
of
when I can
Bleach.
come back.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Come back.
But yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I do too. Like I thought that was also really dumb.
All right,
because
I'm back.
it was always fairly obvious, like even in the middle
Yeah.
of Bleach, that it was going
Part
to
of
be
it-
leaning towards those ships. I don't know why they were upset.
But I
Well,
do. I understand why. I think part of it has to do with the way certain scenes were characterized in the show, right, in comparison to the manga.
Well, I was
which
going to
made it-
say you ask that when we look at My Hero and Deku
Yeah, I
and
know.
Ochako.
Yeah.
It's like it's so how people
But
can
people were kind of slightly more intelligent back then.
I mean, I guess, but like again,
I mean,
I think
that
part of
anime
why
studio
that-
does sabotage some ships. What anime studio?
Studio Periot. I think that's the studio that did Bleach.
I don't know anything
believe.
about that. I'm outsider on that.
Okay, fair enough. But essentially,
Don't
what
call
happened
people
was-
on Twitter people. But
That
I'm
is
on Twitter.
true.
well, I guess
Well, you're not a people, you're a bird.
that is racist. That's speciest. That's another level. Holy shit!
Oh,
Getting some
damn.
deep discrimination here.
No, it's not. It's
Only
just
in the Team
facts.
Jack podcast.
You're trying to say that you are a primate when you're actually an avian, sir? That is offensive.
Yeah, that
I can identify as a primate twice.
Dog, that's a flesh face. He's doing flesh face.
So I guess
You are
Kaiser's not a people either then, huh?
You are not a mammalian
Hey, I deserve
creature.
rights.
He is humanoid. There is a difference.
oh.
We are.
I'm sorry. Are you allowed? That's their word. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, we need
Oh,
to,
we need to continue this video.
They're not wrong.
They're not wrong. You know, like
I would say, in the grand
Regardless-
scheme of things with RWBY, like the shipping community is bad, but like, I don't know. You can ignore that pretty safely. It's not a problem with the show itself.
Yeah, pretty much. Like you can, like again, I think a part of that issue is just people are too overly reliant upon fandoms when wanting places to discuss things about the shows that they like instead just finding friends and sticking with those friends basically.
Yeah, we're coming up on
Yeah.
the Bumblebee.
Oh
Ugh,
god.
Yep.
Here we
so
go.
talking about Bumblebee, right? Not trying to get into it too much, but there have been some really toxic
Why not?
people in that.
Well,
There
that's
have
probably
been
'cause
some
at-
really
at
toxic
Future Point.
White Rose shippers. There
Okay.
have been some really toxic Red Nora shippers, and Jaune is Jaune sure is there.
No!
Uh,
Fuck no! Holy shit! Jaune is one of the most pervasive hearts of the problems. Jesus
Yes.
Christ! Oh god, no! Fucking hell!
John sure does
Sorry.
exist in this situation.
Yeah. Just, I feel like it's a valid criticism. Granted, a lot of it is over exaggerated. I think most fandom hate is over exaggerated, like towards fandoms in general. And,
That's
Yeah.
kind of facts, yeah.
That's it.
you know, because let's be frank, most of the time it's fine. Or it's just, oh my god, these people disagree with me on Twitter, okay? Like, dog, who cares?
Okay, ignore them.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's kind of facts.
Nameless
That's
says, if that's
reasonable.
so, what's the worst shipping community?
Honestly, I feel like trying to determine that. is
I
just a
feel like
lost
there's
cause,
not
man.
really a good metric. Like you would actually need to.
Yeah. No.
I-
The
Which-
Sonic League
you
can
know
be
what?
pretty brutal.
Yeah.
The Naruto community used to be pretty nasty back in
Oh,
the day.
Naruto is definitely up there.
Steven
Yeah.
Universe.
Oh, I mean,
kind
we
of.
can't
The Harry
forget-
Potter shippers.
The first flame war, the first fandom war, or for Digimon, with
Oh, yep,
the
yep.
Daikari King
Oh,
Maikan.
Yeah, the flame wars for Digimon. Oh man, yeah.
So yeah, that's a hard Voltron. I mean, maybe Voltron was sort of
Oh
like
yeah,
a,
I heard about their shipping.
I feel
wars.
like
I
though
heard
that Voltron
too.
was just sort of like a flash in the pan. Like it was,
Kinda,
it came in hot, flared up, and then it died out with the show.
Yeah.
You know,
Jaune
it-
is made into a
can
BS
be
harem
really-
protagonist so many fics. Well, yeah. What other male character are you gonna use, huh?
When? I was
Yeah.
shocked when I was reading a fic that I thought was going to be White Rose, and like the twist, like it's like, oh, Ruby falls in love with someone, and it surprises everyone. I'm like, oh, it might be a White Rose. I looked at Reddit, I'm like, it's Ren? The fuck?
Holy shit.
Caught me by complete surprise.
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah,
but it's
who
also
else would
just
you
like, bro, shut
use?
off your phone. Like,
Crow.
It was
it's
not that
fixed.
fucking hard to avoid this.
Yeah.
yeah,
Crow, I
Ew.
guess.
like I hate to sound
I
like
mean,
a boomer,
you know,
but
for the
just like,
daddy
shut
kink
off your phone.
kind of.
Shock.
if you
I
can,
guess so, yeah.
if it's that painful.
Oh my
you know?
god.
Next is RWBY being overcrowded with characters, and I actually agree. I think this is a solid
wait.
enough critique of the show.
Oh,
I mean, fuck. Wait, guy. How can you determine that when you don't? Are you trying to base that on what the show was trying to achieve? You can't do that.
Would you say that the show has the potential to be better if they got rid of a lot of superfluous characters?
and what gets me is like I don't even strictly agree. Like, okay, I do agree it is overpopulated, but it's like overpopulation, we've discussed this before, is a matter of utilization, not a matter necessarily of quantity, strictly speaking. You can
Yeah.
have a cast of thousands, but as long as you use them all well for their purposes, they actually
And
serve.
is-
But like characters like Coffee don't
Yeah.
serve any purpose.
Not to mention,
Yeah.
also is good to consider is like how if you have room to utilize them all.
Yeah.
If you can't, then yeah, you might as well just downsize
Yeah.
a lot.
Like, look at One Piece or look at MHA, which I actually watch MHA, not One Piece, so I can talk about that instead of One Piece.
Yeah, MHA
but
has tons of characters.
Yeah.
all of those characters have a reason to exist in the story, because you have 20 characters in class 1A including their teachers, and then you have 20 characters in class 1B that have along with their teachers, and then you have characters from the third year with the big three. You have a bunch of characters who are not part of UA at all, like with Endeavor and Hawks and Fat Gum.
Mhm.
And then you have all of the villain characters, and there are many different types of villain characters, from the League of Villains to the Detnerat and the whole Liberation.
Redestro, and
Yeah. Redestro and all. Like,
Yep.
you have all of these characters, hundreds of them, but all of them serve purposes in the story, and all of them have characterization, and all of them come back or are important
Mineta
at
and
certain times.
Mineta and Ojiro have a reason to exist. Yes. I don't like Mineta, but he's a great example of like one reason that people do become heroes, to be a kind of a horn dog. Like it's any other reason anyone becomes a celebrity. He's in it for the ability to pick up chicks. But like that, he finds a way to motivate himself. Like you can find a more pure motive within that. Like that's part of his mini arc, is that finding that. And Ojiro, along with Sero and Sato, is a normal guy. And that is one of my favorite things to happen in the manga. And I cannot wait for it to be animated. But they fucking tell off All For One.
All for one.
About how the fact they would not ever want to be the tragic, horribly scarred character. They're happy being just normal kids and having a normal life. and they never want anyone to go through what they saw their friends going through. To be like, it's one of my
Sure.
favorite moments in all
Like
of My
you-
Hero.
Yeah, because it facilitates the fundamental aspect that, like, anybody, what should be valued is the potential for people to do good in the face
Yes.
of adversity. Now, of course, like, my argument, and I guess the more believable argument is like discussing, okay, well, are these characters actually utilized, and like then you get into that discussion.
Well, you have like Sero is often kind of an unsung hero in a lot of scenarios, especially when it comes to battle.
I mean, they
he
really
just
make
doesn't
use
get
of it
a lot
in
of
the
focus
movies
on.
too. Like he gets a
Oh
lot.
yes,
Mhm.
he is like he is the MVP in a lot of movie battles. Like holy shit, especially the battle in the second movie. Like,
Yes.
Jesus.
Without him, Deku and Bakugo would have fucking died hard.
Same with Ochiko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, there are differences
Oh,
between.
I had to mute
like,
the stream to
them
avoid
being-
spoilers. I'm sorry, Robbie.
Oh fuck.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
We might wanna. Yeah, we might wanna go. In.
Well, I was gonna say, since we were just talking about shipping, Ojiro also has fills in that kind of role, since it is sort of semi-canonical in a spin-off manga that he and Hagakure are kind of a thing.
The
Wait, for
lucky
real?
bastard.
What the fuck? Yo, I'm just
Like-
wait, wait, that actually happened? And like Raymond's all like, it should have been me, not him.
Well, to be fair,
It's
I'm like
not
that with like
fair.
every single one of the girls in 1A. They're all great. I'm saying,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here over here and like Deku got Ochiko. That son of a bitch, it should have been me. Bakugo gets that is all bullshit. But Kirishima gets Mina. It should have been me. Well, actually, weirdly enough, Mina I think is the only one I'm not super interested in, and that's just because she reminds me of my aunt, and that gets kind of weird. I'm not into that. So.
All right, not tough.
Anyway, off topic. Let's get back into the overcrowding thing. Yeah. I think it should probably be a B or a C. I don't think it's as severe as
Alright,
they're
you
making it
gotta
out to be
agree.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not. That is nowhere near like
Well, I
the
guess,
biggest
like-
issue RWBY has.
Well, I don't
Also,
think
how
that they're
is it-
talking about whether or not it's a big issue so much as like whether or not the criticism is true or not, or fair.
I guess, I suppose, but then, oh,
Shoto Momo,
But, like,
though,
how
it should have been me.
oh my god.
Momo is actually my top girl, so I'm the top girl in 1A. That's like I'm just trying to think. I think Toga is top of the list, but she's not 1A. Momo is top of the list for 1A for me.
I don't ship them. I think that they're just friends. Because you can just be friends with them, like man. But no, I think that this is like for a tier list of how like objectionable the criticism is, or how
I mean,
true and accurate the criticism is. So
mhm.
not whether or not it's like severe quality criticism.
I guess, yeah.
I think, you can argue about it, who is necessary, who you could cut for the fat, and if they're just adding characters for the sake of characters, But yeah, it's all right. It's nothing terrible.
Not the worst
Wait,
criticism.
it's something terrible. You ranked it an A.
Yeah, what do you mean, dude? What?
I
Okay,
the
getting
reason
so many
why I'm
mixed
so
signals
confused
here.
is like it feels like what we're ranking now is like the ranking system is askew now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of mixed signals here.
I've seen of the show.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, it's kind of accurate.
Yeah. And like, if you want to debate it, whether or not, sure, but I feel like everyone can, kind of agree, and it is a fair enough criticism
No,
that
they don't.
hey, the cast is overbloated, right?
They do
next
not.
one
The
is
fandom
that,
does not agree with that
yeah, the
criticism. I
fandom
will say
is-
that for a fucking fact.
The fandom is like every other issue on this list. They are split.
Yeah.
Volume 9 says that killing yourself is the answer, and no, it did not at all. I
yeah,
hate
that's
to
a
be
solid.
Okay, let's see
yeah,
your
I hate to
arguments.
be the bearer of bad news.
Alright.
Probably the top of F tier, I
Oh.
think.
Yeah.
So wait, there's
What?
some legitimacy to it, but
Because okay, I'm gonna lay this out very slow for the people in the back. All right,
Oh, here we
Oh,
go.
honey.
RWBY
You can't say that.
drinking the tea did not accomplish anything productive
Yeah.
in the Ever After.
Well, technically, no.
yeah, no.
What?
She
I was gonna say
literally- yeah.
RWBY drinking the tea and then choosing to come back as herself because she is enough. That's a great message. What the fuck did Neo do?
Yeah.
Like really, Neo is the fly in the ointment here because that's treated as a good thing.
Fine. Yes. Her drinking the tea, as it were, or becoming a part of the tree is seen as a good thing as well by the story. So like, what do you mean by this, writers? You know what I mean?
Nameless
And
says,
then there's the paper pleasers.
Nameless says, want to know how much the internet ruined shipping for me? I can't ship myself with the characters, only the Moonlight Greatsword and some Gundams.
You ship yourself with Moonlight Greatsword and Gundams?
You want to fuck a
I
sword?
feel-
How does that
You wanna
work?
fuck a giant robot?
No, that one's
I mean,
actually.
no,
way
I mean
more common
that
than you
makes
think.
sense.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Transformers fandoms got you on that one.
Well, yeah, but like, well, I've. I'm not gonna say that.
I feel like I'm going to be grilling you about something after this stream.
Okay.
Gathering Tinder, Part 31. Shade Sarah. Ever since the Shifters' defeat at the hands of Ari the First, the Shadowlands fell under Balinor's occupation, and so went to the shadows. We infiltrated and we waited. Robbie says, fun fact, people gave Charlie, Moist Critical / Penguin Zero, grief for making fun of Volume 9. Yeah, I was there for
Yes.
that.
Yep, we all were.
There was that one isekai where the guy reincarnated as a sword.
Oh yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's also the
yeah,
one
I
isekai
remember.
where a guy reincarnated as a fucking vending machine. I don't want anyone fucking a vending machine.
No, with that too. I'm joking.
But yeah, no, I'm sorry. The whole like RWBY drinking the tea thing is muddled by how the paper pleasers are like they are an element of the world. Them reincarnating is supposed to be a good thing. But the ego
Right.
death of RWBY is supposed to be treated as a bad thing, and it is. But then Neo sacrifices herself at the or not sacrifices, she opts out at the very end. She ego deaths.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to take from that? That's supposed to be a good thing? That the only way that people can redeem themselves is by taking their own lives? What? That
Yeah,
And,
it's the whole concept related to the ego death and becoming a new person, regardless whether or not RWBY chose the path to stay the same or to become a different person or not. It is the fact that drinking the tea or using the leaves of the tree represents a literal death and reincarnation, because you are
Yep.
not the same person that you were when you come out of the tree. You
Yep.
are a fundamentally different person, even to the point where all of your memories are gone.
it is.
Yeah.
It
You-
should be seen as RWBY making an attempt on her life. Period.
Right.
And the idea at the very end of it is she made that choice knowing what would happen to her. She went all the way to the very end and could have basically chosen to cross over into the glowing pearly white gates,
Yeah.
but chose to step back. And basically, you can see it as a failed attempt on her life because at the last minute, she chose to live. That is how I view that scene. But then again, Neo is the one that just successfully dives off into the tree. What am I
Yeah,
supposed to
and
take
that's
from
meant to
Neo
be a
doing that?
happy
And that's
scene.
portrayed as a positive thing. They all look at her effigy in the tree, smiling and happy, as though they're happy for her. Like, what am I supposed to take from that? They should be horrified that someone just committed unalive in front of them.
Yeah, like it should have been. They tried so hard to make it so like positively tragic, so that like the audience doesn't feel uncomfortable with it, but they didn't really think about like the implications as a result of that.
Yeah, no. It's just, oh, I have a cool idea. And then they don't think anything beyond that. So,
And then they don't think. Just stop there.
Well, I was
Yeah.
gonna say, like, they almost had it. They almost landed it. If Neo had just not done that and done something different, like, I don't know, go back to get revenge on Cinder or something like that. Yeah, something small
Yeah.
that she would be petty and angry over.
Yep.
It would have actually been fine. It would have been, okay,
Yes.
the rules work here this way. RWBY made an attempt, she failed, and she decided I am enough and like reaffirmed herself as a person. Like there's an arc there, it all makes sense. And the story is saying, hey, it's bad to try and make that attempt on yourself. Don't, you are enough as a person.
Cool.
And then it just backtracks on that with Neo. It's like, what the fuck?
Yep.
yep.
And then Nameless says, it's a joke. I know how absurd cargo ships are. I'm back. What did I miss? Suicide is painless. Cue mash opening. Anyway.
If she had drank the tea and she would have actually died, nothing good would have come out of the show. Nothing good would have come out of that decision.
What is this
We
argument?
were lucky, keyword being lucky, that she was able to return to her normal self. It does not push this idea that suicide was the answer, and it does not encourage it whatsoever. Because
Yeah,
we
it kinda
clearly see
does,
that
though.
RWBY is
Kinda did,
desperate.
though.
She is sad.
Ew.
She cannot emotionally handle the situation around her. As her friends and comrades beat her,
There
Well,
there
the
is no
second-
Neo death
Wait,
in Bossing
What
Say.
There's no Neo. What should they have done for Neo, since the obvious was a horrible choice? Go back to get revenge on Cinder. Be like, hey guys, I
Yeah.
got dicked over too, and I was told that it was all your
If
fault.
anything, yeah, I was about to say, if anything, like the argument, if they were really trying to, because it's so weird how they're going to be probably going to try to like redeem Salem and then never try to do that with Neo. The whole thing should have been that, hey, I was not responsible for what happened to Roman. Forgot his name for a second. Cinder's the bigger problem. She manipulated you and backstabbed you. We have to go back and fight her together. Because
I
if you
always did
stay on this
wonder-
path, then like,
Sorry.
yeah, you're gonna. Sorry. I think you're gonna piggyback on what I'm saying. Like, if you stay on this
Yeah.
path, you're never going to actually avenge him.
Yeah. I was going to say, I never knew why RWBY didn't say, I didn't kill your boss. Like, she never said that. She just
I
said,
think
it's not my fault. Or something like that. Or like, I'm not apologizing. That is what basically she said. Was, I'm not
Yeah.
apologizing. It's like, but if,
I'm not sorry.
tell her. Yeah, saying I'm not sorry is not the same thing as I didn't cause his death. It wasn't me.
Literally, he was about to kill me, and then he got eaten because he wasn't looking behind him. If you want to make
Yeah.
that about me somehow, go right ahead. But just know that I'm not at fault. Like, that's another thing. Like,
That's
they
so
completely
funny.
avoided having any kind of conversation with Neo. Like,
Yeah.
can you imagine them just, like, talking with Neo and having, like, a civilized, like, hey, why the fuck are you trying to kill me? Like, RWBY should be confused as fuck. It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? What did I do?
Well, like, also, it's kind of weird because they barely ever interact with Neo, but then the
Yeah.
first thing that RWBY says is, oh, you're after me because of him. Like, well, maybe it's just because I haven't watched it since it came out, and maybe, like, she established she's getting revenge specifically because of Roman, but, like, I don't know.
Hmm. I mean,
It's
they
just kinda
kind of
weird.
sort of did because like Neo tried to fight Cinder at first, but then Cinder's all like, "Hey, we're both after Ruby," and like
But
my
Ruby doesn't know
assumption,
that.
yeah, Ruby doesn't know that. Number one, and number two, my expectation was that Neo was smart and would obviously understand that that is not true, so she's just biding her time so that for the chance to backstab Cinder. And that didn't end up happening, even though that would be completely wwithin character.
DeadRx52
Yeah.
conversation with a mute. I mean, they have the scrolls. They can
Yeah.
type things. It's not hard.
Yeah.
And you can still pantomime. Like mutes have the ability to communicate. I don't know if you know this. And then Sam's like, "Isn't Neo a main character in your Fixing RWBY series?" She's a secondary cast member. She is very prominent, but trust me, Volume 9 is not going to function the way people are expecting. We have a lot of wonky ideas that we're still reforming on that, but it's not going to look almost anything like the original Volume 9.
Interesting. Okay.
But I'm just surprised they got rid of a character permanently given how popular she is. Yeah, that's a good point too. That is surprising, but I guess they had to kill someone.
It does not push this idea that suicide was the answer,
Oh, that
and
phrase
it does
is so
not
funny.
encourage it whatsoever. Because we clearly see that RWBY is desperate. She is sad. She cannot emotionally handle the situation around her, as her friends and comrades beat her while one of the most dangerous criminals on her planet is torturing her.
What?
It's still
her-
saying that, like, if you're sad, then the answer
Who
could
beat
be
her?
suicide.
Yeah, her
Her
friends
friends.
beat her.
What the fuck?
Neo as her friends.
Oh,
Okay.
but she
I
knows
think
it's
that's what
Neo. Like I
The corpses of her friends. Like, I hate the... Like, oh, what do you... But RWBY did that, and it magically worked out. But it didn't. It didn't
Hey,
actually.
Wait, what?
Sorry, but we had the same thing happen in Wakfu, and Yugo didn't try to kill himself.
Yeah. Fucking Yugo. Wait, which point where are you talking with Yugo?
Well, like when he's talking to like Nox and also
Kilby.
his brother Kilby in the in that mind space kind of place.
Right.
Like
He got
had
stronger.
those, yeah, he got stronger because of it, and he didn't have to like try and commit seppuku, suicide, whatever, in order to achieve that. In like he's put himself into danger. There was a scene in one of the episodes where every step that they took in this trap that they fell in, they aged, and so they couldn't get outside of the trap, or else they would grow too old and die. There was a moment where Yugo tried to do that himself, and he like grew up because he's immortal. So like he could have succeeded, but
Yeah.
that's the closest thing that we ever get to him potentially committing suicide.
Yeah.
And he's
If
gone
she-
through
if she didn't-
way worse
Yes. Actually, yes.
he's gone through way worse things.
He's fought gods, so we're close to them. So
Close
Yes.
to him.
Didn't drink the tea,
And-
right? You know what would have happened?
Way worse.
You
They
probably
would've-
would have just killed her anyways.
Yeah, but even apart from that, let's say they didn't kill her, whatever, right? If she didn't drink the tea and they fought Neo right then and there, and then the Curious Cat, right? And then they would have beat Neo or the Curious Cat, whichever one decided to fight. Then they would have had most likely their
They
emotional
both decided to
reconciliation.
fight. What?
also, Kaiser, your stream's off.
Oh, is it? My
Uh-oh.
bad.
Or it's paused. There we go.
Is it back?
Yep.
Okay, so here's the reason why what you are saying in this very moment is incredibly stupid. Is you could have had a moment where the characters would have had some really great characterization. Could have been
Yeah.
something like, maybe the Curious Cat did take over Ruby's body. And they had to fight her. And then they had to reach out to her and like encourage her and tell her about how important she is.
Yeah, on some
have
Persona
that-
type shit.
Yeah. Or have that It's a Wonderful Life kind of moment with her. And that would have given her the strength to fight off the Curious Cat and like expel him out of her body. So that she can fight him herself. You could have had something like that. But
Yeah.
instead, they go the route where she commits suicide by drinking tea. To the point, and don't tell me that it isn't suicide, because there were a bunch of fans of the show who would talk to critics on the internet and tell them to go drink tea. They knew what it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
110%. That is so funny, by the way. That's so.
What did
fucking
the show
pathetic.
tie in learning to love yourself, becoming a better person of yourself with suicide? That seems like a disaster. No, okay. Best case scenario, the way this should have been handled is RWBY is basically not getting reinforced. She's not being built up. She's basically at her lowest point. She's being broken down, and she thinks that there's only one way forward because she doesn't believe she's enough. She doesn't believe that she can actually weather the storm.
Yeah.
What she gets in the last moment as she attempts to take her own life to see the easy way out, is someone that finally comes in and says, no, you are enough. Like, she is getting reaffirmation. Now, whether that's from her own subconscious or from the subtle nudge of the blacksmith or some weird figment of her mother, she is finally getting some kind of affirmation from somewhere, and it's basically that last tether that keeps her from making the final step to delete herself. That's not necessarily a good message. That's a realistic thing that people do. Like, you hear about it all the time. People jump from like the Golden Gate Bridge. On their way down, people that have survived talk about how they had a last moment of, oh shit, no, I don't want to die. People have those moments where like suddenly all of their problems get faced with imminent death, and they're like, no, you know what? Living is way better than this. Like, it's not unrealistic. It's a tragic and kind of true representation of what it's like to basically be drawn to your lowest point and try to take that opt-out option.
Yeah.
It really is. It's less that RWBY drank the tea and more that Neo is seen as a positive. That's really what I'm getting at here. It is such
It's
a
on
weird,
top of-
disgusting twist on it.
And it's on top of the fact that the reason for RWBY to, opt out of essentially the ego death whole thing is something that is like narratively the most weak built up plot point in the entire show, which is, her relation to Summer, her mom, and trying to, figure out the reason why she died or carrying on her legacy and shit like that. Like,
God, when she offered up her fucking emblem,
yeah, and said that, oh, this is the symbol of a mother's promise. I was like, bitch,
when the
what
fuck was
promise?
this?
Retroactive writing. Gotta love it.
All right, well, we got to start double timing it. How do we have 20 minutes left in this video?
I know, right?
Beat Neo or the Curious Cat, whichever one decided
It's all
to
gonna
fight.
be Bumblebee and Ironwood.
Then they would have had most likely their emotional reconciliation. Then they would have gone to the tree, and then they would have popped right out of the doors. RWBY drinking the tea did not benefit anyone. It was a bad thing that they were lucky that the ever after works differently from their
did
world.
benefit
Because if
Neo.
it was in their world, it would have been terrible.
RWBY would have just died.
Yeah.
Yes!
We're lucky.
Yeah, that's what an allegory is.
Yeah.
Do you understand? I don't know, man.
Okay, I have to use the restroom. Please read out the teddy bear paladin. I'll be right back.
So Gathering Tinder, Part 32. Shade Sarah. Under the guise of the Queen's agent, I guided the unicorn's bloodlust. An angry fire mage didn't factor into my immediate plans. Neither did a punch in the face.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's awesome.
First time
dude.
that I got to read one of those.
No, I think you've done so before.
Have I? I don't remember.
It's been a while, but it's also just generally been a while since we've had Teddy Bear Paladin here in the Team Jack chat, and it's good to see you again, buddy. Hope things
Yeah.
are good for you. And all
Okay, Robbie. If Robbie says that I've done it before, I'll believe him because that man just remembers everything.
that. Okay.
Oh,
He's like an elephant, he doesn't forget.
yeah, he is. Robert Glendinning, with 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, congrats to everybody who got caught in that. That's really awesome. He's
Yeah.
always very generous with those.
He is.
Um,
Thank you.
but yeah.
Oh, tabletop session didn't happen tonight. Cool. Well, glad that you're
Gotcha.
here.
Yeah, at the very least. I mean, sorry about the session, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah,
Some positive
freaking
came out of it.
yeah. But like as I said before, the whole thing in regards to Ruby and her bond with her mother is just like incredibly poorly thought out. Like, and also even if it was built up, I wouldn't really. If I were to write this, and I'm not trying to do this in the sense of like, oh, it's not how I wanted it to be, but it's more so that like it doesn't feel like it would be living up to the show's best potential by having Summer be the thing that brings Ruby back from the brink.
It should
Because
be
it
her
kinda
friends. It should be the people in her
Yeah,
immediate
it should be your
life.
friends. Yeah,
Like-
because the whole issue in regards to Ruby and her conflict in this volume is that she views herself as not living up to her own potential, not just as a leader, but as a huntress and as a hero, like her mother. She keeps comparing herself to her mother.
And that's the
And so-
problem. The problem
that's
should
the
not be
problem.
solved by her mother. It should be solved by her friends being like, Ruby, you are enough. Get out of the fucking tree.
Yeah, you are. Get out of the tree, Shinji.
Get in the tree, Shinji, or Ruby will have to go back in again. All right.
Oh my god. But no,
that
that's
the ever
exactly it, right?
Sorry, I wanted
Yeah.
to. We gotta keep
No,
on going.
God. Yeah,
It works differently.
Yeah.
We're lucky that happened. It's not
Yeah.
that, drinking the tea
It's not like the
helped
writers
anyone. It didn't
created that
help
book.
at all. It did not frame it as the answer. It viewed it, and the show made it very clear it's a desperate act. It's a literal desperate act that Ruby did because she can't
Yes.
handle it anymore.
Uh,
And we're
The show's
just lucky
pretty
that
desperate,
everything
alright.
worked out.
Insert
It's
Neo.
not that
Insert Neo.
technically
Insert Neo.
the
That's
world
all
would
I'm
have been
saying right
better if everyone drank tea. Blake and Yang should have drank tea. Weiss should have drank tea. John should have drank tea. That's the message of the show.
now.
Like,
Weiss
no,
drinks tea, becomes a
no.
cat.
We're just lucky that Ruby had the
Those
mental
were her
resolve
options, human
in
or
order
cat.
to get
No
out
others.
of the tree and fix her mistake. Because her drinking the tea was a major mistake. Like, oh god. But whatever. Anyway, next one.
Okay, so do we? Where would we actually place this in terms
Oh,
of
fuck.
actual?
Where did he put-
reality? He put it in F.
This would
high F.
No,
I would
right,
probably
yeah,
put it in
no.
A.
Yeah.
Honestly, just because the fact of like how blatantly they fucked this up when they didn't really have to. I would definitely put it in A, maybe lower in B if you want to say that like, oh, there are like other bigger problems that are more legitimate.
So someone's like, oh, I prefer coffee over tea. I'm like, if you made coffee out of the freaking leaves, you do the exact same thing, but just way faster.
Yeah.
you get to the blacksmith, and the blacksmith's like, all right, choose. What? Choose. Fucking choose now. Choose. No, choose. But yeah, what'd you say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was saying that Yeah, I'd probably put in A or B if maybe if you make the argument that like there are other issues that are way more legitimate, but yeah.
Twi?
Yeah, no, I would probably put it in A tier. I think that it is a very big problem, a kind of unfortunate message that they really should have used at least a couple of their brain cells to think about whether or not this was a good idea.
Yeah, just
Especially not because they harped on and on and on about how they don't know whether or not that this is death. And they still did, even when it was confirmed that it was reincarnation. It's reincarnation for the Afterins. That doesn't
Yes.
mean you are an alien species on this planet.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee it's gonna work for you guys the same way, man. Like, still should have been fucking worried about
I
it.
just finished volume
And-
8. So far, Cardin is my favorite character.
Oh wow.
I feel bad for you, buddy. Haven't seen him since volume
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, that's what makes
Cool.
him so great. They didn't ruin him yet.
Yeah. So also, like, Neo also thought that it meant death. So, like, it was really priming you
BRB.
to think that it meant death. And in a way, it was. Because she still had the option to become someone new, which meant that Ruby Rose, as a person, would have effectively been dead.
Yup.
And it doesn't matter if, like, there's reincarnation, because those, like, when you have stories where your character is reincarnated and they're like, oh yeah, my past life and all that kind of stuff, that you are still a fundamentally different person from the person that your soul or whatever used to be. It's not just it's not just where you go to sleep and then you effectively die and then you wake up again the next morning. It's not how that works. You're a different person. So,
Yep.
like, she could have become a different person and she would have committed suicide.
Yep. It's ego death for a reason.
Bumblebee.
Uh,
Take it or leave it.
Mm.
It really
Yeah.
depends
Yeah.
on. It depends on what you're criticizing about it. You know.
Yeah.
Why not get specific then and make those two different categories?
yeah.
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 Because like sometimes it can be a little toxic, like we were talking about with the shipping thing. But Bumblebee's also a different case where, from most of the information I've gathered, it seems like the fans themselves almost willed it into existence.
And they got mad that it existed.
Well, half of the fandom willed it into existence, the other half didn't like it, and also the fact that the show is so heavily influenced by its fans could also lead to writing problems down the line. You know what I like? You know, it's a can of worms. Next one.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Wow.
No.
I mean, I would probably, high B is probably a fair place for it, honestly. It's like right there with shipping in general, but I
That would
guess
be high A then.
I guess you're right. Yeah. The reason why I'm sitting here like he's not wrong, but you could go way more in depth about like it's just a bad writing. It's poorly supported by the writing. It completely torpedoed Blake and Yang's characters in order to just facilitate just the couple, so they're no longer distinct characters as much as they used to be. You can go into how it ended up basically dropping the relationship between Blake and Sun to any significant degree. It basically it harms the writing in general in a number of ways and could have been done a lot better. It's another one of those potential betters, but I'm surprised you have so little to say on it.
Yeah. And we still have so much left in the video. What's going on?
Yeah, what the hell is this next point?
Ruby is the worst show ever made, and this is also an F tier. Wow, F tier
Yeah,
is
no.
What the fuck?
Huh?
The
I mean,
is,
when people say it's the worst show ever made, I'm pretty sure a lot of them are being hyperbolic.
yeah, that's not a how is this a problem? Like, this isn't a direct criticism. It's just people making a statement. It's not really an argument. It's also wrong. Like, there are way worse shows out there, I'm pretty sure. We just watched 3 episodes of Batwoman. All right?
Yeah.
Like, that was awful.
Like, I have been hard pressed to find a show, well, a cartoon specifically, that is worse than RWBY. But, you know, I also haven't watched every single cartoon out there in existence. But, so for me, I view RWBY subjectively as pretty low, near the bottom of the worst shows that I've ever watched.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Mouth exists. It's a good point. DMC the anime is worse. That's I don't know if Kaiser wants to weigh in on that one.
Is he here?
I was going to say, I don't know if Kaiser's alive. He is both muted and deafened.
Yeah. For some reason, my headphones are really acting up. It's annoying me. I can only hear like half of what you're saying.
Oh. Have I watched Miraculous? No, I haven't. Anyway, let's continue on with this bullshit, because it's not really an argument people have made. Oh, hi, Kaiser. Oh,
Yeah.
He vibrated. That's all. Okay.
Okay.
I have returned with some pizza.
Listen,
Oh, good. I wish you had told us about that. The next one on the shopping block, after Bumblebee, which was really brief and really weird.
Wait, what? Wait,
Yeah.
what did they say?
That it was willed into existence by the fandom, which could cause writing problems. Like, I don't know why they were talking in very... It wasn't wrong, but it wasn't very substantive.
Oh,
They gave it a B,
that's lame.
so it's, like,
Okay.
not low. It should be a
Okay.
little bit higher, but, you know, upward
Yeah,
chicken.
honestly, but that's pretty fucking lame if that's all you really have to say about
Well,
it. Like,
get
even
this,
if you
their
don't
next
think it's
argument is that RWBY is, like, the next argument they're fighting against is that RWBY is the worst show ever made. That's not even it's not an argument even. It's just a statement. It's like there's no argument in there. Like, all these complaints
No!
are like what goes into the thesis statement of RWBY is the worst show ever made. You need to
I don't think that
And even then,
I
people
don't
don't
think-
fucking say that.
I like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure that the only people who say that are being hyperbolic.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they're not actually saying that legitimately. They're like, it's so frustrating. I don't think these guys know what an argument is.
Schrodinger's Kaiser, he's here and gone until he answers.
And then he comes back with food.
Oh,
And then he comes back with food, and then he smacks into the microphone.
yes.
Oh,
AM
my bad,
ASMR.
I'm muted.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, guys, but if you think RWBY is the worst show you've ever seen,
You haven't seen shit.
yeah.
So wait, that's
the best way to
represented
put
by
it.
Ironwood? How the
No,
fuck is that?
no. It's represented by the DVD case. It's right next to the number, the Mr. Krabs meme.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Go watch SAO and come back.
yeah, watch SA.
No, okay. Look, SAO is bad.
Honestly,
It is not RWBY bad.
no. I'm gonna tell you this shit right now. SAO is better. Not by much, but SAO absolutely is better than RWBY. If you asked me this question like 2 or 3 volumes ago, I would have been all like, you know what? Fine. SAO is worse. No, it's not. It absolutely isn't. Get the
SAO's
fuck outta
animation is consistent.
here. Yeah.
That alone puts it on a tier above RWBY.
It also has like a couple of much better character moments in it.
Yeah.
Like with what's her name? I think Yuki. Yeah, Yuki. They have one arc that is good from beginning to end. RWBY doesn't have that. There we go.
Or what's the one? It was the
something fireworks or something.
I think so. It was the mecha show. I
Fireworks,
think
what?
me and Evan watched that had like a.
Was it the one we watched specifically together without Summer?
No, it was like the
Or-
one episode. It was like terrible.
No.
What?
That are you? I'm hazarding a guess. Are you guys trying to talk about Darling in the Franxx? Because like that's like the one mecha show, and you're like you're like tiptoeing around it, but you only watch.
Oh, Mechanical Arm, that one.
No,
Oh,
no, not
no,
mechanical
yeah.
arms.
But I have no idea what you got.
Oh, is it that?
Are you,
hold on,
are you
let
talking about XR?
But anyway,
yeah.
I'm not gonna waste that.
I mean,
basically,
XR is worse. Sure.
There are so many
but
terrible shows out there.
Has anybody
Honestly,
even watched that?
Floof has.
I have.
Yeah.
It was so, but as like I group watched it with some people because it's so fucking terrible. You think RWBY's animation is bad? You ain't seen nothing until you saw that.
Sorry, I went to the showers. What are we talking about? We're talking about a straw man argument.
Yeah.
I was about to say I do
If
not
you
believe people say
think
this.
that RWBY is the worst show ever made. Hell, even if you were like, oh, it's the worst 3D animated show, you're wrong once again. You tried, but you're still wrong. The worst show aimed at 13-year-olds, you're probably still wrong. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
in order...
SpongeBob exists.
Oh, fuck off. SpongeBob is better
Nah.
than RWBY, even in its modern incarnation.
I was about to say I hear from people occasionally that nowadays SpongeBob is like okay most of the time.
It's nothing like it's not like as good as the first 3 seasons in the movie were apparently, but it's not awful. It's a comedy show. It doesn't have any continuity to worry about. So I mean, it's also a completely different beast.
I like SpongeBob, but whatever.
Wow.
I find it enjoyable. Anyway,
Is there anything that you
debating-
don't like? Because apparently you still say that it's terrible, but you like it anyway. So
SAO
I'm just
apparently.
wondering if you're. Yeah, but who knows? He could also like it, but also view it as bad. So I'm wondering, is there anything that he does not like? He thinks that it is bad, and therefore he does not like it. Because the only thing that I'm ever hearing is, it's bad, but I still like it.
Watch it be Naruto.
that aside, basically, if you think that RWBY is one of the worst shows ever, if you think it's an example of how not to do a show or whatever BS.
Oh, that's a different
Wait,
argument.
Wait a second, buddy.
RWBY
That
is
is entirely
definitely an
different.
example of how not to do a show for a number of different
Yes.
reasons, including
Yeah,
several
you
that you've
have to-
listed, like letting the fandom dictate the ships.
Yeah, you don't have to have your show be the absolute worst thing ever to be like a gold standard or a poster child or a playbook for how not to make a show. Like the same way that you can have a show that is a good example of how to make a story good without it being the best thing ever.
I've been told to check the Discord. That is an art. What is the art? Afterlife speed run. Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, post it. Holy shit!
Amazing.
Dead Rex, I miss you, buddy.
I love it so much.
The emptiness in her eyes really sell it to me.
Yes.
You're throwing. I'm sorry, that's an F tier criticism, and you know it.
Yeah.
No, not really.
I would have agreed with you, but then you shifted it at the very end.
Yeah,
you
shifted
pivoted
the
into a completely
goalposts a
different
bit.
argument that is far more reasonable and in fact S tier.
Like, Genlock is not the worst mecha show I have ever seen. It's not. But in my opinion, it does a lot of... But if I were to talk to somebody and I tell them... And I want a good example of how not to write a mecha show, that would be one of the first shows I would show them.
And then Gundam
Because it does... Yeah, and that... Well, Gundam Seed... Excuse me, is way far, like super far in the opposite, in the other direction where it's like it's so bad, but kind of sort of, yeah. But yeah, it does a lot of the basic things wrong.
I like people are like I got a confession, controversial topic. I actually like Fairy Tail. I enjoy Fairy Tail. I don't want to say it's good, but I enjoyed what I've seen. I've watched like the first 40 episodes. It was fine. I don't know where Fairy Tail gets its absolute garbage reputation from. It's fine. It's just
it's much. Well, I wouldn't say it's much later, but it's a little later.
Well, I don't know. I dropped it after the first episode.
Yeah, I was about to say I dropped that at like 20 episodes. I thought it was kind of boring because like
it was, the pacing was pretty bad. Gathering Tinder, part 33. Scepter. The princess asked me for guidance in facing the oncoming guards. I replied she had 2 hands, a sturdy pull in them, and something between her ears. She was displeased.
Ironwood's
Crazy.
character arc was mishandled very poorly. I would say, yeah. I think.
Oh shit!
Okay, the setup was there for Ironwood to always turn into a villain,
Okay.
but it really
Debatable.
did feel like he turned into a villain too fast from volume 7 to 8. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think when people
This is the safe
dissect it
opinion to
and
have.
give it
Yeah.
a lot of problems,
Which again, how can you determine this
I
when
think
you
it
don't
is,
believe?
whatever, valid.
Fuck it.
Yeah, we enough setup for the
yeah.
what happened. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to do this a little out of order.
What?
And since we're talking about Ironwood's turn, Team RWBY being evil. And this is just, like, kind of dumb. Like, a lot of people...
Oh, okay. Here's an interesting argument.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I cut out. I didn't hear what they said.
Oh, he said, well, he's going out of order, so he got this one. And the other argument is that Team RWBY is evil.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're evil. I would say that they are insanely fucking negligent for no reason.
Well,
Which-
people say that they are evil because they are negligent.
That
I
they are
yes.
committing evil through their negligence. That's the probably
Yes.
proper way. So
And since we're talking about Ironwood's turn, Team RWBY being evil. And this is just, like, kind of dumb. Like, a lot of
Yeah.
people have been like, Team RWBY actually
Oh,
did
sorry,
more
that-
damage to
that's-
Atlas
that's
than
Soda.
Salem did, or Cinder did, or whoever. And it's like, no.
Right.
Like,
I mean, they
you're just
I-
wrong. Like, just read.
they
Just
took the
oh, that's a
scepter
great
away.
argument. You're just wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If Team RWBY had decided to not do anything and just let themselves get arrested by the Aesops, it's very likely that Ironwood may have succeeded.
Probably.
Yeah.
And again, like, they're the ones who kind of sort of destroyed Atlas when they objectively did not have to do that. They could just took the scepter, contained Salem after she got blown up, which would have taken like two minutes max, and then put it
Sweep her
back
into a
and told-
dustpan.
Yeah, basically, or sucked her into a pocket dimension, and then literally was tell Ironwood, "Yo, we don't have to do this shit anymore. We don't have to fight. Situation's over."
It was just such a and I hate that he's not really making an argument. He's just saying no.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
saying no. What a great way of legitimizing your opinions, guy.
I would say Team RWBY being maliciously negligent. I think that's the best way to put it. Probably that's probably got to go in A tier because it's our main protagonist.
Yeah, I was about to say, and they're doing.
Oh no, they got Kaiser.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I muted myself because I was still drinking. But yeah, not only is it bad because it's the main character's doing it, which is what the fuck, but also because of how much of it is so out of character in ways that does not expand it in the way that, again, the show tried to expand on their characters, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like the whole point is to showcase like, trust is hard, or they're committing certain actions that are similar to Ozpin, but they just don't do it in a way that is believable given their prior characterization.
Yeah, and that's the gist of it, really, is that at the end of the day, these are our main protagonists. We do hold them to a higher standard than literally every other character in the show. So then, why are they not morally upstanding people who try to do the right thing and who have an ounce of brain cells in their goopy cells in their heads?
Goopy cells.
Chill, bro.
They're little goopy prison cells.
And team, or like them, apparently they screwed over Mantle with their plan to get the lamp, even though we were shown exactly that their plan worked out surprisingly well.
In spite
So,
of their horrible,
just kind of being like, oh, Team RWBY are bad heroes and they're bad people. It's just kind of dumb.
They
just
created the
live in a
crisis,
world
which they had
where
to stop.
Everything is very extreme.
Yeah, but
We see
Raymond,
that
it worked out in the end, so therefore it wasn't a bad
Literally an
idea.
entire kingdom got wiped off the face of the fucking map.
They
You're
should
like,
have
oh,
dodged.
nobody
A bunch of
They
people
should have dodged, Raymond. They
Yeah,
should have dodged.
I was gonna say like, oh, and yeah, no, but all the people survived somehow, which is bullshit. But
well,
putting that
not
aside,
true.
how much? Well, it's also not true because people like Elm and Clover ended up dying. Well, I guess Clover wasn't as much.
Wait, Elm is still alive.
Well, no,
No, sorry,
like
Vine.
the people
Vine
that got
Vine is
Vine that got blown off of the rails.
Oh, right, yeah.
During the fight with Cinder, and then all the people who got eaten up by the Grim, those people also died.
Yep. But like, even like putting that aside, the amount of resources that you have just lost is cataclysmic. You've not only just lost an entire city, which includes housing, which you need, but also all the other infrastructure that comes with it, all of the dust that Atlas could have mined.
Yep.
Like, literally so much has been lost, and you have an entire populace of millions, if not billions, compared to the size of the city that we see, that need to be relocated to a completely unrelated environment. It's awful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Remember her message.
Did not have to do it. Oh, fuck me. But, and they did not have to do it. They didn't have to go this way.
Aloha, joining in towards the end. What are we ranking? RWBYTube videos? This is a person that is ranking the critiques of RWBY, and they're doing not really a good job of it.
Yeah.
Ironwood, we see that with the White Fang. So, like, it's hard to deal with extreme stuff, right? So,
and they're inexperienced. They're inexperienced heroes.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're evil.
It's almost as if RWBY's like 15 at the start of the show.
Who cares?
I'm sorry, bro. No, get the fuck out of here with all this shit.
Yeah, shut up.
It doesn't take a 20-year-old mega genius to understand that sending millions of people to Lady Satan's next target is a bad fucking idea.
I was going to say, also, there is a reason we do try some teenagers as adults when they commit offenses that are so horrible, like murdering family members and the such, that we cannot, like, it is physically unable for us to, like, differentiate them from adults. Like, it is such a bad choice that they made that we have to treat them as an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, I hate this argument of, oh, well, they're teenagers, so that means that they can do no wrong, or that if they have done wrong, then all is forgiven. Please do not coddle these women. Please do not treat them like they are fucking infants who have the IQ of someone who is just barely out of diapers.
Yeah,
The
it's my
whole
job.
point, the whole point of the start of Volume 7 is that they got their licenses. They are officially
Yeah.
recognized as working adults in the world of Remnant, and specifically the city of Atlas. And they end up destroying Atlas and Mantle.
Yeah, if anything,
Also-
by God.
Also, Ruby, by this point, is 17, not 15. She was 15 at the start of the series.
Yeah.
She is an adult.
If anything, coddling them like this kind of robs the whole point of the plot point, because the whole point of it is that they're kind of sort of adults now, and they have to handle the situation, and they're not able to handle it very well, which would have been fine if it actually got explored properly.
Jose
Newsflash,
Galagarza
they
says, still baffles me they chose to move the civilians to Vacuo instead of Mistral. Yeah,
Yeah!
that's
Remember
also
that
like
part?
a big what the fuck? Why? It's just because we have to go there next. It literally, there's no other reason. Like,
Yeah, no.
Mistral
other
is still
reason.
there. Mistral's fine. Nothing happened to Mistral.
You could just have them create two different portals. One going to Mistral for, the civilians and some of the other huntsmen that are willing to help. And then the other could just go to Vacuo for the heroes because, that's the next stop.
You could also create a third portal going to Vale. Any able-bodied people that want to help out in Vale, guess what? We have houses that need filling. Like, it's not like Vale is completely destroyed. Beacon fell,
That is
sure,
true.
but Vale is still around.
Yeah, Vale is still around. They could actually gain some contact with Glinda and some of the other huntsmen from there. That would absolutely be a better option. Yeah.
Yep.
No,
But,
it
you
would
know-
have actually made some sort of sense for why everyone ended up in Vacuo. Is like, if the girls actually made exit points to all of the kingdoms, like all of the other kingdoms, but for whatever reason, like maybe they're racist against the fauna, so they don't go to Menagerie. Well, they remember the fall of Beacon, so they don't want to go to Vale, even if Vale is perfectly fine and safe, and they don't want to go to Mistral because whatever other excuse. So everyone just ends up going to Vacuo.
Also, everyone's being like, oh, but in the Volume 9 epilogue, Salem wiped out the other kingdoms. 1, she only wiped out Vale. 2, they didn't know that.
Yeah, they didn't know that. And also,
And 3,
The
you
fact
act like having extra arms to help fight against that? We saw that Vale was perfectly functional, at least from the little that we could, with Glinda and the shopkeeper in Volume 8. What happened to them?
yeah. And also, like, that's assuming, like, that, Salem going back to Vale made any sense at all, which it fucking didn't.
Yeah, I don't know why she would have done that unless she was, like, trying to scout. Like, you could have explained that she's trying to scour for the crown, but there's no guarantee it's there. We don't know what Ozpin did.
Yeah. Basically, like, she knows that it was made more well hidden compared to the other relics, by Cinder's own testimony. So, like, I don't know why that was her next stop instead of immediately heading off against the heroes and making sure that whatever she had Tyrion and what's his name, Mercury do over at Vacuo goes off without a hitch. Like, it's just so fucking pointless.
Experience. They're inexperienced heroes.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean they're evil.
it's almost as if
Exactly.
Ruby's,
No,
like,
by that
15
point, they've had
at the start
7
of the
fucking
show.
seasons.
Yeah.
But
Isn't the whole point that
anyway,
these characters have grown and changed and
we
matured?
talk about the video.
Oh, shit.
Yes,
here
we talk about the video.
I mean, we can,
Oh.
yes.
Don't worry,
No.
this
I mean, you
isn't
don't
going to be
got to
6
if you
hours
want.
long.
apparently going to be 13
The
minutes.
video has, I
Yeah.
think I counted, I think it had like 4 good points about it, but it's just very, very, very bad and very disingenuous. And
Okay.
it just lies to you a lot.
Oh, interesting.
Okay. I have
Yo,
not.
all
I
right.
have actually purposely not seen the HBomberguy video just because I don't like HBomberguy very much.
Okay,
I
fair.
find him quite frustrating to watch at times. And
He's kind of a dick. I understand.
I also understand
Yeah.
that he does take pot. He kind of slobbers all over Monty's cock in that video, which
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of. But has anyone? Have you seen it, Kaiser?
I mean, he does.
I have watched
have
it.
seen.
Oh, you did?
I've watched it as well. I will say that for the most part, I agree with his criticisms of the show, and I don't think he does do a little bit of Monty worshipping in there, but I don't think is as much as some might expected.
Honestly, he doesn't
Mhm.
say anything that Fat Man hasn't said in any of his videos.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was going to
pretty
say, like,
much.
I've
That's
heard
it.
that Fat Man basically hit all the points already.
Yeah.
It's just that Fat Man isn't a big creator, so nobody has watched it.
Well, it's also because it's less condensed. If you want to hear a guy complain for 2 hours instead of 5, that's
do.
one you gotta go.
Well, I was going to say, like, I'm pretty sure Fat Man overall, like, his is more condensed, I thought.
Well, not necessarily because
well,
HBomberguy
HBomberguy-
mainly
He talks about the first 3 seasons in his one
mostly
video.
anyway. Like he makes general points because at the time, volume 6 was over. But he mainly focuses on the first 3.
Yeah, everyone's still waiting on
So.
part 2 of HBomberguy. I don't like HBomb either, but I felt like he was still mostly right about the show. Yeah, I'm not going to say like he was wrong or anything. I can't judge his video because I haven't watched it.
Sure.
But yeah, it's like this doesn't feel like, okay, well, list the points that you thought he got right and why you thought they were right and list some of the ones that he got wrong. Like actually go
Yeah.
into it maybe.
Some
Will
examples.
they do that?
Most obvious example I can think of is HBomberguy saying that we never see Velvet's weapon reveal, and then in Volume 3 we see that Velvet's weapon gets revealed.
Did he say
So
that?
yeah,
Also,
Hold
that's
on,
a really
I-
petty point, all things considered.
Yeah, even if you're absolutely right that he made this point, I'm damn sure that he didn't. But even if he did, that's the one you really gotta focus on. Nothing else that's actually fucking
Yeah,
major. Like, get
consider
the fuck
maybe
outta
a
here.
more major criticism.
Yeah. Why are we focusing on this freaking nothing point? What?
and to be fair,
This is ridiculous.
actually,
Oh my
honestly,
God.
as a video of and of itself, it's fine. But also, I think the damage that this video did to
Oh,
the RWBY
suck
fandom-
my
Oh my
dick.
god, damage
Get
the
outta
video
here.
did.
The
Get
damage the
outta
video
here.
did. You mean, okay, but if people watched it and they also watched RWBY, maybe, and they thought that he was right, maybe he
back.
was correct.
Yeah, that's number 1. Number 2, I mean, yeah, that's the long and short of it. Like, I'm sorry, bro. You know what actually ruined the fandom? What actually did damage to the fandom is that you fucking pussies sit there in your chairs complaining about this video and the damage it has done and blaming HBomberguy for the crime of expressing his goddamn opinion and having a bunch of people agree with him instead of making anything yourselves and combating his fucking points.
I
Or
will.
God forbid.
We mentioned
cop
this
to-
with
Go
Zell. Zell, at the very least, is trying to make positive, quote unquote, content for RWBY. Even though he's
Yeah.
awful at it, he's at least trying to do some kind of counterpoint. He's not
Yeah.
actually, like, he's not just saying, oh, HBomberguy bad, and I'm not going to elaborate on that.
Yeah, but y'all motherfuckers never support him. Y'all never support what he's trying to do because his videos are terrible. So why don't y'all just be honest and admit that you don't really care all that much about the conversation being ruined or the video doing damage? Like we said, HBomberguy, what did HBomberguy say and do in his video that is any different from Fat Man, Raymond, Vex, especially Vexed at the time, Critter, Twins Inc., or me. What anything different in that freaking video? Oh, well, he got a few million views. So? How did he get those views? He didn't come out the womb being the freaking darling of BreadTube. He earned that recognition. And people had several years to go back and check his goddamn homework. I mean, he's British, so he's already at a big disadvantage. So the fact that nobody shat on him in that time properly, to me, is proof that people just agreed with him. It didn't do damage. People did the damage. Blame the people. You've already done so far in this fucking video. I don't know why you fail with that now. This is some fatherless shit, man. I'm serious. Oh my god.
And just the public perception of RWBY is just kind of bad because, like, for example, I guess I'm going to expose my friend today. One of my friends who I will not mention. Instead of watching Volume 1, they stopped on Episode 1 of Volume 1, and then they watched this video instead, and then they tried to tell me how my opinion of the show was wrong based on this video. So
okay, then your friend is sorry, can't say. Your friend is a maverick. Okay? That's his fault. That's not HBomberguy's
Yeah, it's not
fault.
HBomberguy's fault. Like, the guy didn't do his due diligence and tried to make the argument. I'd fallen into that trap. Like, that's a human thing to do when you feel like you know something more than someone else. You want to be smart, but sometimes you fall into the trap of thinking you're smart when you're not. That said, if that friend of yours ended up then watching the rest of Volume 1 and then said, no, I still agree with very much everything that, or most of what HBomberguy said, what would your answer be to them? Because I generally agree. From what it sounds like, I generally agree with what HBomberguy said, and I have watched RWBY intimately at this point. Like, I have combed through footage constantly for my series. What are you going to tell me?
There was a guy who tried to make this argument with me back when I had only watched Volume 1. And like, I mostly talked about how I wasn't interested in watching RWBY because what I had seen of like Fat Man's videos and stuff, like none of whatever he was talking about interested me. And he's like, well, you can't really have an opinion on it unless if you watch the show. And it's like, okay, well, I'm not going to watch the show unless if somebody like makes me, which did eventually happen. It's like, it's still bad.
Yeah.
It's still terrible.
What happens?
In fact, it's probably worse now to you than it was with Volume 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, you got more information on, like, wow, no, this is actively not getting better.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Like, it's just this whole like, I know that it's not going to get better, and now I can see the context for exactly why it isn't better. And like, yeah, sure, I can better make my arguments, but I'm not going to change my opinion on the show and say that it's now good simply because I've watched the show. That is the fantasy that people like him and people like Seeker have. Is that, oh, well, if you only watch the show instead of watching HBomberguy's video, then you wouldn't think that RWBY was bad.
Yeah, and look at all the comments in his videos, my videos, Fat Man's, Raymond's, Twins Inc.'s, Critters, Unicorn Wars, all of them are filled with people that said they watched the show and they think it fucking sucks. You go to the clip where Moist Critical opens his pie hole about RWBY because of stuff that he heard about Volume 9, and look at the comments of that video. Only a single motherfucker in that comment section said a single damn word about HBomberguy.
Yep.
If you would think with the way that you motherfuckers think HBomberguy did so much damage to the show's reputation, you would think that more people would say his name, but they fucking don't. They moved on. You guys are the only ones that are still up in arms about it. because there are because you. Oh my god! I just realized.
Oh, go hold
You
that thought.
guy-
Hold the thought.
Oh,
The
go ahead,
Orange
go
Man
ahead.
says good night. Redo 528. See you next week. Please, I will.
Good night,
I hope
Orange
to see you
Man.
next week. I hope to see you this Friday. I hope to see you this Saturday.
Good night,
If you
man.
can make
Hope
it.
you come
Night,
back.
man.
Yeah, good night, man. Hope you come back for this rant. It's so funny how these motherfuckers earlier in this video was talking this exact same shit towards, people that said that were talking shit about shippers, right, in the fandom, and said that, oh, just log off, don't worry about it, it's just a few crazies on the internet, who gives a shit? But when it comes to people who hate on the show, they have to say, oh, well, all of them have watched HBomberguy's video and it did so much damage because a couple of fucking mavericks decided to just watch that instead of watching the show and open up their pie hole about it. Like, you can't have it both ways. It's one or the other.
It is so hilarious because, like, I am one of the biggest critics of the show, and I've not watched this damn video. I actively don't want to watch the video because I don't like the guy that made it.
Yes, and you came to the exact same conclusions. Gee, it's almost like people have fucking eyes, and by every normative, because these guys are so anal about objectivity, from a normative, critical, narrative perspective, this show is fucking AIDS.
It is true, though.
It's blatantly fucking true. That's why people talk about it the way that they did. And again, if that wasn't true, y'all motherfuckers could have just made that clear by making your own well-edited videos about it. But y'all don't do that. Y'all can't edit for shit. Y'all can't write video scripts for shit. Y'all can't even say your opinions for shit unless it has a blue blue UI layout attached to it. Like, y'all don't care about analyzing the show. You just want people to agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also very evident that they don't really have opinions on the show outside of it makes them feel good, because or else this video would be a lot longer than 37 minutes, because they would have things to say on the opinions of other people, but they don't.
Literally, we've spent so many hours just talking about Bumblebee, and that's just one plot line of the show. We could probably make entire podcast episodes on other specific problems of the show.
Oh, we did with Ironwood.
Wanted to. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did that with Ironwood. Yeah, you're right. We did that with, talking about RWBY drinking the tea and whether or not Volume 9 is filler. We did all of that shit.
Robbie makes a good point. They haven't interrogated why it makes them feel that way. That's always like I always wonder, why do you like RWBY the way that you do? Like, asking that question and seeing what their response is. Like, I need to do that more often because I find that would be interesting.
Yeah.
The real issue is, Raymond, is that the fundamental answer is these people don't know. They never know. They never properly interrogated why they liked something. They just go off of the vibe, and then that's it.
Yeah, they don't think about their opinions and why something is good, why something is bad. They just consume it.
Like,
and then because they've
literally-
consumed
Go
it,
on.
that means that they enjoy it. And if they, like, maybe they have some sort of subconscious objective opinion about something, but they haven't unpacked it. They don't understand consciously why something is good, why something is bad, and they don't care to either. But because they don't care to, they'll never understand, and then they'll get frustrated when they come across people like us who have understandings, who have like these deeper understandings of how story structure works and how plots work and how characterization works and how storytelling works.
Or at least can pretend like we do. Say what you want about us critics, whether or not we are correct. We're apparently a billion times more convincing. Y'all motherfuckers had the advantage when it came to public perception of the show from the very goddamn start. Y'all wanted Fat Man dead, and you couldn't keep his ass down. That is the fact of the matter.
To be fair,
I saw-
that is a lot of ass to keep down.
Exactly. 110%.
He's called Fat Man for a reason.
Right, but like, fact of the matter is, I saw what people said about that guy just from his videos on the first 3 volumes alone. I was there, and you people made me sick with what you motherfuckers said about him. And I won't utter it in this platform because I don't want Raymond to get demonetized. But fact of the matter is, you had all the cards on the table to take advantage of this and, shift conversation. Assuming that your ideology when it comes to this stuff is true, which it's not. But even if it is, y'all are hypocrites because you didn't do anything to change it. You just sit down and complain.
Why is he called Fat Man when he's a lobster? Have you ever heard of crab people? They look like crab, talk like people.
Yeah.
Same thing. He just hasn't molted for a while. That's why he's fat. Serial Navigator made a great point, is that RWBY is too core to their identity to ask that. And that is true. Like they make it a part of their
100%.
identity, which is so weird to me that you have to grow out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are guys like, I don't know how old these guys are, but they're probably around like my age at the very least. I'm 26. What the hell are y'all doing? I do this shit for, as a hobby fundamentally. And of course I get paid to do it, but these are my actual opinions that I fundamentally believe about the show, and I thoroughly interrogated it. And I wouldn't be saying that if that wasn't the fucking case.
I get paid for being correct.
Yeah, I get paid for being right. And even if I'm not right, I rarely get hate in my goddamn videos about RWBY. Barely anyone of y'all care all that much to actually interrogate that. Like, but nah, it's HBomberguy's fault. And if it wasn't HBomberguy, it would be somebody else.
It'd be
That's
Vexed.
the big
It would be
issue.
Fat Man. It would be me. It would be Kaiser. It would be
Yes.
somehow Twilight,
Better.
even though she hasn't made a video on RWBY.
Yeah.
Just wait. I'm gonna get to
Just
it.
you wait.
And I plan on doing a deep dive like I do with my Digimon videos. And partially the only reason why I haven't done that is because I promised myself that I would get the second Digimon video out first. And I just haven't gotten around to doing that yet. But
Yep.
I'm going to do a deep dive on RWBY, going through the series with a fine-tooth comb. Not just talking about like the overall plot, but the animation and the characterization and like the plot points, the dropped plots, the dropped characters. I am going to go through everything in such detail that it is going to be ridiculous. That is my plan.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, speaking of detail, we have 12 minutes left, and it's
Oh
Yeah.
god.
we're getting up there in time.
Yep.
Which
thought that this
I
was gonna be
think
too
the
perfect.
video in of itself is not terrible.
To be
but
fair,
the fact
this is a one
of its
parter,
negative
but
impact
it just really buffered
on
by
the
how
fandom
awful
has
they are at
also
delivering
led to the
this.
fandom being much more defensive,
Well, we're making
which
them,
then
their
leads
points
into
for
the
them.
fandom being much more
What?
toxic, which I think is actually very valid. Obviously,
Yeah.
Fandom is more defense. Oh shit.
it's everything is blown out of proportion on the internet. People are always extra dramatic,
No.
extra crazy, extra all that.
Okay.
So I think the RWBY fandom being toxic.
So wait a second. It's HBomberguy's fault that the fandom can't stand criticism of the show. Is that really what you're fucking telling me right now? That is so
boy.
fucking
Wait,
funny,
did he say
dog.
that? Is that what he
No,
said?
go reel it back real quick.
Hey, when we're trying to make progress, but
I know, I'm sorry.
leads into the fandom being much more toxic. Impact on the fandom has also led to the fandom being much more defensive, which then leads into the fandom being much more toxic.
no.
Yeah, he basically is saying that.
No, no, dude. Dude, there was so much toxicity by volume 2.
You people suck. You people
My
suck.
God.
I know in your description that you say you're just having fun with it, but you are so fundamentally wrong.
You are so fucking wrong.
Oh boy.
Wasps,
Oh, boy.
for example, wasps have been around well before, like, HBomberguy even heard of RWBY.
Cry
Yeah.
about it, you absolute fucking losers. Oh my god, bro. This is so
I'm trying
This-
not to make personal attacks, but God, man, you guys
Yeah.
are not making a good impression.
Like, guys, I'm sorry, but to be that ignorant and to say that with such confidence as though you know what you're talking about
Okay, you know what?
makes you look like fools.
I wonder if these are guys that came into the fandom late.
Well, yeah, I
You know
believe
what?
so.
Yeah, 100%. I believe that.
They don't.
And
They
if
didn't
not-
realize that all this stuff was happening well before. They weren't in the trenches.
Well, yeah, but
Either
like,
that or they're just that stupid.
that's the thing, though. I've come into fandoms late, and you know what I do if I want to know what's going on? I ask. I
Yeah, you
ask
ask
about what's going on.
questions.
Yeah, I go on to like the Reddits or I go
Oh,
into
okay,
the
now to be
Discords.
fair, there is a lot of people that just despise the HBomberguy video. I don't blame a newer person to the fandom for coming in and thinking that this video is the root of the toxicity of the fandom. I think it's
Well, yeah, but,
foolish,
like,
but I don't
you can-
blame them. Well, wait, what I mean
Well,
is,
again,
like, I think a lot of people that hate this video are going to point and say, yeah, it's this video that made us all this toxic. I think they're being misinformed by the people they're asking.
Well, yeah, like, but this is like hypothetical, but it's like
Okay.
you also ask follow-up questions. So it's like, okay, so there was no toxicity in the fandom prior to this video then, and they would have to answer yes or no. And if they answered no, hypothetically, if they ever asked this question, then yeah, they would be lying to them. But then I would imagine that there would have to be people that would like correct them. I'm assuming that it's like a public question on like Reddit or Discord where people will eventually like get the truth out
Yeah.
and it wouldn't be as much of an echo chamber. But if it's like you're asking your one friend who is just as stupid and ignorant about the fandom history as you are,
He burned
then-
our crops, poisoned our water supply, and delivered a plague to our houses. Wait, I gotta clarify. Also, we are presuming they even bothered to ask. Like, we're making
I
the
doubt
best
it.
of
I
the situation.
highly fucking doubt that. And again, they defend the shippers saying, "Oh well, not all of them are bad. Okay, guys, you know it's just a couple of people. It's not that bad." But then it's like, "Oh, HBomberguy, it's his fault. It's his fault. The fandom can't keep it in their pants." You know, like all of this shit is so fucking brain dead. I can't stand it. You people just do like. I
was
don't
gonna say the
understand it.
RWBY
I will
critics,
never
the
understand
RWBY
it.
critics Reddit has been around far longer than HBomberguy. Like that separation
Yeah.
happened.
Oh my
pretty
god.
early on.
CBF in chat just hit the nail on the head. Guys, let me ask you this question. So, HBomberguy made his video for at least 4 months or so after Volume 6 ended. Now, how was the fandom? What was the fandom like back in Volume 6, Raymond?
The Bumblebee discourse was nightmarish around
It
that point.
was insane, bro. It
God.
was insane.
We're not I'm not saving her and she's not saving me. We're saving each other or protecting her, or whatever. I get. It's like that's
Yeah,
that's
we're
the same.
protecting
That's
each other.
that's the same thing, guys. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's yeah. God. All right, we gotta continue this, but like, God, this
Okay.
is
yeah.
poor opening.
Sick, which
Terrible.
I think is actually very valid. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's everything is blown out of proportion on the internet. People are always extra dramatic, extra
Oh,
crazy.
but not HBomberguy's
extra all that.
videos impact
So
apparently.
I
Fuck
think
off.
the RWBY fandom being
Yeah.
toxic is that's a pretty fair criticism. Obviously, it's not the worst fandom in the world, but
It's
yeah,
not, but it's up
it's-
there.
I think it's a
It's
fair
up there.
criticism of the TV show.
Holy
and its
shit.
fandom.
Civilization is crazy, yo.
And then the show having no real plot, or the weirdest one I've heard is that the plot didn't get going till volume 8.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean, I don't
it's-
know who says that.
That's weird.
you're
It's
gonna
more
need-
so that the plot didn't get going until volume 2.
No, like they literally said that the plot started going in volume 4 because like
Oh.
up until then the beacon era was like the volume 0. Now the plot is starting.
Yeah, I think they said that in like the fucking the behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, no, I
thing in the
hated that
DVD.
because like what it was there was a plot in volumes 2.
I mean,
and
there
3.
wasn't much of a plot. Like it was it was the beginnings of a plot.
Well, it was villains need to get object. As far as we knew, they needed to get something from Beacon. They were infiltrating Beacon. That villains set up to dismantle, like they like destroy Beacon was the end game. Like that was the
It has
plot
as much-
supposed to be.
It has as much of a plot as Cowboy Bebop has. Which I was going to mention this earlier.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I love it whenever you talk shit about Bebop. I love it because I know that people are gonna get angry. Yeah, I'm gonna let you spot. I'm gonna use the restroom. You can.
Don't worry, I'll yell at her later. It's fine.
So
But,
I was actually going to say that RWBY Volume 1, at the very least, is styled in the same way that Cowboy Bebop does, in the sense that, like, the first episode or two has plot going on, and then
Sure.
the characters just fuck around for 80% of the show. And whether or not the characterization, the events that are going on are good or not, irrelevant.
Yeah.
But then the last 2 episodes is when the plot finally kicks back in.
Yes.
That is Cowboy Bebop, and that is at least volume 1 of RWBY. I think it's also technically a little bit of volume 2 of RWBY as well.
Yeah, kind of.
Um,
but
volume 3, I don't honestly remember, but I'm pretty sure that it
Yeah,
also follows the same formula.
oh no, I think that Volume 3 had a much more consistent plot in between all the
Yeah.
tournament stuff.
No, that's fair.
Um,
That's fair.
Yeah, because it was actively setting up the end game of that volume from the very beginning. So, that was much more like consistently played off. But
I was
again,
gonna say, my observation has always been Volume 1 is all meat, no bones. Volume 2 is all bones, no meat. And Volume 3 is meat, bones, bones. Like that's kind of how I've always looked at like the first 3 volumes. They are all unbalanced in that way.
Yeah. Like I remember having fun with Cowboy Bebop when we were doing the middle of the road shenanigans and stuff like that. But by the end of it, I didn't care about the plot. But before then, I only cared about the plot because I thought that it was interesting. And then I finally, like, I spent like half of the show upset that nothing was progressing with the interesting stuff that I wanted to see more of. And then I got settled in and I was having a good time with the characters. And I was just ready to accept that it was just an episodic thing and it was shenanigans. And then the plot started back up and I'm like, go away. I don't care about you. Get out of here.
Holy shit, this moose is like 1/3 of this moose is 160 calories. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, what?
My sister, she went to IKEA today to return something, and she got me an IKEA chocolate mousse that you can assemble.
Oh,
Oh, damn. Okay.
for a second I thought, wait, you bought some moose meat? Oh, awesome.
I mean, I should see if we have any at what is the place called? We have like a specialty like weird food store that has like you can get like kangaroo jerky there.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I find it kind of wild that moose meat would be considered weird.
Well, I mean,
I mean-
what do you consider kangaroo meat?
Foreign?
Yeah, I was gonna say like
Yeah.
weird as in like, oh, we don't have those around here very much.
Oh, you guys don't have moose?
I don't think we do in Ohio.
Not in my state. At least not many of them.
A chocolate mousse. It is literally a mousse that is like pieces of chocolate in shaped like a mousse that you assemble together to make the mousse.
Oh, interesting. Also, what Digimon would you fixing up if I could? Like what season? Of the seasons that I have actually watched, 2 and 4. Well, 2.5 of 4, I should say.
We have lamb, fellow Ohioan. Lamb is a pretty it's like second tier staple meat, like right below beef, chicken, and fish. Like that's when you start getting into like, oh, lamb. That's like that's pretty common.
What do you mean is moose meat legal, average panda? Of course it's legal.
Have you ever seen a moose? It would not hesitate to eat you, and it's a vegetarian.
Well, like all animals that are considered vegetarian would eat meat if given the chance. So,
yes,
technically,
and
there's
this is
no
why
such thing.
moose are terrifying.
There's no such thing as an actual
I
vegan.
forgot pork in their common meat list. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So
It's the illusion of choice, okay, chat?
all the same,
Yeah.
though, like lamb is like right below those in terms of like, oh, a commonality. Most places are going to have lamb of some sort because sheep are incredibly easy to raise for livestock.
Fun fact: I was also raised on wild meat, so like
Oh,
deer,
damn, okay.
moose, bison.
Yeah,
All
I was
those
gonna
kinds
say
of meat.
buffalo meat is probably going to be the thing that they don't. I don't know. Do you have buffalo meat regularly up in Canada?
Yeah. Like you do kind of have to go to a specialty store to get it, but that's like only in the sense of like you're not gonna find it in every single meat market that you
Yeah.
go
Okay.
to.
So it's probably more like what we have. Yeah. That's similar to how we have it here. That's
Yeah.
kind of how moose meat is here. I'm pretty sure we can find it. It's just you gotta look for it.
Right.
Twilight to
I'm
cave
a
woman.
cave woman.
Get on it, Derex. Cave woman.
God damn.
Cave woman. Twilight.
No, I just have family that likes to go hunting, and so we eat a lot of wild meat, and we eat a lot of crab. Have you guys ever had fresh Dungeness crab? It is delicious.
Oh my! Don't make me
Yeah.
fucking hungry.
I was about to say, we got lots of crab where I'm at.
Well, Kaiser, just because you sleep around. All right,
Oh
let's
my
continue this video.
You're not. Wow.
The show having no real plot,
allegations,
or
you
the
are
weirdest one I've heard is that the plot didn't get going till volume 8.
Yeah, no.
What?
Again, who the fuck says
I don't
that?
Like, did they watch the show with their eyes closed?
Maybe, and probably
Were they
earplugs
not
as well.
listening? What?
Earplugs, maybe. Come on, you gotta think.
Guys, I don't know if
I
that's the
mean,
insult you
yeah.
want to throw them.
Like, I get it. You can say that the plot really doesn't. The plot is very slow, especially in the beginning. Because, like, when you think about it, the kids go to school, but they don't really get introduced into the relics, into Salem, into all that until...
The plot of Volume 1, ostensibly, Roman Torchwick is committing a theft. We must stop Roman Torchwick. That is basically what Volume 1 was, or should have been. Volume 2, the thefts were in service to an attack done through the Mountain Glen transit system. That's the plot of Volume 2, is figuring out that's going to go down and stopping it, because that was ultimately going to be a part of Volume 3's plot, which is the overthrow of Beacon, and at that time it was supposed to be Vale, but that had been thwarted in Volume 2. Those were the plots leading into it. Volume 1 is the only one that I would say didn't have a plot because it was so disconnected, and how everything... It was more of like a framing device, like how Twy described Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah. Well, I the reason why I brought up Cowboy Bebop is because I was saying Volume 1 shared the same plot structure as Cowboy Bebop, where it was the plot was a framing device for the nonsense that was the main part of the show.
Right.
But
Yep.
like, no, I lost it. I'm sorry.
All good. It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
What, Volume 4? Or technically
Yeah.
Volume 3 with getting
Yeah.
introduced to maidens, but
Yeah.
I understand what they're trying to say, but I think also saying that RWBY has no plot is just kind of disingenuous. And it's like you're
Well,
You mean
who's
much
saying
like
that?
saying-
Who's saying that past
the
volume
show.
Because
And like, if
Yeah,
you want to
about it.
critique the plot,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's also
I would say
part
that
of
they have a
critiquing the writing.
meandering plot.
But saying the show has no plot is just bad.
Yeah.
All right.
Where you've placed it based on that, like people saying that it has no plot. If it's not volume 1, then yeah, okay, I guess D is fine, but volume 1 would be S tier.
Okay.
Well, also, like, I guess if we're going for the overall, like, what is RWBY and, like, what are they trying to accomplish? And the answer to that would be to stop Salem.
Yeah.
But they don't really know about Salem until, like, much later into the series, so not even in Volume 4 or Volume 5 do they really learn about her. It's more like Volume 6-ish, where they start learning about her, and, like, that's when the plot gets started. So it's, like, halfway through a book, you finally learn about what the point of the book is.
To clarify, they didn't even learn who Salem is, or at least RWBY didn't, until Volume 4.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they never saw her until
Which
the end of the big fight in
like,
Volume
okay.
5.
There are
Okay,
ways to do all that stuff though, and it feels weird how they structured a lot of this. Like I don't. Dragon
But
Ball Z.
Raymond, no show is good, is perfect.
Holy crap, y'all are still trucking along. Can't wait to tune to this at work tomorrow. Keep up the great job, peeps. Thanks, Dragon Ball Z.
Woo!
Yeah, thanks
Yeah.
a lot, Paul.
We're still suffering.
So, like, yeah. So I guess this would be like Lord of the Rings. If we go to like Fellowship of the Ring, but like 50% through Fellowship of the Ring, we finally learn that we need to get the ring to Mordor. Instead of like, I think it's more like about 30% of the way through the book is when they finally get there.
To the elves.
As opposed, yeah, to the elves. And then they finally get everything started. So like if this was the entire trilogy,
well, I mean,
you
I was
wouldn't
gonna say
get-
I'm pushing back on that a little bit because we knew the plot of the books from the get-go was in the Shire. The ring needs to be taken to the fucking elves. We need to get this ring to the elves and ask them about it because this ring is fucking evil.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay,
I was just about to talk about that. Whereas, like, if we're going to say that, like, if the Lord of the Rings was like RWBY, then we wouldn't even really know about the ring until near the end or even partway into the second book. Because, like, maybe it's just an accessory that Frodo is wearing, along with all of his other jewelry that he might be wearing, or clothes that he might otherwise be wearing. And then all of a sudden, one random piece of jewelry that he happens to be wearing happens to be the One Ring. And all of a sudden, they have to scramble to find out what to do with the ring, and they don't even know what to do with it until the beginning of the third book.
I love the idea that Frodo is just walking around with a bunch of rings. And like he just like blinged the fuck out, and it's just like
bro.
just so happens that one is evil.
Yeah.
He's just dressed like fucking
He's like Jay-Z with the big. Is
Yeah,
it Jay-Z that
Jay-Z.
had the big gold clock?
Yes.
But like that's
Was it him or
basically
was
what
it their
RWBY
baby?
is.
I don't know.
Like it's meandering. It like there's so many things that the characters do, and like they're technically doing things, but none of those things are really important, or they don't inform you of anything, or they don't push the characters forward in any meaningful way. So it really feels like there is nothing there, even if the characters technically do anything, because it doesn't push anything forward, which is really ironic considering the whole catchphrase of Monty, keep moving forward. Well, you're not moving forward very well now, are ya?
Yeah, kind of not.
Straight out of the Shire.
that
That actually works really well.
Straight out of the Shire, dog. Dog, that might actually be a parody song. Hold on.
Yang, the PTSD arc was handled, or Yang's PTSD was handled poorly. That's fine. You know, we can go back and forth on it. I don't think
As
it's
someone who doesn't have PTSD, I cannot comment on this situation.
Yes,
Okay,
you
shut
can.
the fuck. Yes, the fuck you can.
Yes,
Shut
you
the
can.
fuck up. You don't have to have PTSD to know if something coincides with basic fucking cause and effect.
There are things that having more information help. Like, there are moments in the PTSD arc that I didn't appreciate until later, like her dropping the glass. Like, that actually is something that someone talked about. Hey, with PTSD, yeah, it's unexpected when you're going to get, like, the sudden callback. So I was more than happy to say I was wrong when I criticized that. That said, it really just kind of vanished after volume 6?
Yeah, pretty much after.
Just she got her girlfriend back.
Woo!
Like
Okay.
it needs to continue to some degree.
Yeah. So, small aside, I watched a short that was like, oh, what mental health issues do all of Class 1A have? And, like, I know that it's supposed to be a joke, but at the same time, it's like, can you not? Like, I'm sorry, but just because Shoto has had, like, family issues doesn't mean that he automatically has PTSD. Please, I'm begging you. And just because he has issues where he didn't get to properly socialize with other children growing up doesn't make him autistic.
Okay, yeah, no, I was gonna say, honestly,
Yeah.
PTSD for him makes sense. I actually could see that in many different regards. But the autism one is he's horribly unsocialized. That's
Yeah, no.
I
He
know
was
that I
basically
know the
saying-
lines are blurry between the two, but those are not the same fucking things.
He was saying that because Shoto doesn't understand sarcasm, that must make him autistic.
Oh my
I'm like,
god.
Do you have to
no.
rely on basic stereotypes in order to make these? Because, like,
Yeah.
holy shit.
Also, Raymond, look what I found.
what
Oh, what did you
what
find?
did you find? There is actually there's straight out of there's 2 straight out of the Shires and a straight out of Mordor.
I think there's a 4th one. Oh my god, it's so funny.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone handles that stuff differently, so
Yeah, you
it's
can't just
hard to-
generalize it into one thing.
yeah.
'Cause, like,
Yeah,
the-
but her
'cause that's
handling it
super disingenuous.
consistently throughout the
Alright.
series, that should have been a focus.
Yes.
Next one, Ruby's or not? Why did I say Ruby? Yang being a bad sister.
Oh, I was right.
Yeah.
Oh god.
I can't wait for you to make an argument about this.
I can't wait.
This is kind of fair. It's a little weird with
Wow,
And
okay.
Beyond, where Yang does apologize to Ruby, but at the same time, it's kind of like you should have been there, even to
Oh.
begin with.
Wow, you sound
Yeah.
you
I
know
don't
what
know.
you
It's-
sound
it's
like
weird.
right now, Toby? You sound like one of those H bombers. You sound like one of those H bombers, Toby.
Yeah, you say you're sounding like you're talking about the potential of her being a good sister during.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck.
Holy shit, man.
Oh
Yeah,
my
oh,
god.
wow,
man.
you're worse than Hitler.
Yeah,
Ugh.
holy shit.
You're worse than Dalen.
I'm disgusted by you.
You're worse than Dale. Now that's a whole ass insult. If y'all ever said that to me, I know I fucked up. Oh
Don't. Yeah, Kaiser, stop being a Dalen.
Also, with certain stuff like this actual comic that the scene is referencing, Jaune is like, oh, because Yang is like, oh, Ruby, or not Ruby, whoever is, or Blake, I guess. Do you think she'll be mad at me? And then Jaune thinks, oh, you're talking about Ruby, right? And he goes,
Okay,
Ruby's your
we can
sister,
all
she'll
agree
love you no
that's
matter
cringe,
what.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
then
thank
Yang goes,
God.
yeah, Ruby. And then, it's supposed to be, oh, she's actually talking about Blake. And it's kind of like, no, dog. You yelled at Ruby. you criticized RWBY's orders. You said that it was RWBY's fault that Ironwood
Yep.
is now crazy, even though, if I'm
Yep.
going to be honest, the first thing he brought up when he confronted you guys was the fact that you lied to all of us and
What is this music?
talked to it about Robin Hill.
I don't know. It's getting
So,
kind of epic, though.
You know,
It's
might
like,
be your
why
fault
are you
it
going
came-
so hard?
Walking into
Yeah,
a
what the
Nordic
fuck?
temple about the
I
take
think
on
it's a
Oust.
fair
What the
criticism
fuck?
for people to criticize that just because there is so much to talk about.
Yeah.
It's not an S tier, right? But you know, it's
It's a B
solid
tier,
enough.
not a C tier, but
RWBY
that's
being
good for
Whatever,
you, I
fuck
guess.
it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
guess.
left-handed, and this time she was writing with her right. Guys, no one
Why
cares.
are we
Like,
addressing this?
That's a nitpick. I mean, it's so
That's a
bad
nitpick,
that she
man.
is left-handed and not using her left hand for this because they forgot.
Oh my.
Yeah,
technically
like,
it's
I'm
true.
it's really annoying because we are only 10% of the population and we get shafted so much, especially because we have had a history of being persecuted for being left-handed right up until about 40 or 50 years ago. And you know how I know that? Because I had a teacher who was supposed to be left-handed, but she had teachers who forcibly tied her hands behind her left hand behind her back to force her to learn to write with her right hand.
Serial Navigator. Yes, we pointed this out in Volume 8 as well. But like, to be fair, Volume 9 is the more egregious one, but you are completely right that she was an awful sister in Volume 8 as well. Like, that's absolutely true. But yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, this is a nitpick. It's definitely damaging to the character, but like, this shouldn't be even a D. It should maybe be an F. Like a high F. I get how that can be, but like, in the grand scheme of how serious these criticisms should be treated, this is an animation goof.
But it could also be an animation error.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be frank.
They should have flipped
The
it.
fact that people
Yeah.
were blowing this out of proportion is just kind of dumb, you know.
The fact that you included is actually silly.
Yeah.
All right,
Like I can
next.
see about like talking about how left-handed people are treated in media as being something to talk about on a bigger scale, and how like these small things can lead to greater issues. Because like one of the things that I've criticized is that Link is no longer left-handed. He is now ambidextrous.
Mm.
When he was one of the only left-handed characters in media that wasn't a villain. Because for some reason,
Oh.
a lot of villains or a lot of characters that are morally gray and kind of a little bit villainous, they tend to be left-handed.
Oh,
there's
that's
very
interesting.
few. Yeah, there are very few really popular main protagonist characters who are left-handed and don't lose their hand or become ambidextrous at some point. And we just lost Link within the past like 10 years.
Rip, pour one out for our boy Link.
Yeah.
Yeah, his Link's left hand.
Is John Arc being a self-insert? I think this is
Oh,
a fair
yeah,
enough
we were-
criticism, especially towards the beginning.
This
Are
should be
you fuck-
much higher.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
After
much higher.
Volume
Much higher.
3,
I would put
find
it at high
really-
B at least.
High B, if not an A, high B, low A.
Low A.
I say
Surprising.
high. Actually, you know what? No. After Volume 9, especially, yeah, that should be A.
Yeah.
100%.
Yo, you're right. You know, more I think about it, because that he hijacked so much of Volume 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
For
And it should have been Nora.
purpose.
It should have been Nora that got sent down there. She's the one that wanted to separate from Ren. You could have concluded that arc by actually giving her a conflict
Oh my god, can you
separate from
imagine?
him.
Can you imagine like 40-year-old Nora going back and being the cougar to Ren?
And some of y'all in chat would be all like, would. Anyway.
Almost certainly.
to say that Miles thinks Jaune is a
Somebody make some
self-insert
fan art
because
of that. What?
he tactically
Anyway,
nukes Jaune every single volume now.
What
Yeah,
do you
and
think-
realistically-
John's bullied now.
And realistically, even in the beginning, Jaune was used as a plot device to teach the viewers what the hell is going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was bad.
It was
Yeah, it was
bad,
really
and
bad.
it made him the focal point of a lot. He filled the role of the protagonist, which usurped the actual protagonist. This is why it should be an A.
Yeah.
Yep.
He tactically nukes Jaune at every. You mean Jaune gets the most dramatic and tragic events happening to him, almost like a lot of Mary Sue's and self-inserts do?
Yep.
Yeah.
And like there's that
And-
whole thing where it's like, oh well, Miles doesn't like to write for Jaune anymore. It's like, yeah, but his best friend does.
Yeah, apparently, like Miles was not writing Volume 9, but
Jaune
Carrie
became
the
better
others
when he
were-
started to look like Carton in V7. Oh,
Oh my god!
Don't remind me of banana hair.
Jesus Christ!
It's just kind of weird because, like, you know, he was supposed to be an audience vehicle to explore the world, right? But
Bad.
Like the main
Yeah.
character
like,
is
is
supposed
that
to
really
be.
self-insert
Yeah.
material? Like, when I think of a
Yes!
self-insert, I think of, like, for example, Kirito from Sword Art, or most
Sure.
bad isekai protagonists, you know?
Yeah.
Where,
Or like any fan fiction that is character X viewer
yeah, where it's
or
like,
reader, I guess.
it's clearly meant for,
Is this Lion
like,
King?
you can clearly tell that the character,
Wait, what?
Am I hearing the Lion King OST right now?
Fan fiction that is character X viewer
yeah, where
or
it's like,
reader, I guess.
it's clearly meant for, like, you can clearly tell
I
that
don't
the writer is trying to live through this character,
Yeah, I have no idea.
which I don't really
Dedrex
see
says, check Discord. Oh no.
Ooh.
Oh,
All right,
what
there's a
did you
couple of
do?
options, but I'm wondering.
Wait, hold on. Unga bunga twat. That's fucking perfect.
That is
Holy shit.
it's almost exactly how I envisioned it in my mind when I said it.
That is
Amazing.
excellent.
Oh, Liubi.
What?
Wait,
Oh,
Liubi
Liubi just
made
posted
something
something
too?
too.
Oh, hold
Yeah.
on. I just clicked off. Fuck. Wait. Hold on. Oh my god. She drew like Bam Bam. Oh my god. That's so
God, they're
funny.
both incredible. Oh, I love it.
I honestly don't know which to pick.
I think I like Dedarex's more ultimately, but it's hard. It's hard to choose.
This is a hard
I love the
pick,
bone
yeah.
and the hair in Luby's. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I was about to say
Right.
she looks like Bam Bam from Flintstones. Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh,
All right, we got two left. We got two
Huge.
things left.
like, it just feels odd to say that. I do understand that saying, you know, because Miles has said in the past he does see a lot of himself in Jaune,
Yeah.
but at the same time, that's just kind of what writers do.
no.
This is the difference
No way.
between intent. Like you're trying to make a distinction that he didn't intend for this. That doesn't
Yeah.
matter. He still ended
Really
up
didn't.
doing it.
Yeah.
Also, I don't see myself in Wicca. I don't see myself in Dawn. I don't see myself in Alyssa, who used to be my self-insert character when I was 12. Because I've turned her into a different character.
I
But,
mean,
like,
I
Yeah,
do know I struggle with separating myself from my characters. I have to like relate to them in some way, shape, or form, and pulling from that.
oh yeah.
Well, I'm saying pulling from
was-
that ends up making me almost too connected to them when I have
Yeah.
to really cut the threads as much as possible, and I struggle to do that. I completely recognize that.
Yeah.
And, like-
God.
Like, well, I was gonna say, like, I I did also make Sakura technically a self-insert character, but she was supposed to be like, she was never meant to be a self-insert necessarily, so much as like, what if I make a character based off of myself? How would I write a character like that, sort of thing? So she was meant to be like a bit of an experiment. I've had to make myself a lot more like Lena, because her personality was just so different from mine that I've had to change myself a little bit in order to properly write her. So now I am a lot more sardonic and sarcastic and a lot more bombastic than I used to be.
Let's see.
But like,
Bars.
that doesn't mean that these are all my self-insert characters necessarily.
No. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, putting aspects of yourself or using aspects of yourself as like inspiration for creating a character. That's different from being an author insert where you are just literally treating this character like your darling.
Yeah.
And not being able to let go of it.
Just is you but prettier, or is
I mean,
you
yeah,
but
that,
has a six
that's
pack.
like the because
like
I drew you as the cuck and me as the Chad.
Even if Miles didn't do it intentionally, Jaune still comes off as the author's pet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like even if we don't say it's a self-insert, he's definitely an author's pet, and that is mainly the problem, is the amount of focus he vacuums up.
Yeah, and like this isn't a problem only with RWBY. Like there was talk about how in, I think it was Lightlark, where it was supposed to be a love triangle story, but clearly Grimm was the author's favorite. And so he got all of the attention, whereas the second male love interest, who was supposed to have a back and forth with the main character, he barely got anything. Sir, he got the girl at the end of the first book, but by the second book, it was all Grimm. And Oro barely got anything in terms of screen time. And then it was very clear from the very beginning of the second book on that it was only going to be Grimm, and that Oro wasn't going to really be a factor anymore.
I was gonna say, like, in much more diffused news because it's different characters, but like Leon Kennedy in the Resident Evil franchise, he gets everyone wants to use him in their stories. I love Leon, but he is rapidly overexposed as a main protagonist. Because he's the main protagonist of 2, 4, 6, and like almost every single CGI movie. I don't think there's a single CGI movie he's not the main protagonist in. And that's really annoying because there's a lot of other characters that haven't seen the light of day. It took them almost 20 years to show Rebecca again. That girl has been in the fucking freezer for 20 years, and then we get to see her and she becomes a damsel in distress. Very frustrating.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, I guess it's recompense because in the novelization of Resident Evil 0, she was a Mary Sue. But you know what?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, although I liked her. She had at least a spunky personality. It's just unfortunate that SD Perry kind of made her a self-insert.
Jesus.
Anyway.
You know? Like, a lot of writers will say, like for example, Horikoshi from My Hero. He says that he took one of his personality traits, at least one of them, and gave them to every single member of Class 1A. That way they would be more memorable and he'd be able to write them
personality
better
trait.
than if he didn't, right? Mineta exists.
Not the goofy, adorkable guy that is just trying his best and really, really bad at doing most of the things that he does. It doesn't sound familiar to anyone, right? Not at all familiar. Because like Miles really comes off to me like he's just an older Jaune.
Yeah, he really is. And that's kind of the problem is, like, I was going to actually bring up Horikoshi myself because he did say that. But again, it's one personality trait. And I've done that before too. I've given my characters one personality trait of mine. But the thing is that they're not just that one personality trait. They have a whole host of other things too. You build that character around that personality trait and turn them into their own separate character apart from you. You can
Mhm.
have a piece of yourself in that character to make yourself love them, but that doesn't make you them. That means that they are a part of you. That means that they are your child. You are not your child.
Yeah.
If you think you are your
Some-
child, you may need to seek psychiatric
Yeah.
help.
I was about
Well,
to
I mean,
say.
Some parents, like, Endeavor, want to basically use their children as surrogates for themselves. It happens in real life too. So like, yeah, they basically do see themselves as their children, whatever. But like that, you're not supposed to do that with your characters. It's called bad writing if you do that, because you make it so that how the characters are treated is too precious.
Yep.
Yep. And if they're too precious, there's no risk.
Yeah, if they're too precious, there's no risk. Or if they're too precious, you could also go the other way, where they become a spotlight vampire, which is what Jaune is. He is a spotlight vampire. He takes the
Yep.
spotlight out of characters who should have more characterization than him, because all stories follow a tier list. I know that we have like main protagonist, secondary characters, tertiary characters, but there follows a tier list like above, like more than that, where you have the main character, and then you have main characters, and then you have
Mhm.
secondary characters, in which they also fall that kind of tier list, where you have secondary characters who are very prominent in the story, and then secondary characters that are not as prominent in the story, but they aren't tertiary characters. Whereas tertiary characters are like almost in the background. They're maybe episodic characters or maybe arc characters. And then you have basically your NPCs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sora Hart says, I want to see Billy Cohen again. I do too. Although I think Jay would fight you on that. He does not like Billy Cohen.
Who's that?
It's a character from Resident Evil 0. He was the main he was the other protagonist alongside Rebecca.
Right, okay. So to quickly finish my point of the like tier list of characters, RWBY is considered the main protagonist. She is above all of the other characters. Second main characters are Weiss, Blake, and Yang. They are second most important after RWBY. Tertiary characters should be Jaune, Nora, Ren, and Pyrrha, and then
Mhm.
Oscar later on. But how this tier list follows is RWBY and Jaune.
Well, no, I would actually
then-
disagree, because RWBY doesn't get any kind of development until volume 9.
Or focus
yeah, I
more
guess that's
so
true.
to be
So,
accurate.
like, honestly, Jaune gets every moving section of character development, and RWBY is kind of left off to the wayside to just do things.
Yep.
Literally, she hides behind a tree and watches Jaune. Like, that is a thing that happens.
Yeah.
Yes, RWBY is in the cuck chair.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, no, I would agree. You're right. I was incorrect. The
Yeah, the
tier
show
list
is worse than we thought.
Yeah, the tier list seems to be I would say maybe Jaune and Weiss actually are kind of like more the
yes.
main characters.
Well,
And then
yeah. I was gonna say, like, it is weirdly reversed, where it's Jaune and Oscar get a lot of focus, especially once Oscar appears. He gets a lot of focus for not a lot of not a lot of bang for your buck. And
Yeah.
then you have the rest of Team RWBY. Then you have RWBY. It's like it weirdly trickles in the opposite direction of the way it should.
yeah.
The only ones that
They-
are where they should technically be are Nora and Ren, but they actually
Yeah.
get gypped. They're more closer to NPCs at times.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah. It's very frustrating when you know how these things are supposed to work. And that not only do you know that, but people fight you on it as though it's not true, when you can clearly see it for yourself that Jaune gets more attention than RWBY in terms of characterization. Just because
Yeah.
she has the screen time doesn't mean that that screen time is being utilized in a way that is important for the story.
Yeah, I mean, and you especially see this in the first instance where it crops up, which is Volume 4, obviously.
Okay,
But
almost there.
Yeah.
I
So writers write from personal experience, and there's
Yeah.
going to be some. There's always going to be some of that.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
if the kind of
Writers who don't
basic
really know what
white
they're
boy
doing do
is,
Yep.
you can see similarities to the basic white guy, then
yeah,
does that make it self-insert? No, it was probably
The
written by a
basic
fairly
white
basic
guy?
white dude. Like,
yeah,
that. Oh my god.
yeah.
Calling
I can't
Miles a
believe this
basic white guy when he's
I'm not gonna unpack that.
Holy
That's
shit.
too much.
Basic white dude
Yeah, no.
sees himself as this basic white dude.
Yeah. It's
He's Hispanic.
My God.
it's a pretty fair criticism, but it's also not great. Next one, Rooster Teeth being a bad company.
They are though. They literally
Yeah,
died.
that's like S tier.
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe,
maybe.
but
I mean, it's not
does it really matter?
Maybe- No,
I'm sorry.
definitely.
Mistreating their employees to the extent that they did is a maybe, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here, yeah.
Fucking
Jesus.
crumbling over the fact they misattributed funds for one of the worst goddamn mecha shows to ever be created, and
Yes.
because one guy decided to embezzle from his other projects, like this. I don't even know why this is on here because this isn't a RWBY problem. This is just Rooster Teeth is just awful.
But
Yeah.
no, they brought this up, so I'm gonna roast them for it. You mean to sit here and tell me that fucking Rooster Teeth being mini Activision Blizzard is a you
You,
insane?
Cool, you roboted real hard.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was speaking in my native tongue. Anyway,
got that.
But,
Got so
you-
angry he started speaking his native language.
yeah, exactly. But you mean to tell me to look at me in the eye and tell me that fucking Rooster Teeth being a mini Activision Blizzard is a maybe to you? That's a maybe?
They
That shit
look
should
like
be
monsters
S-tier.
to you. Don't worry, it's just a joke. Kudos to the people that get that reference. Anyway, it's yeah. So Rooster Teeth is a shit company. I don't know. That's really not specific to RWBY. That's just Rooster Teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anymore?
I don't know why that's
Yeah.
debatable.
I mean, to be fair, critiquing Rooster Teeth is kind of valid, like critiquing
Yeah.
how they handled RWBY, how they
Kinda.
handled their staff, all that jazz. But at the same time, it's kind of like every company is a bad company,
No.
Like,
No.
No, oh, no,
Most-
no.
Most companies function without the large scale problems that Rooster Teeth has.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Had.
Amy-
Sorry, past tense.
Yeah, past
Yeah.
tense. Like, are you really going to sit here and tell me that fucking I don't even know what animation studio that
I worked
Studio
as a
Ghibli-
fucking janitor at the airport, and I apparently had a better experience there as a lowly employee that was cleaning toilets than people did as animators at Rooster Teeth. I at
I
least
was
got to
about
go
to-
home at the end of the day and take a nap.
I was about to say, fucking working at fucking Home Depot is better than Rooster Teeth. Why?
Like, if you're going to say that Rooster Teeth can't be criticized because every single company in existence isn't perfect, why are you even in this discussion? Why do you even open your mouth?
Yeah,
Because
RWBY
if you can't tell the difference between a company that is not perfect and a company that has had multiple very severe
scandals.
scandals, scandals. Like, I'm sorry, but are you okay? Do you need to be evaluated?
Do you have doubt? I'm not gonna say that joke. But like fucking, it's so like you cannot say that you see Rooster Teeth and you see Studio Ghibli and say that, oh well, both of these companies are the same because they had controversies before. Fuck off. One is clearly more efficient and better than the other.
Ugox, Rooster Teeth is maybe bad by V shoujo standards, I guess.
Yeah.
Companies are not fantastic.
Yeah, most of the
So-
big yeah,
I know you guys
Yeah,
are kids.
basically.
now.
or power corrupts absolutely, I think
Yeah.
is the saying.
Yeah,
Walmart
I
treats its
think you're
employees
so deep.
better than Rooster
absolute
Teeth
power
did.
creates absolute corruption.
Oof.
Some jazz like that.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, I think.
Yeah,
You guys
But-
sound
Deep.
So
like,
So
it's
deep,
there's gonna be
guys.
some of
you
that.
guys
That's
are
just
just like, oh, I'm so
Yeah.
deep. I'm
inevitable.
so intelligent.
critiquing RWBY, critiquing Rooster Teeth. Sorry, it's valid, but at the same time, they're kind of dead. So like,
What?
You know?
So?
Yeah, that was your S tier point. It's almost like the two are intertwined.
Yeah, what? Yeah, what? Oh, well, you can't criticize them because they're dead. I'm like, do you know what a retrospective is?
Yeah.
Guys,
Holy shit.
you understand, after I learned about what Rooster Teeth was like, I would sooner put myself on the street as a hooker than I would work at Rooster Teeth.
Oh my god!
At least I wouldn't be told I had the privilege of sucking cock for a living.
I mean,
it's also
look,
it's
Dead,
weird to
so it
where's
doesn't
the
matter.
lie?
yeah, it's weird to critique a company as a whole. You know, because like
S
I
tier
mean,
is
they,
it's
do
dead!
things, they do hold weight in the company, but at the same time, they are an individual, right?
It's not
Yeah.
everyone's fault.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Next
So you're saying
is-
that you can't like criticize Disney very much because they're a company, and that it's not an individual person?
Don't give Dedarex
Yeah.
any ideas. Dedarex has all the ideas he needs. I don't need to
Yeah.
help him with that.
Yeah, but like Rooster Teeth as a company, all of the issues that plagues RWBY as a series trickles down from Rooster Teeth and the internal culture and mechanisms by which they create their products.
Yep.
That is how this came to happen. If they actually took more charge in directing the show in the proper direction, even the fact that they made the executive decision to want a season of RWBY every single year, fuck this show in the ass every single time. For years and years and years and years to fucking come. You mean to tell me to the face that, oh, well, we can't really say that that's Rooster Teeth's fault. Really? If it hadn't been for that, Rooster Teeth, I mean, sorry, not Rooster Teeth. If it hadn't been for that, RWBY would likely be a much better show by now, and we wouldn't even be here because the writers
Yeah.
would actually have way more time to plan out the shit they want to. The animators wouldn't be treated as fucking slaves and would actually animate the show.
Well, not even that, but like also the writers would be held more to account. Like the producers would like, what the fuck is this shit? Go back and write it again. They would not let like the simple sloppy mistakes of first draft, second draft make it through. You have to get through to several drafts that are going to work. Ugh. It's only a degree away from the worst anime and video game studios. I don't know. I feel like it meets that mark.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say it meets that mark quite a bit.
Especially
Like,
because it
there's a-
failed. Like it meets that mark and blasts it because Blizzard and Activision are still around.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like there's a reason why I was going to compare like Rooster Teeth to Ankama. And I actually do have a French viewer in my DMs who was willing to give me details about Ankama's history. I just haven't gotten back to them after a couple of messages because I got really busy, but I'm really excited to learn more about Ankama and how they became one of the biggest French companies in France, simply because of their one property. They have the same like thing going on as Rooster Teeth did with RWBY, where like they have their flagship property, just like with how Rooster Teeth did with RWBY. And they also had like one other thing, but the way that they utilized their resources and the way that they, what did you do?
We
What
got
happened?
we got a new Dedarex. We got
Oh.
Mommy Nora.
Oh,
Oh.
my god. I should have never said anything. Good lord, man.
All right. He's in the sorry, Y's in the chat for wood.
That's W.
No, Boop's in the chat. Boop's in the chat for wood. There we
Boops in the chat.
Boops in the chat.
go.
But yeah, like I'm really interested in learning about Ankama and how they became such a successful and large company just based off of their one property. Because the only thing that they have are their MMOs, and their manga and their anime and their comic books and everything else, mostly surrounded on their one property. And they're really successful. Like, they're starting their final season for Wakfu, like in 2027, I think is when it's coming out.
I
Wow.
love
Then-
how every time you talk about this, you're like, oh, it's one of the biggest French companies in France. And I'm saying, like, I want to know about the biggest French company in Slovakia.
Well, no, because like you can have a big French
know.
company in Quebec.
I mean, true, but I find it funnier to think about the French companies in Slovakia and how much of a thrumming that industry that must be.
Well, that's why I specify France or Quebec, because
1,
they're
2,
different.
3, 4,
Different
5, 6,
they're
7.
different countries.
5.
But yeah, that's just my point. I'm really excited to learn about that. And I'm gonna use that in a video at some point in the future.
We've gotten 10
Yeah.
boops in chat for the record. Not counting the
Ooh.
multiples.
Of course you counted. I can't look because my phone died, but
Oh no.
anyway. Yeah, it's
Is,
fine. I can recharge it.
RWBY fans wanting things to be a certain way and then getting mad that they turn out a certain way, a different way.
Wait,
And
wait,
I
whoa,
feel like
whoa, no,
this-
those are two different things. Clarify.
Wait, what?
RWBY fans wanting things a certain way, and then being mad that they turn out either that way or a different way. Those are two different distinctions. I had a point lined up for this, but you've already derailed me.
Yeah. we're completely stun locked here.
Oh,
Kind
man.
of a valid criticism. I've met
Yeah.
I've met a lot of or not met, but I've seen a lot of RWBY fans where they will build up expectations in their mind,
That's just the
and
potential
then when
thing all
those
over again.
expectations are not
Yeah, it's
exactly
potential
met,
thing all over again.
regardless of what quality the show is at, they dislike it. Like, for example, a lot of people for a long time have been complaining that RWBY needed to mourn Penny more. She needed to be sad about Penny's death. She needed to be in a terrible mental state about Penny's death and like go through that, right?
Mhm.
And then Penny died in Volume 8.
That-
No, because the problem is she didn't mourn Penny when she died the first time.
yes,
So
that's the problem.
when we have her mourning her
like
a second time, it doesn't address the problem of the first time.
yeah, and also yeah, I think mourning the death of your friend is what would logically happen when they fucking die right in front of you. Like, I'm not asking her to be completely depressed the entire time, obviously, but it's such an underreaction compared to, you know, what actually happened in the narrative. No?
Also, I need this
Yeah.
is the point that I was going to make. How many times in fandoms around good content do you see this exact behavior? Rarely.
Yeah.
Like MHA
No.
has people like that, but they are nowhere near as loud or as populated as they are in the RWBY fandom. And you want to ask why that is. Like, why does it vary when fans are happy with what they got or unhappy with what they got based on their own previous wants and desires? Why does that fluctuate between fandoms? Is it that there are different people in each fandom, or is it maybe something inherent about the nature of the show itself? And RWBY's being especially loud and populated might indicate a quality issue with RWBY to begin with. Because here's the thing. RWBY doesn't know what it wants to be. It has never wanted to known what it wanted to be, and it started that way. It's like people that go. It's actually great. People that go to college without declaring a major. They don't know what they want to fucking do, and they just kind of meander around until they find something that catches their eye, and then they lock themselves in way later than they should.
Yeah, they're basically doing grade 13, 14 until they find what they want. Which is it is like what RWBY does. And like the difference between like RWBY and MHA is like a lot of the people who complain about what they wanted with MHA is for different reasons than what people complain about with RWBY. Because what people want in RWBY is mainly just good writing. And they don't get that because they can see a logical progression of how characters should react to a situation or how a character should deal with something. And then it doesn't happen. And you get disappointed because it's like
you're being punished for seeing, fucking patterns and cause and effect.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's effectively that. You're punished for being an intelligent, savvy media viewer. Yeah. Because what you expect to happen in some way does not happen, but if it doesn't happen, then what follows doesn't make logical sense as a deviation point. Because there are a lot of things that I have predicted about shows where it doesn't come to pass when it actually happens. But it's usually okay because what they do give me instead makes logical sense. And the people who complain about things in like MHA, like season 6 with the Deku going dark and all that kind of stuff. People were expecting like, oh, he's gonna like become a vigilante where he's going to rage against the machine and all that kind of stuff, and he's just gonna go fucking psycho. And they got mad when it didn't happen. It's like, well, yeah, have you ever been paying attention to him at all as a character?
I was gonna say, like, I know Zero's in chat. It's like, I didn't know. We didn't know that Mirako was going to turn out to be Deku's mother, like actual, like his second mother, and Inko's real lover. But you know what?
Oh my god!
In retrospect, it makes sense, and we all just accept it because you know what? Even though it's not what we expected or wanted, it makes sense. The writing supports it, and it's all just fine.
I did not see him in chat, and I'm scrolling looking for him. I don't see him.
Yeah, he was higher up earlier. Like he was like, "Wow, you guys are still here," and it's like, "Yeah." He says, "Dance." Well, this one has gone on way longer than normal. Yes, I am dancing. That's how I stayed awake.
Well, he's probably waiting for us to watch MHA actually, but yeah. Anyway, that's my point. Is like the difference between like the reasons why character or people are disappointed in the things that happen with these characters or don't happen with these characters are very different reasons why people are disappointed.
Nishalani Jane, hey guys, can you be on topic to my previous point, not being rude, but what are your thoughts on DB Zierman and Chibi reviews? I don't like. If you really want to get our attention, because I didn't even see that comment, you gotta super chat us, but. To answer your question, I have never heard. I think I've heard of Chibi reviews, but I don't know about DB Zierman.
I mean, I've seen a couple of Zimran's videos, and they're terrible. Or at least the one about the Bleach documentary. We talked about it before, I think in the last episode of the podcast. I think that video is absolute fucking garbage. I don't know about that guy's videos, nowadays. Maybe he's gotten better. Maybe his presentation's better, but, I think his videos are terrible. But Chibi Reviews is an absolute fucking cretin of a human being. Especially
we
oh
got-
my
we-
fucking god. Oh my god.
Oh no. Ren,
Oh,
no.
No.
I love it so much.
He needs some milk.
What do you mean he needs some milk? Nora's got plenty to spare.
Oh my god.
Look, have you seen how Dederex draws women? I would be surprised if they didn't have milk on them 24/7. Come on.
He died a hero.
He died a hero. It's official. I read I read a theory that Adam was never supposed to have a nuance or sympathetic qualities of any kind, and that any scene or character beats that allude to such were accidental, and that the White Fang weren't supposed to be nuanced.
Ooh.
What? Where'd you see
That's
that?
a
Where'd you see
theory.
that?
I don't
Well-
I don't ascribe to that. I think it's just all, well, I don't know. I can believe it, but also it was so horribly handled that I don't exactly know what they were going for, other than it was supposed to be an allegory in the way they described it.
I've never heard of this before.
Like,
Yeah,
if they
but
wanted to
this
do
is
that, they
news
did a
to me.
horrible fucking job.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, let's see what they have to say about this point.
Yeah.
In Volume 9, she went through that character growth, that she dealt with that trauma, she dealt with that, right?
Too little, too late.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's kind of like people were mad about her doing that, and I'm kind of like, wait, didn't you ask for this?
Yeah, do you understand?
Because
How-
now
how
we're
about-
getting something we should have had back in Volume 4, and we didn't get it then, and now we're like, it's whiplash of like how much RWBY actually fucking cares about her friend.
Yeah, like, you guys pretend like you know so much about how people within the fandom think, but have you ever asked any of these critics what they thought of it?
Yeah,
Have you ever asked them why they believe these things?
let's go back to like RWBY in Volume 5 mentions Penny, sure, and she mentions it very somberly, but that's barely any kind of mourning, and she also completely neglects Pyrrha, who was ostensibly also her friend. Like, we're at several levels of wrong when it comes down to
Yep.
it, and then Penny doesn't get mentioned until she reappears in Volume fucking 7.
Yeah. Like it's one thing that I find like really annoying about other shows that kind of do that too. Like I've mentioned it a couple of times, but the 100, like Finn was Clark's like boyfriend for the first couple of seasons of the show, and then gets killed off. And then like he's just used as a bit of a plot device until she can get her new girlfriend, and then all of a sudden he is completely forgotten. It's
Hmm.
very annoying. And none of the other characters that have died in the show really get mentioned all that much either. They're just like bodies to bowl over.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know? Like, they literally asked for it, but then they got it, and then they didn't want it.
You're an-
you know?
I mean, I don't like
Or
insulting people I don't
second-
know very well, but you're an idiot.
A lot of people were complaining in
Yeah, you're a
the
complete
Volume
fucking
9
asshole.
epilogue, which also
Oh,
kind
I-
of dumb considering it's non-canon. But the epilogue, they get transported right out of, or they got transported right in front of the gates of Vacuo, pretty much.
Okay.
No.
And a lot of people, when Volume 9 or Volume 8 first came out, I remember this. I was there. I was in the fandom. I was there, guys. You can't hide from me. I saw all of you.
Oh
I saw
yeah, you
all of
can't hide
complaining.
from me.
I-
But guess what? Yeah, I'm gonna hyperfixate on people who take shit from HBomberguy's video. Fuck off, dude. You don't know shit.
I was gonna say I was there, and yeah, you were there at the very fucking end. You haven't been on this railroad ride since the red trailer, like the rest of. Well, I and Kaiser. Wait, actually, were you in the red trailer? Were you?
No,
that
I wasn't that early. I came in around the time Volume 3 ended.
Okay, I was gonna say I've been on this ride from the very beginning, motherfucker. Don't
Yeah.
don't speak to me the deep magic. I was there when it was written.
So I guess I technically was in the RWBY space before Kaiser, because I was introduced to it by the time of Volume 2 just released.
I mean, I knew about the trailers. I watched them when they came out, but I didn't really watch the show because I didn't know it came out at the time.
I miss
After
Glinda.
that.
Dude, just pull up literally any porn site. You'll find images of her. She serves roughly the same purpose there.
She's there in your heart, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when Volume 9 or Volume 8 first came out, I remember this. I was there. I was in the fandom. I was there, guys. You can't hide from me. I saw all of you. I saw all of you complaining. I saw all of you guys going, it's so
Did you see me
stupid
complaining?
that
Did you
Team
see
RWBY
me?
transported
Well, man, I want to hear what he's actually thinking everyone's complaining about.
Sorry.
God.
was there, guys. You can't hide from me. I saw all of you. I saw all of you complaining. I saw all of you guys going, it's so stupid that Team RWBY transported this mass group of people into the random spot in the desert. They're nowhere near Vacuo. It's so dumb that they did that. They're such idiots.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
Yeah.
Sure.
And then the epilogue comes out, and they actually transported them
in front of
Vacuo. So it actually was really good. It was
Yeah, it completely defeats the fucking, like, the sandstorm and the grim people got murdered.
Hey, lending them a mile out
It's
is
not
still
close.
not right in front of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like, again, it's a believable expectation to have. And even if that wasn't the case, I think when you have to retroactively have that happen in an epilogue in order to fix your freaking problem, I think people have every single right to still complain about it. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
actually a really smart plan that worked out really well.
No.
And all those people who
Because
died.
you haven't addressed
Because-
why didn't you go to Mistral? Why didn't you go to Vale? Why didn't you go to Menagerie?
Buddy, I have me and CBF made an entire video going over all of the different problems with that plan. That's like number one. Them being far from actual Vacuo is number one of the issues.
Imagine
Not
if,
addressing the other ones.
sorry, imagine if they all went to Menagerie. Like, imagine the chaos.
Well, imagine suddenly Atlas was forced to face down all of the people that had been, like, all the faunus that they had previously been, discriminatory against, and now they were at their mercy in order to survive. Think of how interesting that dynamic could be, as suddenly they have to depend on their livelihoods being supplied by the people they so hated.
Exactly. Imagine how interesting that could have been.
But Celtic, it's because our tour guide to those places is already finished. Yep.
Yeah.
Now you guys are complaining about, they didn't have to resolve the issue?
What?
No, you don't get
What?
to plan. That worked out really well. You guys are complaining about, they didn't have to resolve the issue? No, you don't get to play this game, guys. You don't.
What?
You asked for this.
Because
You got it. You don't get to
because
Don't
the
extra credits me,
non-canonical thing,
motherfucker. Shut up.
because the non-canonical epilogue decided to hand them an out.
Yeah. They gave them an easy solution to a problem that should have been way more complex than that.
Well, I just like everything. Like it just they just took conveniently their place there when every indication from the ending of Volume 8 was that they had been placed in the middle of the fucking desert, because that's the entire point of the genie. It's supposed to be a monkey paw. They got dicked over by like Ambrosius, and then learned, they were all saved by the heroes just off screen who are conveniently ready to go right there.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous.
Really sucks
given
to be
the
those like
timing
three
of it.
people that got picked off by the Grim, I guess.
Yeah, apparently.
like it almost feels very similar to like the Overwatch community, where
What?
they'll ask for like certain characters to be nerfed, like Kiriko, for example. A lot of people ask for
Who?
Kiriko to get nerfed a lot of the time.
Then she'll get nerfed and then they'll complain again.
Yeah, and they'll get
Well,
mad
it's
at
different
Kiriko.
people
That's
will be
also
complaining.
a completely different category, because that's an ongoing game meta as opposed to a sequential story. They're
Yeah.
also completely uncomparable.
Also, I don't trust you, so I'm going to actually ask chat if this is actually the case. Is this real, chat?
I mean, I don't like. I know that this kind of shit happens all the time in like league circles, but like at the same time, it's like, it's not comparable. It's not related. It's completely unrelated bullshit.
Yeah.
Imagine playing Overwatch in 2025. Good point.
I mean that's facts. Yeah.
Code getting
that's your
nerfed,
first
you
mistake.
know? And it just
Pick a side. Oh,
Yeah.
It cannot be that hard.
How about
Yeah.
you ask
So
these
overall,
people?
I think
oh my god.
criticizing the fandom, at least in that aspect, is pretty valid. Obviously, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Everything is exaggerated on the internet, right? So
Except when it's HBomberguy, then it's not
Yeah.
exaggerated.
Then he's the actual
Take
root of
everything
all
with a pinch of
toxicity in
salt,
RWBY's
right?
fandom.
and that's pretty much
Because
the
he's
tier list.
British.
I can't think of
To be fair,
anything
that
else.
part's
Can you
true.
guys?
Yeah.
Nope. Good
Mhm.
version.
All right. Well, I have successfully pissed off 99.9% of RWBY fans, so that's good to know.
Buddy, how many views does this video get? You're not that special, dog.
1,200 last time I checked.
Yeah, so come
Oh,
the
it's
fuck
like my
down.
0.
You're not. Yeah.
Like Stalker 0.
Like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're not a goddamn big.
Oh,
dog
it's
here.
1.3
Like, it's fine.
now.
Oh, well. I guess that changes everything.
Let's sort to news.
Well-
Oh, this person used the correct moot. The first comments. Barak Skywalker. I think the cast for bloat is a very moot point since every long show has too many. Okay, no, he's immediately stupid now. Let's see story. Can I have the link to make my own version of my friend? Ooh. Oh, I should have looked for this.
Oh,
Damn, we have the link to the actual tier list.
oh.
What's up?
So we have the tier list ourselves, so we can actually. RWBY's animation is an A tier problem. We don't know what this Jaune is. Miles and Carrie being
Yeah.
evil. No.
No,
Roosevelt being
F
dead.
tier.
Yes.
Yep.
Copycat. That's. Did we say high
I
B?
would say- Yeah, I'd say high B.
Disrespecting Monty's vision grave thing.
Yeah, I'd say F. Yeah.
I put it in D.
Really?
RWBY fell
Yeah,
off.
okay.
Is it accurate?
Yes.
I mean, I'd say that's accurate.
Very accurate.
A. The writing is terrible. S.
Yes, yeah.
The
Well,
wi-
actually, no. I disagree. It had to get off the starting line in the first place. Ha.
True. There
I'll
we
put
go.
it in B then. But writing is
It has-
terrible.
It have to be on in the
The
first
White
place.
Fang promotes racism. That's an F tier complaint, but the White Fang in general is an A tier complaint.
Yeah.
Yes.
Generic man, or was this potential man? Potential man?
Potential man. Yes, RWBY had potential that it didn't live up to. I'd say that's a
That's an A.
pretty solid A. Yeah.
Shipping, toxic shipping. I put that.
Yeah.
Toxic shipping is very problematic.
Yeah.
A or B. I want to say.
Mhm.
Because like it's not unique to RWBY.
It's
No,
not.
it's not. But is it a problem for RWBY? Yes. I would probably put it around where it is on his tier list.
Yeah, probably A
Which
or
is
B.
an A or B. I'll put it B and I'll also put Bumblebee there.
Yeah. Gotta keep it
Overcrowded.
consistent.
Yes, that's an A.
Yep.
RWBY T, that's an S.
Yeah.
The fandom doesn't know what it wants. That's an F tier complaint.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that is like
RWBY is the worst show
doesn't-
ever. F tier complaint. Ironwood
tier.
got botched. A tier complaint.
A tier.
The HBomberguy video is A tier, right?
A tier.
Yep.
Yeah, A tier.
RWBY's
pretty
community is
much.
toxic. A tier.
S tier.
S tier. You know, I can see that. No plot. B tier.
B.
B tier.
Like, honestly, given how like it didn't have a plot for mainly volume 1, I'd probably put it more so at C tier.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, PTSD.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely probably A or B, like high B, low A.
I'll put it B.
Yeah, B.
RWBY's left-handedness. That's a D tier complaint.
That D tier.
Yeah, D.
It's still
Actually,
it's,
wait a
it's
minute.
high enough to warrant a that's a problem, but it's a nitpick.
Yeah.
Then we have Yang is an awful sister, S tier, or sorry, A tier,
Yeah.
not S tier. John is a self-insert, A tier.
A tier.
Yep.
Roast Chief is an awful company,
S tier.
S tier.
and then Team RWBY is evil, maliciously
I think
negligent.
st-
I B tier.
Yeah.
Oh,
B
yeah.
tier. Especially since like that aspect of him is mainly contained in like volume 6 through 8.
Okay, I just need to. There we go. John in a dress tier. We don't know what that
We still have no idea what
So
that one
hilarious.
is supposed to
was. He just skipped right past it.
be. Yeah. That is the funniest edit any video that we've covered has ever done.
So there's ours. There's his. We have basically inverted his.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's this was an awful video. It's got no research. It's just you guys having fun, but you guys are really rough around the edges.
Clearly.
Oh, this is Tobi the Guy. Oh, it's Tobi as in the Tobi from Naruto. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I made the joke earlier about
I didn't
watching
realize it.
Naruto.
But yeah, I look. You guys just seem really young and really unaware of a lot of what has gone on and what is going on in a lot of different ways. If you guys get wind of this, and please, I'm telling you guys, do not harass these people. Do not at all.
Please no.
If you guys
no.
ever see this video or anyone comments on it against our wishes, we are open to opening a dialogue and maybe even having you guys on, and we would love to discuss these issues with you guys because we are always for creating more of a dialogue than we are shutting one down. We criticize your video, but it doesn't mean we will always be respectful and kind when we're interacting with you guys in person, so long as you guys are the same to us.
Yep.
6 hours. Do you think you can make it to 7? No, because I am tired. It's midnight. I am literally at deadline. Holy shit. Thank you all so much for watching. Please remember, this Saturday, the Hunger of Mahar Voln at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please join us for that stream. It's very exciting, a lot of fun. You'll see some ridiculous shit. Bad Fanfiction Night, Friday night, 10 p.m. Quick, guys, rapid fire. Anything.
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing. I'm hungry. I'm going to get food. I haven't eaten all day.
All right.
I need
Thank
to
you
go
all
to
so much
bed.
for joining us, and we'll catch you all